Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Explored the Multiverses. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Lord of the Sun? Kirishima wondered what it meant. In this multiverse, Izuku was a member of a legendary group known as the Seven Deadly Sins. He was the strongest of the seven and possessed the power of the sun, which explained the title of the Lord of the Sun, Garu explained. Everyone gasped at the revelation that Izuku wielded such a unique power in another multiverse. Uraraka expressed her excitement, eager to see what Deku was capable of. Bakugo, however, growled in disbelief, questioning how Izuku could be the strongest. Garu reassured Bakugo that it wasn't his fault that Izuku held that title in this multiverse, reminding him that he would have his moment to shine later. Bakugo insisted on that promise, his frustration evident to everyone around him. Meanwhile, three individuals were hiding in a storage room, their expressions tense as they concealed themselves from an unseen threat outside. Kaminari questioned whether that was Bakugo and why Uraraka appeared smaller. Momo also inquired about Jiro's long hair and the sword at her side. Garu explained that Bakugo, who was carrying the smaller Uraraka, was the fox sin of greed, one of the legendary seven deadly sins. Although he was not as strong as Midoriya, he was immortal. Bakugo proudly declared his immortality, much to the amusement of his friends. Uraraka, described as a fairy and sister to Mineta, the grisly sin of sloth, was in a loving relationship with Bakugo. Hearing this made her blush, though deep down she wished to fall in love with Izuku. Mineta was delighted to be part of the legendary group as well. Garu continued, explaining that Jiro was a holy knight who had feelings for Bakugo, but since Uraraka and Bakugo were already together, Jiro had to support their relationship. Jiro blushed at the teasing from Momo, while Bakugo also felt flustered by his affection for Uraraka in this multiverse. Meanwhile, Galen, the commandment of truth, was still inebriated and discovered a golden axe atop a cabinet. He attempted to lift it but struggled due to its weight. Mina asked Garu, who was asleep, about Galen and why he couldn't lift the axe. Garu explained that Galen was one of the elite guards of the demon clan, known as the Ten Commandments, and that he was accompanied by Melascula, also known as Toga, who was also drunk. Everyone gasped at the revelation of the two demons, realizing they could be more powerful than they appeared. Galen complained about the axe's weight and poor design, which prompted Monoma to taunt him, only to be silenced by Kendo. Monoma jokingly suggested that if the axe existed in their world, he would be the first to offer it to the monster. Laughter erupted at his expense, especially as Galen struggled with the weapon. Suddenly, someone seized the axe from Galen. Sato questioned who had taken it, and a voice declared that it was the divine axe Rita, named after a maiden loved by the sun, not meant for lowly demons. Everyone turned to see the figure who now wielded the axe. Eri and Kota recognized him as Izune, while Shoji noted Izuku's impressive physique, causing the girls in the room to blush. As Izuku's shirt tore, he warned the demons that they were unlucky to have come to this place. Kirishima exclaimed how manly Izuku looked, and Tetsu agreed. The two demons were taken aback by Izuku's confidence. Toga questioned who he was, while Galen remarked on Izuku's transformation. Izuku confidently proclaimed himself the lion sin of pride, Lord Izuku of the seven deadly sins. The audience realized the weight of his words, recognizing his prideful demeanor. Kaminari noted that if this version of Midoriya existed in their world, they would all be in trouble. Endeavor growled at Izuku's arrogance, while Toga laughed, mocking his self-importance. However, Izuku swiftly demonstrated his power by effortlessly defeating Galen, leaving everyone in shock, including the audience. Power Loader commented on the sharpness of the axe, while Todoroki expressed disbelief at Izuku's overwhelming strength. Bakugo, feeling a mix of admiration and rivalry, clenched his fists, determined to challenge Izuku. Eri and Kota watched in awe, inspired by Izuku's display of power. Mirio expressed a desire to possess such strength when he regained his quirk. Toga, still recovering from the shock, acknowledged that humans like Izuku didn't exist 3,000 years ago, but insisted the game was not over yet. Galen, now back in shape, declared that they were the pinnacle of the demon clan and that defeating one of them would not be so easy. Of course it is, otherwise the game would be no fun at all, Izuku teased. Kirishima marveled at his friend's bravery in the face of the demons, exclaiming how fearless he was. Toga warned Izuku, pointing out that even if he was holding back, it was a mistake not to finish off Galen the Great with his previous attack. Kamui Woods questioned what was happening, and Nizu calmly explained that Galen was about to power up after being angered. Everyone wondered when this would end. Toga, curious, asked if Galen intended to use magic. Galen ordered Toga to stand back, while Bakugo shouted in frustration, questioning what Galen was planning. Mineta commented on Bakugo's silver hair, and Momo noted how pretty Achiko looked with her yellow hair, while Jiro appeared like a fierce knight. Both girls blushed, realizing their feelings for Bakugo. With a mighty roar, Galen unleashed his power, his body becoming more muscular than before. Bakugo growled, feeling a surge of fear for his friend, knowing the demon was now even stronger. Galen declared that he had been saving his power for his next battle with Meliodas but could not wait to annihilate Izuku. As he prepared for a massive swing, everyone except Bakugo and Endeavor worried about the damage Galen could inflict on Izuku. A scene shifted to a giant pig wearing a hat walking away, revealing the sacred treasure of Merlin, with its owner emerging. The camera focused on a younger version of All Might, who was cleaning a table. He questioned if that was really him, and when told his power level was only 2020, he was shocked to learn that even he was not at Izuku's level. Kaminari and Mineta exchanged mischievous grins at Momo, who was unintentionally revealing more than she intended. They were quickly silenced by Tsuyu and Jiro. Momo thanked the girls, and All Might exclaimed that it was indeed Izuku. The scene showed Izuku standing strong, now more muscular than before, causing some girls to blush while others admired his physique. Midnight commented on Izuku's impressive form, while Momo wondered what his strength could do. Many girls blushed, and even the boys, including pro-heroes, felt a pang of jealousy. Death Arm scowled, and Sato remarked on Izuku's impressive build. Bakugo clenched his fists, watching Izuku overpower Galen effortlessly. Izuku taunted Galen, who found his attack ineffective against Izuku's hardened arm. Kirishima exclaimed that Izuku's arm was tougher than his quirk, while Tetsu admired his manliness. Aizawa scoffed, thinking about how useless his quirk would be if Izuku existed in their world. Galen cried out in disbelief, and Toga urged him to withdraw, but Galen refused, insisting they finish the game. Izuku prepared to attack, raising his weapon with the power of the sun behind him, ready to strike down on Galen, who looked like a mere insect in comparison. The audience gasped at the sight of Izuku's impending attack, and Death Arms expressed his fear. Endeavor echoed his sentiment, surprising everyone with his admission. Shoto quietly remarked on Endeavor's cowardice. Before Izuku could strike, Galen turned to stone in an attempt to escape, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Izuku's victory. Eri celebrated, flexing her small biceps in admiration. However, the mood shifted when they realized Toga was still alive. Tokoyami coldly noted the situation, prompting Ida to reprimand him for his language. Izuku expressed disappointment that he couldn't showcase his strength against Galen, while Mineta commented on the frightening nature of lying. Hagakure chimed in, teasing Mineta about the dangers of girls with similar powers. Izuku then offered Toga a choice: flee or face defeat, while she smiled menacingly, promising to kill him instead. Bakugo warned Izuku to be cautious of Toga's magic, but before he could finish, Garu attacked him with a powerful technique. Bakugo was overwhelmed by the assault, leaving Ojiro in awe of Garu's martial arts skills. Ojiro rushed to Garu, eager to learn the technique, while Aizawa also expressed interest in Garu's abilities. Garu explained that mastering the technique would take years, but he offered Ojiro a scroll to help him learn. Garu observed as Aizawa and Ojiro bowed to him while Bakugo lay unconscious on the ground. Toga activated her magic on Izuku, enveloping him in a dark cocoon. Dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami's body, startled by the sudden turn of events. He had intended to warn Izuku but was interrupted as Toga pushed his essence away with a touch. The friends of Izuku cried out in alarm, witnessing their friend being overpowered. Momo, feeling a surge of anger, expressed her frustration, drawing the attention of her peers as they heard her curse for the first time. When questioned about her outburst, Momo defended herself, claiming she was merely concerned for Izuku's safety. As Toga consumed Izuku's essence, a wave of shock swept through the group. All Might felt a wave of nausea, and Uraraka fainted, while Recovery Girl rushed to assist her. Sato and Mineta hurried away, unable to bear the sight. Toga, with a twisted grin, thanked the lifeless form of Izuku for the meal. Suddenly, Toga cried out in pain, feeling an intense heat within her. The others cheered for Izuku's spirit, which continued to fight despite the dire circumstances. As Toga expelled the essence, it erupted into flames, igniting her body. She screamed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the power that Izuku possessed. Uraraka declared that Toga had no right to consume what did not belong to her, and the girls rallied behind her. Izuku, channeling his radiant magic, caused Toga's body to fall into a nearby creek, where it was forcefully torn apart upon impact with the rocks. Aizawa acknowledged Izuku's strength and resolve, recognizing that even without his physical form, Izuku's spirit burned brightly, capable of reducing any foe to ashes. Izuku then turned to Bakugo, stating that they needed to have a conversation, but suggested they wait until sunset. He ordered Bakugo to remain in place. Bakugo, feeling exhausted, smirked and declared his intention to leave. Izuku leaped into the air, but Jiro called out, realizing it was too late to stop him. The scene faded to black. As the darkness lifted, everyone stood and celebrated Izuku's bravery and determination in overcoming the two formidable demons of the Ten Commandments. However, Bakugo remained frustrated, feeling he had missed his chance to confront the demons himself. He shouted in anger, questioning why he hadn't been given an opportunity to fight. Just then, Garu's menacing presence loomed behind Bakugo, causing him to lower his head in silence. The onlookers chuckled at Bakugo's embarrassed reaction, further highlighting the tension in the air. Everyone in the room calmed down after Garu startled Katsuki Bakugo. Now, they were ready to watch the next multiverse. Uraraka expressed her excitement, wondering what the next multiverse would be like, hoping for a happy and victorious one for her crush. Tsuyu shared her eagerness, anticipating what Garu would reveal. However, Garu delivered a somber announcement, explaining that this multiverse was creepy, scary, and filled with surprises. He warned that this version of their friend might not survive. The title appeared on the screen, Slender the Arrival. Some laughed at the term, slender, finding it amusing, while others were puzzled by the word, arrival. Aizawa asked Garu if this multiverse was truly frightening and requested a brief introduction. Garu explained that in this multiverse, slender referred to a monstrous supernatural being that preyed on those who wandered alone in the forest. He noted that without their quirks, everyone's survival instincts would be put to the test against the terror that Slender Man would bring. He playfully withheld further details, urging everyone to watch. As the audience fell silent, they braced themselves for the students facing a monster without their quirks. All Might commanded Garu to start the show, and Garu complied. The scene shifted to a dark, rainy road where a car was shown against a backdrop of mountains. Tokoyami whispered his agreement with Garu's earlier assessment of the darkness. The screen displayed ominous words about devotion and the paths it leads one down, leaving Mina confused and pouting. All Might, slightly annoyed, suggested that the screen would clarify. As the car's lights flickered, the unsettling background noises heightened the tension. The screen then revealed a haunted view of the mountain, slowly being covered by dark tendrils. The atmosphere grew heavy as the screen turned black, leaving everyone breathing heavily after the chilling introduction. Garu teased the audience about their fear before assuring them he was just joking and that they would continue. The scene changed to a young man sleeping in the front seat of the car. He wore a blue t-shirt and cargo pants, his curly hair and freckled cheeks barely visible. Sato questioned if it was Midoriya, and 13 noted that he seemed to have woken from a long sleep. Izuku emerged from the car, realizing he was in a forest. In the distance, he spotted a beautiful path leading to an unknown destination. Momo asked Garu if Izuku knew where he was, to which Garu explained that Izuku was not alone. He was with Uraraka and Todoroki, heading to a friend's house. However, black tendrils suddenly covered the windshield, causing Todoroki to crash the car into a nearby log to avoid a cliff. Uraraka and Todoroki felt guilty for leaving Izuku alone, especially with Garu's ominous hints about his survival. Izuku began to explore the forest, captivated by the tall, beautiful trees. As night fell, he grew anxious, realizing he had not yet found their friend's house. Suddenly, he spotted a large house with a "For Sale" sign, its lights illuminating the dark surroundings. He questioned where Uraraka and Todoroki had gone, pondering the distance they had traveled. Uraraka, feeling guilty, wondered why they had left Izuku behind. Izuku entered the property, noticing the front door was partially open. As he stepped inside, he was taken aback by strange drawings covering the walls and ceiling. He chuckled at the oddity but was interrupted by a loud thud from the second floor. The audience gasped, feeling the tension as they watched Izuku in the haunted house. Recovery Girl speculated about the house's owner and its abandonment. Garu revealed that the owner was Kate, a relative of Uraraka, who had left due to disturbances caused by an unknown entity. The connection between Uraraka and Kate hinted at deeper mysteries to unfold. But before she could leave, it was too late for her, Garu simply stated. Many people wondered what kind of entity had caused Kate to sell the house and walk away from it. Izuku felt a spark of curiosity and thought about searching for some useful items. Nizu reminded the students that in situations like this, even without their quirks, they should find items that could aid in their survival instead of relying solely on their abilities. The students nodded in agreement. Izuku began to explore the living and dining rooms of the house, hoping to find something useful. He attempted to use the house's telephone but discovered that the signal was jammed or the lines were broken. He noticed a note written in Kate's handwriting and felt a surge of curiosity about her absence. He wondered if she had gone shopping. Bakugo growled at Izuku, questioning his thoughts. The others silently agreed with Bakugo, even if they found Izuku's reasoning a bit foolish. Realizing he was in Uraraka's relative's house, Izuku decided to head to the second floor. As he reached the top, his vision began to flicker, causing him to curse under his breath. He noticed that all the doors on the left were open, while one door on the right remained closed, shrouded in darkness. The others held their breath, anticipating a jump scare as Izuku moved toward the right side of the room, a decision that seemed questionable to them. Izuku flicked on his flashlight to uncover what lay behind the doors. The first room was a bathroom, the second a guest room, and the third was locked. He realized he needed a key to open it. He speculated that the keys might be on the other side of the floor and moved to investigate. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the ground floor, piquing his curiosity and leaving him uncertain about what to do next. He questioned whether he should investigate the noise or ignore it. Kamui Woods urged him to ignore it, expressing his fear. Aizawa, however, advised that it was best to check the ground floor, suggesting that if there was a real problem, Izuku should be prepared to run or defend himself. Izuku decided to see what had caused the noise and descended from the second floor. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the garage door wide open and noticed that the back door of the house was now locked. He wondered who had locked it since he believed he was alone. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief at Izuku's calm demeanor in what he perceived to be a haunted house, only to be scolded by Jairu for being a scaredy cat. Aizawa reminded everyone that staying calm in difficult situations was essential for clear thinking and quick reactions. After confirming that the garage door was closed, Izuku returned to the second floor. As he scanned the area, his vision flickered again, and he caught sight of a tall, slender figure with tentacles protruding from its back. The figure had no face, causing Izuku to shout in alarm as it vanished from view. The unsettling aura left him panting. Kirishima asked if that was Garu, who confirmed that it was indeed the Slender Man. He warned that looking directly at it could lead to losing consciousness. The students shivered at the thought of encountering such a formidable entity. Determined to find the keys and unlock the mysterious door, Izuku felt a surge of enthusiasm. The others cheered him on, encouraging their friend. After searching, he finally found the key and stood before the locked door. As he opened it, he was taken aback by what he saw: numerous strange drawings, including a large depiction of a tall man in a suit on the wall above the bed. He pondered how the figure had affected his vision and noticed an open window but chose to ignore it. As he opened a nearby drawer, he was startled to find 7 pages filled with bizarre drawings. Just then he heard Uraraka's voice calling for help from deep within the forest. Izuku mentally shouted her name and rushed to leave, only to find that the 7 pages had vanished. Confused, he stepped outside and headed toward the forest, sliding down a small playground slide along the way, much to everyone's disbelief. As he entered the forest, he felt a chilling breeze and knew he was about to face dangerous entities lurking in the shadows. He resolved to find Uraraka, declaring his determination. The audience cheered, hoping that Midoriya would reach her in time. All Might encouraged him, believing in his ability to save her. However, as Izuku ventured deeper into the forest, he stumbled into a creek and lost consciousness. The others shouted his name, worried about his fate. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a cement area surrounded by logs, generators, and a small house. A piece of paper was stuck to his hands, leaving him puzzled about what had happened. Kendo suggested that it might be a task for him to undertake. As Izuku opened the paper, he was taken aback by what he read. The message instructed him to collect the 7 pages of a book hidden throughout the forest, warning that the more he found, the angrier the presence would become. He needed to be cautious. Izuku realized that the pages referred to the book in the room at Kate's house and wondered why this was the case. Accepting the challenge, he declared his determination to proceed as the screen faded to black. Kaminari expressed his frustration, lamenting the cliffhanger, while Shiro echoed his sentiment. Garu then pointed out that it seemed like they needed a break, suggesting they take a moment to step away, prompting everyone to head to the bathrooms or rest their heads for a bit. As everyone finished using the bathrooms, they were now ready to watch the continuation of the multiverse featuring their beloved character. Izuku began his quest to find the 7 pages adorned with strange drawings, scanning his surroundings for any unsettling presence. He thought to himself that he needed to find at least 2 pages to draw out the monster. All Might smiled, confident that his successor in this alternate universe was not one to back down, even without a quirk or facing significant disadvantages. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing Izuku's determination, believing it foolish for someone without a quirk to think they could confront the Slender Man. After a moment of searching, Izuku discovered the first 2 pages, but an eerie aura enveloped him, causing his knees to tremble. He whispered to himself that the game had begun. He dashed toward a small house he had spotted, entering to find radios and technology meant for generating electricity. As he explored, he stumbled upon another page. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him from the corner. When he shone his flashlight in that direction, he saw only a shadowy silhouette of a girl. Uraraka's worried voice called out to him, urging him not to go that way. Gunhead inquired if she knew what would happen, to which she replied that her instincts warned her against it. Izuku called out again, uncertain if it was truly Uraraka. When he decided to ignore the feeling and turned around, he was startled to find the Slender Man facing him. Panic surged as he cursed and sought an escape from the house. Once outside, he quickly grabbed another page, realizing he needed to find the last 3 quickly, or as the paper warned, the creature might become angry. Kirishima expressed disbelief at how well Midoriya was handling the situation, even while being pursued by the Slender Man. Momo noted that Izuku made swift decisions, understanding the consequences of failing to collect all 7 pages. Meanwhile, some students from Class 1A noticed Mineta snoring, oblivious to the unfolding events. Kaminari and Jair jolted him awake, prompting Ida to scold him for his lack of attention. Mineta simply apologized, claiming he was tired, while Shoji remarked on his lack of interest in the current scenario. As Izuku sprinted through the forest, he noticed the Slender Man teleporting between trees. Frustrated, he lamented the creature's ability to move so swiftly. While running, he found a flare gun and decided to take it with him. After a moment, he realized the Slender Man was no longer pursuing him, allowing him to slow down and catch his breath. As he searched for more pages, he spotted another one on a generator. Excited, he cheered at the thought of being close to completing his task. However, he noticed eyes peering at him from the tall grass, causing him to run toward them, hoping to confront whatever was watching him. To his dismay, he found nothing. He questioned whether he was imagining things, and Tsuyu pointed out that the eyes resembled Uraraka's, sending a chill through the group. Uraraka paled at the thought, and Shoto wondered why she would scare Izuku. As he moved away from the grass, the slender man approached him like a glitch in a video game, filling him with dread. He ran, readying the flare gun, but when he turned to fire, the slender man had vanished again. Frustrated, Izuku spotted the 6th page and rushed toward it, only to be caught by the creature's tentacles. Realizing the danger, he warned himself and managed to grab the 6th page. While fleeing, he caught a crumpled paper that had fallen from a tree. Unfolding it, he read 5 ominous words. "He is mad at you." Aizawa questioned why the creature would be angry with Izuku for collecting the pages. Garu explained that the Slender Man likely viewed the pages as his own, containing drawings that revealed his nature and the terror he instilled in the forest. With renewed urgency, Izuku ran faster, evading the tentacles of the Slender Man as he searched for the final page. He spotted it on a generator that was moving toward the river. Boosting his speed, he snatched the last page just as it fell into the water and exploded. Ecstatic, Izuku celebrated his success but knew he had to escape quickly as the Slender Man rushed toward him. Gaining distance, he leaped into a patch of tall grass, hiding until the creature lost his trail. It worked, granting him a moment of respite. Slender Man had just vanished, and Izuku let out a sigh. He felt exhausted and decided he needed some rest. As he settled down, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The audience watching felt a wave of relief wash over them, glad to see Midoriya finally resting. Shiro made a light-hearted joke about the tall grass being a good hiding spot from Slender Man, which earned a few chuckles, though some shot him deadpan looks. When Izuku awoke, he realized he was lying on a rock. He spotted a small hut nearby and walked over to it. As he reached for the door, he noticed his flare gun was missing. He muttered to himself about having dropped it but decided it wasn't the right time to search for it. He found the door locked, so he opted to explore a beautiful path lined with trees adorned with vibrant leaves and fruits. As he searched for his friends, he stumbled upon a massive, abandoned mine connected to the mountain. Determined, he thought he might find Uraraka and Shoto inside, resting for a while. The audience shared a collective sigh of relief, hopeful that Midoriya's friends were safe in the mine. Upon arriving at the entrance, Izuku noticed a sign affixed to the wall. He whispered to himself about the mine's owner facing bankruptcy, feeling sympathy for the situation. Another paper caught his eye, revealing that the place had been abandoned due to a killer lurking in the shadows, threatening anyone who entered. Izuku's expression turned serious as he realized who might be responsible for the fear gripping everyone. He stepped into the dark mine, where he spotted a glowing generator. Suddenly, a crumpled paper flew at him, hitting him on the head. Annoyed, he called out for the culprit to reveal themselves. Unfolding the paper, he read a challenge. To survive, he needed to activate 6 generators scattered throughout the mine and reach the elevator to escape. The note ominously stated that it was now 2 against 1. He analyzed the situation, realizing he would be facing 2 slender men. The audience felt a chill of fear for Izuku, wondering who the second monster could be. They collectively urged him to be careful, except for Bakugo and Endeavor, who remained silent. With a determined cheer, Izuku set off to the left side of the mine, noticing eerie words scrawled on the walls. He scoffed at the unsettling messages, prompting a few snickers from the audience. After locating the first generator, he activated it, hearing the elevator begin to power up. Curiously, he examined the elevator, noticing a small passage filled with boxes and debris. Spotting another red glowing generator, he rushed to activate it. Just as he did, he heard faint footsteps approaching from the stairs. Holding his breath, he braced himself as the footsteps grew louder. When they stopped, he realized he was no longer alone. Checking the passage again, he decided to search for the remaining generators. He found the third generator on the second floor but was startled by a sudden appearance. The figure revealed itself to be Achiko Uraraka, her face pale and bruised, wearing a hoodie. In a shocking turn, she lunged at Izuku. The audience gasped, jumping in their seats at the unexpected scare. Class 1A and B shouted in disbelief, questioning why Uraraka would attack Midoriya. Some expressed concern over her frightening appearance, while others were puzzled by the situation. Deep down, Uraraka felt a mix of anger, sadness, and worry, silently pleading for Izuku to save her. Izuku pushed Uraraka away and fled towards the third generator, bewildered by her sudden aggression. As he ran, he wondered why she would want to harm him. The audience reacted with a mix of shock and humor, some joking about the absurdity of the situation. Determined to escape, Izuku realized he could outmaneuver Uraraka and quickly activated the generator. When she approached him again, he shone his flashlight in her eyes, causing her to falter in pain. He noted her injured eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. He knew he needed to keep his distance while preparing to defend himself. Meanwhile, Uraraka, overwhelmed by her emotions, cried out in distress, fearing what might happen to her in this dark multiverse. All Might, witnessing her struggle, encouraged her not to let despair consume her, reminding her that Izuku would come to her aid. Bakugo, surprisingly supportive, urged her to hold on to her bubbly personality and faith in Midoriya. The audience gasped at Bakugo's unexpected kindness, speculating about his feelings for Uraraka. Izuku, now in a wide area of the mine, spotted another generator in the distance and one more on the third floor. He whispered to himself about needing to be stealthy to avoid detection, formulating a plan to navigate the dangers ahead. Even with a weapon against her, he decided to add another strategy to his plan for survival against Uraraka. Aizawa noted this as he received nods from the pro-heroes. Izuku activated the fourth generator, feeling a bit relieved as he realized he needed two more to escape. Just as his vision blurred and his mind screamed, he noticed that Slender Man had now joined the fray. Izuku cursed under his breath, feeling the pressure of the situation. He ran away from Slender Man while trying to interact with Uraraka, spinning past her. After completing his spin, he flashed the light again, immobilizing Uraraka. Upon finding the fifth generator, he activated it and quickly hid in a dark corner to catch his breath. He silently acknowledged his need for a moment to recover. Recovery Girl scolded him, noting that he hadn't eaten or drunk anything to sustain his energy. Everyone felt a pang of sadness for their friend who had neglected his basic needs. Endeavor shouted that this was a fight for survival. With 5 generators activated, Izuku was now searching for the last one in the mine. He entered an unfamiliar area and spotted the final generator, but it was guarded by Slender Man and Uraraka. He realized he needed to employ some tricks to get past them. As he charged toward the two figures, Tokoyami questioned his sanity, while Toru believed he had a plan. Best Jeanist added that they should watch to see how he would handle the situation. Izuku raised the flare gun he had found earlier and fired it at Uraraka. A flashback revealed his excitement upon discovering the flare gun in the abandoned mine. He had cheered when he found it, thinking it might be useful. As he fired the flare, a bright red light burst forth, striking Uraraka in the eyes. Her frantic scream echoed through the mine, sounding almost otherworldly. Izuku wondered about the nature of her cry, which startled Slender Man, causing him to teleport behind Izuku. In a swift motion, Izuku dove down a staircase and used the bars underneath the floor to swing himself to the other side, near the last generator. The onlookers cheered for Izuku's quick reflexes as he activated the final generator. Ida urged him to run, while Tsuyu expressed concern for Uraraka. This prompted everyone to consider how Izuku could save Uraraka, who was under Slender Man's control. Determined, Izuku shouted that it was time to escape. He dashed toward the elevator, activating it just as Uraraka pursued him. The elevator lifted him away from the terror of the mines. Upon reaching the top, Izuku was greeted by the beautiful view of the forest in the afternoon light. He realized how much time had passed and remembered Uraraka's plight. He vowed to find answers that would help him save her. As he walked away from the mines, he took in the serene scenery, with birds chirping and a gentle breeze calming him. Yet he couldn't shake the urgency of his mission to understand why Uraraka seemed to be a threat. His peaceful demeanor shifted to one of determination as he spotted a small cave with familiar markings on the walls. He activated his flashlight and stepped inside, noticing the same writings that had been in the mines. He began to formulate a theory, considering the possibility that Uraraka was under Slenderman's control and that she might have left these warnings. He recalled a page he had seen about victims of Slenderman leaving messages to warn others. He felt the need to dig deeper for answers and wished for Todoroki's company. Meanwhile, in another realm, some spectators realized that Uraraka was no longer herself, unable to resist the tears that flowed. Shoto offered her comfort, even though he wasn't in a position to save her from Slenderman in this multiverse. Bakugo could only express his frustration with a sound of discontent. Izuku continued his search for answers and found a door. Cautiously, he prepared his flare gun, ready to fire if anything startled him. When he kicked the door open, he found only a table with a TV and a tape labeled, "We Lost." Recognizing Kate's handwriting, he pondered the implications. It seemed that Kate and Uraraka had encountered something before their planned visit to check on Kate's health. Curious, he decided to watch the tape. As it played, he saw a scene of Kate and Uraraka in Kate's room, with thunder and rain providing a dramatic backdrop. Kate expressed her concerns about the situation, while Uraraka promised to bring friends to help. Kate revealed her struggles with the entity in her mind, and Uraraka assured her that she would secure the house before they settled in for the night. "Trust me." Kate warned Uraraka to be cautious, as the Slenderman might visit them at any moment. Uraraka, confused, asked who she meant. The mention of the Slenderman made Uraraka gasp, realizing the terror it brought to Kate's mind and spirit. As Uraraka hurriedly closed the back and front doors of the house, she moved to secure the windows. When she reached the last window in the garage, she froze, spotting the Slenderman standing ominously nearby. Panic surged through her as she exclaimed in shock at the tall figure. Without looking back, Uraraka dashed to the second floor, closing windows and doors in a frantic effort to secure the house. Once she finished, she rushed to Kate's room, only to find Kate's window shattered, blood staining the glass. Uraraka's heart sank as she feared that Kate had succumbed to madness since the Slenderman's arrival. Desperately, she called out for Kate, but received no response. Turning around, she was met with the sight of the Slenderman enveloping her in its shadowy tendrils. The screen went dark. Izuku realized that Uraraka was haunted by the Slenderman and had become one of its victims. He also noted that Kate had thrown herself from the window, leading him to believe she might still be alive. He whispered to himself, pondering where to find her and his partner, Shoto. The audience began to understand why Uraraka had been driven to such desperation, urging Izuku to avenge her fate. With determination, she called for him to seek justice for her death, and the crowd rallied behind her words. Izuku resolved to find Todoroki and promised to avenge Uraraka's demise. In this universe, it became clear to Mina that Uraraka and Todoroki shared a relationship, causing both Shoto and Achiko to blush. They felt a mix of guilt and concern, knowing Izuku faced the monster alone unless he could locate Shoto. As Izuku made his way through the tunnel, he was shocked to find everything around him ablaze: trees, grass, and wildlife consumed by flames. Frustrated, he cursed the perpetrator of this destruction and sprinted past the falling trees, the Slenderman hot on his heels. He whispered to himself that he needed to find shelter. Spotting an abandoned radio satellite, he dashed toward it, desperate for safety. Inside, he locked the door and took a moment to catch his breath. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if Shoto might be there. As he searched the broadcast center, a loud thud echoed from behind the bar, startling him. When he opened the door, what he discovered shattered his heart. There lay Shoto Todoroki, lifeless and burned, a victim of his own powers. Endeavor felt a pang of sorrow at the loss of his greatest creation, while Shoto's face paled as he realized the truth of his fate. As Izuku approached Shoto's body, he noticed a voice recorder beside him, the words, "I failed you," etched on it. Overcome with grief, he played the recording, hearing Shoto's desperate attempts to save Kate from the Slenderman, sacrificing himself in the process. The recording revealed Shoto's anguish as he tried to comfort Kate, who was clearly in distress. Izuku's heart ached as he understood the chain of events. Shoto had been the first victim, followed by Uraraka, who had come to help Kate with her fears. The events of that fateful evening haunted him, and he was left with a chilling question. Where was Kate? If Shoto and Uraraka were gone, who had he traveled with, shared laughter with, and formed bonds with on this journey? The uncertainty loomed over him, leaving him to ponder his fate. After the intense battle between All for One and All Might, the staff and students of UA were granted a week of rest. Everyone was up and preparing for breakfast, except for Izuku Midoriya, who was still asleep. Suddenly, a red fireball appeared before them, blinding everyone. They found themselves in a dark room, unable to see anything. Confusion filled the air as they stumbled around, trying to understand their surroundings. When the lights finally illuminated the space, the students of Class 1A and Class 1B realized they were not alone. All the heroes of UA and some pro-heroes were present as well. They discovered they were inside a cinema. To the left, there were 3 doors, 2 labeled as restrooms and 1 leading to a playground room. Having seen enough, Aizawa shouted for answers, demanding to know who had brought them there and why. A voice responded, expressing delight at Aizawa's call. Everyone took defensive stances until a tall man with gray hair and a muscular build appeared before them. He introduced himself as Garu, hoping they wouldn't be put off by his appearance. The tension eased slightly as he continued. Speaking. Midnight, with a playful tone, asked Garu why they had been brought there. Garu explained that he was there to show them different versions of their friend who was absent that day. When Uraraka inquired about Deku's whereabouts, Garu revealed a holographic image of Izuku still sleeping in his room. Sato remarked on Izuku's obliviousness to their waking state. Garu then mentioned that he had stopped time in their world to prevent any crime from escalating, claiming to be a god. The revelation left everyone in shock, and Bakugo, unable to contain his anger, charged at Garu but was easily restrained. Garu warned Bakugo not to challenge him, revealing that he had taken their quirks and was a skilled martial artist. Afterward, Garu instructed everyone to take their seats as the first multiverse featuring Izuku Midoriya was about to begin. The screen displayed the title of the first multiverse. As the scene shifted, Izuku found himself in an abandoned house that appeared to have been burned. He discovered a missing poster of a child named Charlie Matheson Jr., realizing that the land he had explored was connected to another victim of Slenderman. As he wandered through the charred remains of the house, he heard faint crying from upstairs. Hope surged among the audience as they watched Izuku still alive, but concern grew for the source of the crying. Nizu, sipping his tea, expressed hope that the crying figure would either help Izuku or be helped by him. Upon reaching the second floor, Izuku searched for the source of the cries. He spotted a woman crouched in a dark corner, her face hidden as she wept. As he approached to comfort her, the screen abruptly blacked out. The audience was left in disbelief, realizing that instead of being Izuku's salvation, the figure had brought about his demise. Uraraka, overwhelmed with emotion, wept in the corner, unable to accept the outcome they had just witnessed. The final image on the screen showed Izuku's half-dragged body, taken by the one who had attacked him, before the screen faded to black. The audience reacted with cries of despair, mourning the loss of their beloved hero. Endeavor remarked on the truth of Garu's claims, acknowledging Izuku's tragic fate. All Might's usual grin faded into a sorrowful expression, grappling with the reality that his successor had received no help. He thought to himself that he wished he could have saved Izuku if he had been there. Garu, sensing the somber mood, reassured everyone that although they had witnessed a tragic ending, they would learn valuable lessons from this multiverse. He promised that the next one would be brighter, prompting a mix of smiles and sighs as they prepared to watch the next installment. Everyone had finally calmed down after the emotional events surrounding Izuku in the last multiverse. Garu returned from his world to present the audience with a new kind of multiverse. Garu asked how everyone felt, and while some nodded and smiled, others still looked sad, haunted by the events they had witnessed. He encouraged them to get excited, explaining that in this new multiverse, they would see a different version of Izuku Midoriya. He added that some of them would also have alternate versions, suggesting that they were alien robots from outer space, not there to destroy Earth but to protect it from other alien robots intent on conquest. Confusion spread among the crowd, and Koda voiced his uncertainty about the alien robots. Garu clarified that in this world, every hero and villain was a robot, fighting to achieve their goals. He then announced that young Koda was one of the main characters in this universe, which brought joy to everyone. Katsuki, however, expressed his frustration at not being in the spotlight. Garu told him to wait for the multiverse to unfold before demanding answers. The title, Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen, appeared on the screen, prompting Koda to ask about it. Garu, slightly annoyed, suggested that Koda should watch instead of asking questions. The scene shifted to an abandoned warehouse where 3 gigantic robots had taken 3 adults hostage. One of the victims lay on a metal bed, and Leo Spitz questioned what the robots wanted from them, noticing Sam Witwicky, who was Koda, lying nearby. Mandalay yelled in concern upon seeing her nephew being held captive. Garu explained that these robots were known as the Decepticons, the evil ones, sending shivers down their spines as Koda faced a significant threat. The leader of the Decepticons emerged, revealing himself as Megatron, who growled ominously at Koda. The audience gasped in unison, recognizing Katsuki's multiverse counterpart as a villain. Mandalay and Pixie Bob charged at the teen, but Garu and Aizawa intervened, with Garu thanking Aizawa for his assistance. Katsuki scoffed at the notion of being a villain, while Shoto coldly remarked that he deserved the role given his personality. Megatron demanded something from Koda, claiming he needed information from his mind. Koda, frightened, asked if it was about the symbols in his head. Megatron confirmed that he needed to conduct an operation to uncover the secrets within Koda's mind. Before Koda could react, a small robot leaped onto his chest, introducing itself as Scalpel, a Decepticon doctor. The audience expressed disbelief at the sight of the insect-like robot. Scalpel explained that he needed to attach a device to Koda's head to track important visions stuck in his mind. As Scalpel prepared for the operation, a slimy metal creature emerged and entered Koda's nose, leaving the audience horrified. All Might fainted, and the women of the Pussycats followed suit, unable to bear the sight. Tiger shielded Koda's eyes, trying to protect him from the disturbing scene. Scalpel extracted the creature, revealing visions from Koda's mind, including symbols called energons. Present Mike inquired about energons, and Garu explained that they were symbols leading to a powerful object known as the Matrix, capable of harnessing the energy of a sun. The villains intended to use this power for their evil plans, threatening the very existence of Earth. The audience murmured, debating the significance of the energons and their potential usefulness. Megatron insisted that they needed more information from Koda's mind, and Scalpel excitedly suggested opening Koda's head to retrieve it. The crowd gasped at the suggestion, with some already rushing to the restroom in distress. Garu reassured All Might that they would find young Midoriya soon. Then, Scalpel transformed his claws into drills, preparing to breach Koda's forehead. Suddenly, 2 robots burst onto the scene, Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, ready for battle. The audience erupted in cheers at the arrival of their beloved heroes. Kirishima pointed out how impressive the entrance was, noting that Midoriya was now colored red and blue while Todoroki appeared smaller than usual. Endeavor scolded, questioning why his son was so small in this multiverse. The response was cold, with a smile as he observed himself beside Izuku, fighting against Katsuki Bakugo. Mineta exclaimed that Bakugo was in trouble, while Koda cheered for Izuku, calling out for help. Sam managed to escape Megatron's grasp and ran toward Leo and Michaela, who were trying to flee. Bumblebee fired missiles at Starscream and Blackout, while Optimus executed a front flip and fired at Megatron. After landing, he unleashed a barrage of bullets at Megatron, shoving Starscream aside, and fired a powerful shot aimed at Megatron's heart, sending him flying. The audience erupted in applause as Izuku arrived just in time to save Koda. Miria wondered what Eri was doing there, and Garu quickly explained that she was Koda's girlfriend, causing both of them to blush. Kirishima excitedly noted how manly the slow-motion action was, supported by Tetsu Tetsu. Optimus called out for Sam as Koda hopped into his truck mode, with Bumblebee following in a Chevrolet Camaro. Aizawa remarked on the multiverse being named after Transformers, and Garu confirmed that it was because they could transform into vehicles. Some boys in the room admired their friends in this impressive form. Shoto coldly remarked about his own size, prompting Kaminari to excitedly point out that Shoto had transformed into one of his favorite cars. Optimus sped away from the abandoned facility, trying to escape Megatron, who was in hot pursuit. Sam warned everyone as Megatron crashed into Optimus, forcing him to transform and fight back. Optimus yelled for Sam to hide, and Uraraka and Mineta urged Koda to do the same. Koda smiled confidently, assuring them that Izuku could handle it. Meanwhile, Garu coughed, sensing the impending danger. Izuku swung a powerful punch at Megatron, but the villain remained unfazed, retaliating with a fierce attack that nearly sent Izuku crashing into Sam. Optimus cursed Megatron's strength and retaliated by smashing a tree onto him, followed by a punch to his back, calling him a piece of junk. Megatron summoned his allies, and Grinder transformed from a helicopter into a massive Decepticon. Starscream fired bullets, crashing into a tree after transforming from a jet. As Megatron pursued Sam, everyone shouted for Koda to run, worried for his safety. Power Loader remarked on the impressive transformations of the Decepticons, while Hatsum pouted, wishing for blueprints of the alien robots. Sam took off running, with Starscream and Megatron in hot pursuit. Optimus intervened, kicking Starscream aside and breaking Megatron's leg before catching the flying Starscream and delivering a series of powerful punches. Gran Torino commented on All Might's pride in his successor's bravery. Meanwhile, Bakugo clenched his fists in frustration, watching his counterpart in the multiverse struggle against Izuku. He roared in anger, demanding that his other self fight back, but everyone else ignored him, knowing he couldn't win against Midoriya. The scene shifted to Bumblebee, Ratchet, Ironhide, and Sideswipe, who were now in pursuit to assist Midoriya in battling the Decepticons. Kirishima pumped his fists in excitement, while Mineta expressed disbelief at being one of the robots. Kaminari joked about joining Midoriya to take down Bakugo, prompting laughter from the group. Bakugo yelled in response but was ignored. Megatron roared about another source of energon hidden on the planet, believing Sam could lead them to it. Optimus slashed at Megatron with his sword, but Starscream retaliated, and Blackout's massive hand threatened to crush him. Optimus fought back fiercely, elbowing Blackout and kicking Starscream, but the battle was intense. Megatron grabbed Optimus and delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him reeling. As Optimus struggled to stand, he was bombarded by Starscream's bullets and thrown by Megatron, landing hard on the ground. The audience felt a wave of sadness, recalling what had happened to Izuku in the last multiverse. Bakugo laughed triumphantly, reveling in Izuku's defeat, while Garu remained silent, allowing Bakugo to celebrate. Frustration grew among Shoto, Kirishima, Mineta, and Kaminari, who urged their other selves to hurry. Momo chuckled at Mineta's concern, while he defended his place in the team. Tension rose as Momo shot him a glare, thinking about how she would deal with him later. Megatron coldly questioned the value of a single human life, while Sam shouted for Optimus to get up. With determination, Optimus roared that he would take them all on, unleashing another sword and charging into battle for his final stand. The crowd cheered louder, rallying behind Izuku. Mandalay proudly encouraged him to protect Koda, while Uraraka and Tsuyu cheered him on. Momo joined in, urging Izuku to defeat Bakugo. Kaminari exclaimed their intent to take down the Decepticons, but Jiro teased him about their chances of arriving in time. Optimus stabbed Starscream's shoulder and destroyed Blackout's wings, rendering him ineffective. He used Starscream's weapon to fire at Grinder, stepping on his foot and causing him to cry out in pain. As Sam positioned himself, Optimus bulldozed Starscream away, stabbing Megatron's leg and then his body, making the villain grunt in response. Optimus lifted his head and delivered a powerful punch to Megatron, causing him to spit out molten rock. With another strike, Optimus sent Megatron flying. Next, he faced Starscream, removing his right arm and using it as a weapon to strike Starscream's face. Optimus roared as he leaped onto Grinder's head, tearing through his defenses. Grinder's last words echoed in the air as he fell, defeated by Optimus. "Piece of tin," Optimus remarked. Everyone watched in awe as Midoriya triumphed over the Decepticons. Koda cheered, and Uraraka smiled, proud of Izuku for standing up to the villains despite the odds against him. Meanwhile, Bakugo growled, frustrated at seeing his alternate self defeated yet again. Nizu commented on the fight, but Garu, with a somber expression, suggested that the battle was far from over. The audience was puzzled by his words. Optimus called out for Sam, but suddenly, Megatron struck from behind, lifting Optimus high with a blade. The crowd gasped, fearing for Izuku's fate once more. Megatron taunted Optimus, firing a massive blast that sent him crashing down. Sam shivered, witnessing the fall of the great leader of the Autobots. As the scene shifted, the Fallen, also known as All for One, awakened from his slumber, declaring the last Prime dead. All Might's expression shifted from a smile to anger upon hearing All for One's awakening and realizing that his successor had fallen to one of his students. Gran Torino questioned Garu about the situation, learning that All for One and Izuku were brothers in this universe. Garu explained that for All for One to regain his full power, Izuku had to perish, leaving even the secondary Autobots with little hope against him. The audience was left in shock as they processed Izuku's death once again. Shoto felt a wave of guilt for not being there to save his best friend, expressing his frustration and despair. His friends tried to comfort him, but the weight of the moment was heavy. Kirishima acknowledged that they all felt late to help Izuku, while Bakugo laughed in the corner, seemingly unfazed. Sam emerged from his hiding spot, witnessing Optimus's final moments. Optimus urged him to run as his eyes dimmed, signaling his last breath. Just then, the Autobots arrived to rescue Sam, with Ironhide commanding Bumblebee to get him to safety while engaging Megatron and Starscream. Uraraka turned to Garu, seeking answers about Izuku's fate. She questioned why he always seemed to lose in these multiverses, expressing her frustration and sadness. Momo echoed her sentiments, wondering if the multiverses were meant to teach them a lesson or simply to hurt their feelings. Garu explained that the multiverse they were witnessing was a lesson in caring for Izuku. He urged them to show him love, support, and respect, emphasizing that their actions could help him become a great hero. He pointed out that they needed to boost his confidence, especially in light of Bakugo's laughter. After hearing Garu's words, the group wiped their tears and resolved to support Izuku in any way they could. Garu then announced that the multiverse they were watching was not over yet, igniting excitement among the audience. Mina eagerly asked if they could see the next part soon, but Garu informed them they would have to wait. Despite the disappointment, everyone felt a renewed sense of hope. As they took a break for lunch, Garu reminded them to eat so they wouldn't feel nauseous after the intense viewing experience. With their lunch finished, everyone eagerly anticipated the continuation of the multiverse, hoping to see their beloved Izuku rise again. They had to observe other multiverses that contained entertainment and sports. Garu announced that they would have a new group of visitors joining them for the day. Tsuyu inquired about who they were, and suddenly, a portal appeared, revealing several newcomers. Inko Midoriya, Mitsuki Bakugo, Masaru Bakugo, Fuyumi Todoroki, Rei Todoroki, Natsuo Todoroki, and the family members of each student from Class 1A and 1B. Shoto and Enji were taken aback, calling out for their mother, while Katsuki shouted for his family. The parents quickly embraced their children, still puzzled about why they had arrived at this cinema. Garu introduced himself and began to explain the situation. After 10 minutes of explanation, Mitsuki expressed her interest in watching the multiverses of her nephew Izuku, casting a glare at her son Katsuki, who had a strained relationship with Izuku. Inko cried out for her son, and Garu reassured her with a holographic display showing Izuku still asleep. Everyone thought it was surprising that he was still sleeping. Garu encouraged everyone to take their seats as he prepared the next multiverse for viewing. Aizawa, wanting to avoid any more tragic stories, asked what they would be watching this time. Garu explained that this multiverse had no villains but featured criminals, and while there were no heroes like them, there were still individuals fighting for justice. The focus would be on sports and entertainment. The title of the film appeared, LeBron Midoriya, the living legend. All Might's grin widened at seeing his successor's last name but was puzzled by the first name. Tamaki asked what sport Midoriya played in this multiverse, breaking his usual shyness. Garu revealed that Midoriya was a basketball player, considered one of the greatest in this multiverse, known not only for his skills on the court but also for his kindness off it. Kirishima exclaimed how cool it was that Izuku was an all-star, while Uraraka sighed in relief that this version of Izuku would not face death. Inko, however, was distressed, unable to believe what she had heard. Garu, slightly annoyed, asked someone to explain to Inko what Uraraka meant. Denki Wade excitedly mentioned how he had teamed up with LeBron in Miami, forming an unstoppable trio with Ida. Many were shocked to learn that Kaminari and Ida were his teammates in that multiverse. David and All Might noted that Miami was in America, and Ray confirmed they were playing in the NBA. Garu enthusiastically confirmed that Midoriya, Denki, and Ida were all players in the greatest basketball league in the world. The screen displayed LeBron Midoriya wearing shades, a white hat, a leather jacket, and a white shirt, with the words LeBron Midoriya's career highlights appearing. The scene showed LeBron jogging onto the court and performing stylish handshakes with his partner Shoto Irving. The action shifted to a play where Minoru Cole stole the ball from a Celtic player, passed it to Mario Iase, who alley-ooped it to LeBron. The commentator erupted with excitement as LeBron made a stunning dunk, staring down Jason Minoma. Mineta playfully teased Minoma about being dunked, while Tetsutetsu commented on how cool Minoma looked in this version. Koda cheered for his older brother, Izuku. The scene transitioned to Brandon Shoji attempting a teardrop shot, only to be blocked by Midoriya, sending the ball out of bounds. The next moment showcased LeBron receiving a bullet pass, executing a spin move, and sinking an incredible fadeaway three-pointer. The commentator was in disbelief as LeBron drove to the rim and posterized Paul Tetsutetsu, leaving everyone in awe of Izuku's basketball prowess. Momo asked Inko if Izuku still played basketball, to which she replied that he had in the past but was now focused on becoming a hero. Kaminari proposed that they should return to their world and play basketball with Midoriya, a suggestion that the Class 1A boys, except for Bakugo, eagerly agreed to. Garu encouraged the kids to enjoy sports, as it could help relieve stress and improve their reflexes. In the next scene, LeBron swatted away a layup attempt from a Golden State point guard and drove to the other side, showcasing his skills with a behind-the-back pass to Denki, who slammed it home. LeBron continued to impress, faking a shot and passing to Joel Sato for another slam. Mirio exclaimed how LeBron played like a magician, enjoying this version of Izuku much more than the previous multiverses. Garu explained that in the NBA, Midoriya was known as the King, because no one could match his offensive skills, determination, and power on the basketball court. Katsuki was interrupted by his mother, who playfully smacked his head, causing him to fall unconscious to the ground, leaving everyone around him in shock. The scene shifted to Tony Parker executing a pick-and-roll play with Aizawa Splitter. As he aimed for a dunk, LeBron made a spectacular face-to-face block, earning a wave of cheers from the crowd. LeBron then glared at Splitter after denying his attempt. On the opposing team, a teammate saved a nearly lost possession, passing the ball to LeBron. He demanded a cut and executed a blind pass to Shoto Irving. LeBron jab-stepped one of his opponents, drove to the right, and finished with a powerful slam. In a fast break, LeBron performed a reverse 360 dunk. He called for the ball and took a shot from beyond the arc for the win. The commentators erupted with excitement as LeBron made the shot, securing victory for his team. Inko smiled proudly, watching her son perform such incredible plays, while Achiko beamed at Deku's effortless dominance in the game. The scene transitioned to Izuku's most significant game of his life. In the finals, they faced the formidable Golden State Warriors, led by Katsuki Curry and Clay Aoyama. Garu remarked on how this team pushed Izuku to become the strongest contender. Aoyama, full of confidence, declared himself a superstar, prompting sweat drops from the audience. As the game continued, Iguodala passed to Curry, who then returned the ball to Iguodala for a layup only to be blocked by Midoriya, with Kendrick Lamar's "Be Humble" playing in the background. The scene shifted again, this time to LeBron, now dressed in a business suit, preparing for an announcement. Nizu questioned the change in attire, and Garu explained that LeBron was about to welcome the students he had helped in the new school he built for them. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that Izuku was not only an exceptional basketball player but also a generous and caring individual. Mina cheered for Midoriya, proclaiming him a hero in more ways than one, while Aizawa chuckled at All Might, whose smile was wide enough to light up the room. All Might thought to himself how Midoriya was truly destined to be a hero. As LeBron began his speech, he stood with a group of students who had received free schooling and a brand new school to attend. Denki Wade noted that despite LeBron's immense wealth, he never broke his promise to help those in need, prioritizing the happiness and future of the children he supported. Itabashi shared a story about LeBron's high school sweetheart, whom he married and had 3 wonderful children with. Kirishima teased Ida about his deep voice, while Uraraka shouted for details about Deku's high school sweetheart. The girls in the room, including Midnight and Empty Lady, all wished to be the one who captured Izuku's heart. The scene shifted once more to LeBron Midoriya, now walking with a stylish flair. The students of Class 1A and B marveled at his impressive attire. Momo wondered about the extent of Midoriya's wealth, while Mineta commented on how he looked like a fashionable member of the mafia. Garu revealed that LeBron Midoriya had total earnings of $888 million, plus an additional $853 million from endorsement deals, leaving everyone in awe. Momo remarked that he was wealthier than her family, while Kendo playfully teased that LeBron's success inspired her, leading to a playful chase from the jealous girls of Class 1A and Class 1B. LeBron Midoriya continued to showcase his remarkable character as a basketball player, demonstrating love for his fans and acknowledging their support, alongside his family and friends, in the greatest basketball league in the world. As the screen faded to black, everyone stood in applause for what they had just witnessed. Inko wiped away tears of joy, relieved to see a multiverse where Izuku thrived. Natsuo expressed his envy of Izuku, while Endeavor reminded Shoto that hard work could lead to similar success. Garu then encouraged everyone to relax and take a deep breath, announcing that they would soon welcome a new guest to join them in watching the multiverse featuring Midoriya Izuku. Cementos inquired about the identity of the guest, while Ectoplasm hoped it wouldn't be someone as intimidating as Garu. Garu playfully defended himself, admitting that his appearance was not his true form, which surprised everyone. Inko asked how he really looked, and Garu reassured them that he was just as innocent as Izuku, easing their concerns. Meanwhile, Eri and Kota played together in the playground room, and the title, One Punch Man Season 2, appeared on the screen as everyone enjoyed their snacks. Garu felt a whirlwind of anxiety as he realized that those around him would soon see his true self. Despite being an innocent person at heart, the thought of his multiverse counterpart filled him with dread, causing his mind to race in confusion, much like Izuku Midoriya. Kaminari noticed Garu's distress and attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, suggesting that Garu looked as if he had lost a bet. Just then, a portal opened, drawing the attention of everyone in the cinema. They knew that a god was about to join them. A figure emerged from the portal, introducing herself as Momoko. She wore a stylish gown with a blue corset vest adorned with red stripes and metal armor plates. Her elbow guards matched her outfit, and she sported white gloves, metal boots, and shin guards. The audience was captivated by her beauty, and while some of the boys blushed at her appearance, they quickly became wary of the glares from the girls nearby. Endeavor commented on her beauty, only to be playfully reprimanded by Rei, prompting laughter from the Todoroki family. Jiro, momentarily distracted, noted Momoko's striking figure, but quickly caught herself. Garu, feeling frustrated, expressed his annoyance at Momoko for opening the portal without his consent. Momoko retorted that he had been too preoccupied with thoughts of his multiverse self. The audience couldn't help but coo at her playful demeanor, with Momo expressing her admiration for Momoko's charm. Garu decided to step away for a moment, leading to questions from All Might about whether something was wrong. He assured them that he just needed to retrieve something from their world before stepping back into the portal, which then vanished. Momoko turned to the audience, asking if they were ready to watch the multiverse. Excitement filled the room as Aizawa and Ida recognized the upcoming scene from One Punch Man, with Ida exclaiming about the second season. Momoko explained that the gods had chosen to show them this multiverse because it was far more exciting than the first season. The scene shifted to Garu, or Katsuki, who appeared to be in a tough spot after defeating several low-class heroes. He muttered about needing water just as an explosion erupted behind him. The audience gasped as Ida pointed out the resemblance between this Garu and their friend. As the smoke cleared, a formidable figure emerged, revealing himself to be Genos, who was poised to confront Garu. The tension in the room escalated as Genos declared his intent to eliminate Garu, shocking everyone as they recognized Todoroki's alternate version. Momoko explained that S-class heroes were the strongest in this multiverse, with goals that differed from those of their counterparts. She emphasized that these heroes were significantly more powerful than anyone present, leaving the audience in awe. Edgeshot inquired about the nature of heroism in this multiverse. Momoko clarified that being a hero could be for fun, and S-class heroes represented the pinnacle of strength, even surpassing All Might. The heroes exchanged worried glances, realizing the implications of such power. Mina pointed out the similarity in eye color between her and Shoto's multiverse version, while Rei expressed concern over his cyborg appearance. Momoko explained that Genos, or Shoto in this multiverse, ranked as the 14th S-class hero and possessed abilities far beyond their quirks. Endeavor clenched his fists, feeling a mix of pride and frustration at the sight of his son's powerful counterpart. Midnight asked about Genos's hero name, and Momoko revealed it to be the Demon Cyborg, causing Midnight to pale at the brutality of the title. The scene transitioned to Shoto and Katsuki engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging powerful punches. Katsuki momentarily stepped back, while Shoto charged up energy, preparing to unleash a spinning kick that cracked the ground beneath Katsuki. Just as Katsuki managed to evade the attack, Shoto pressed forward, delivering a flurry of punches. Their punches and incredible speed created shockwaves, intensifying the battle as Katsuki created some distance from Shoto to prepare his special attack. He unleashed his technique, the fist of flowing water crushing rock, but Shoto dodged it with remarkable agility. In response, Shoto countered with his own special move, machine gun blows, delivering a rapid barrage of powerful punches. The spectators watched in awe as the two top students of Class 1A clashed fiercely. Katsuki declared confidently that there was no way Shoto, whom he referred to as Icy Hot Cyborg, could defeat him. Shoto, unfazed, retorted coldly, questioning Katsuki's ability to outsmart him. Gran Torino observed the match and noted that they were both overpowered. All Might watched intently, eager to learn how to measure up to these S-class heroes. Shoto landed 4 clean punches to Katsuki's abdomen, causing him to grunt. Katsuki then launched his elbow like a rocket, aiming to strike Garu, but Garu evaded the attack and countered with a roundhouse kick that sent Shoto crashing to the ground. Katsuki roared in frustration as he attempted a powerful stomp kick, but Shoto countered with a blast from the ground, thwarting Katsuki's attack. Katsuki acknowledged Shoto's cleverness, realizing he had been lured into a trap. Shoto stood his ground, unbothered by the exchange. The crowd chuckled at Shoto's strategy, with Kaminari admitting it was a brilliant move. However, Shoto expressed disappointment that his attack had missed. Garu whispered to himself, recalling the moves of a certain hero, as an image of Watchdog Man appeared beside him. Achiko was curious about the new hero, and Momoko explained that Watchdog Man was also an S-class hero, ranked just below Shoto, and possessed incredible strength. The revelation of another S-class hero astonished everyone. Tsuyu inquired about Watchdog Man's powers, and Momoko explained that he moved with the agility of a dog, but his attacks were 4 times more powerful. Mineta, eager to prove himself, declared he was stronger than Shoto, but quickly froze under Endeavor's intimidating glare. Katsuki began to mimic Watchdog Man's movements, surprising Shoto and managing to break his arm. Concerned shouts erupted from Endeavor and Rei as they called out for Shoto. Katsuki boasted about his ability to destroy technology, but Shoto's arm unexpectedly retaliated, pinning Katsuki against a nearby tree. Shoto glared at Katsuki, who was equally fierce in his expression. Katsuki taunted the heroes, claiming he had their attention. Shoto responded that they had underestimated him, but they had bigger problems to address, like the Monster Association, which required their unity to combat. Nizu inquired about the Monster Association, and Momoko explained that it was a rival group to the Hero Association, with monsters that could pose a significant threat. Inko worried about her son, Izuku, but Momoko reassured her that he would arrive in a spectacular way. Katsuki, angered by being called a nobody, faced Shoto as he charged a powerful blast. As Shoto unleashed his attack, Katsuki stomped the ground, breaking free and scratching his head while looking defiantly at Shoto. He proclaimed that no hero could match him, as he was a human monster destined to grow stronger. Shoto dismissed Katsuki's claims, but suddenly, the ground trembled, and lowly monsters attacked Shoto from behind. Koda expressed his concern, but Mirio comforted him with a smile, assuring him that Shoto could handle the situation. As a flower-type monster appeared behind Katsuki, it attempted to recruit him into the Monster Association. Katsuki rejected their offer, asserting he didn't need help. However, Shoto intervened, swiftly dispatching the monster and others that surrounded him. He revealed that he had grown stronger since his last defeat, inspired by Master Midoriya's teachings. Katsuki was taken aback by the mention of Midoriya, realizing that he was the ultimate hero whom no monster could defeat. Eri and Koda cheered at the thought of Midoriya's strength. Gran Torino recognized the title of Ultimate Hero, and All Might smiled, proud of his successor. Shoto expressed happiness at being Midoriya's apprentice, while Endeavor scoffed at the notion. Just then, All Might asked if he could take over the situation, and as he did, a massive monster appeared behind him, only to be swiftly dealt with by Gran Torino's martial arts skills. Tetsusen Ken. Bomb unleashed a powerful circular fist attack, striking the monster with a devastating blow that sent it crashing down. Gran Torino watched in awe, recognizing his own power reflected in this multiverse. All Might, taken aback by the destructive force of the attack, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ojiro, filled with excitement, wondered if that was a martial arts move. Momoko explained that in this multiverse, Gran Torino and All Might were brothers, with All Might known as Bang and ranked as the S-Class Hero number 3. This revelation hinted that everyone here possessed incredible strength. All Might, upon hearing he was Gran Torino's brother, felt his legs tremble. Gran Torino took charge, instructing everyone to let him handle the situation while they focused on Katsuki. All Might commanded Katsuki to take his fighting stance, which triggered a flashback for Katsuki, recalling a moment from his past when he had challenged Sourface, only to collapse from exhaustion. All Might requested Sourface to provide Katsuki with food once he regained consciousness. Confused, Kirishima questioned the relationship between All Might and Katsuki. Momoko clarified that All Might was Katsuki's teacher and that Katsuki had grown tired of being associated with weaker students, choosing instead to embrace a more fearsome persona. Katsuki, fueled by determination, charged at All Might with all his strength, letting out a fierce roar. All Might countered with Ryujui Gansai Ken, delivering a series of punches reminiscent of his earlier battles. Shoto observed the fight, noting the effectiveness of their moves, while All Might landed a solid punch on Katsuki's face. Katsuki was sent crashing into the trees, looking up just in time to see All Might charging at him again, delivering a powerful blow that cracked the ground beneath them. As the relentless assault continued, Katsuki felt himself losing consciousness and realized he needed to escape. In a desperate move, he attempted to use one of the unconscious heroes as a shield but was thwarted by Gran Torino, who kicked him away. Katsuki found himself in a river of monster blood, eliciting disgusted reactions from everyone watching. Undeterred, he regained his footing as All Might and Gran Torino unleashed their techniques against him. Katsuki braced himself, knowing he had to face the formidable duo. As he prepared for the next attack, Katsuki expressed his frustration about the unfairness of the world, lamenting that heroes always seem to win. Just then, the Phoenix Man swooped in, saving Katsuki from further harm. Both All Might and Gran Torino were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Shoto, realizing the urgency of the situation, transformed his arms into a massive cannon, aiming at the Phoenix Man. Despite All Might's protests, Shoto was determined to take down the creature that had taken Katsuki. The audience marveled at Shoto's transformation, recognizing the power he wielded. The Phoenix Man called out, urging Katsuki to protect them. As Shoto fired a powerful blast, a gigantic centipede emerged from the ground, blocking the attack. Gran Torino and the others were shocked by the appearance of this new monster. Momo explained that the centipede was a threat-level dragon, known for its invincible strength and destructive capabilities. The revelation left everyone stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation they faced. Gran Torino, sensing the urgency, rallied the group to formulate a plan. Genos prepared his attack, while All Might and Gran Torino took their stances. Shoto fired a blinding blast to distract the centipede, allowing Gran Torino to make his move. With a powerful stomp, Gran Torino unleashed his special attack, Senpu, causing the ground to crack beneath him. All Might joined in, and together they executed a synchronized strike against the monster, their combined energies creating a spectacular display of power. The audience erupted in cheers, amazed by the strength of All Might and Gran Torino's teamwork. They realized that they needed to unite their special moves to overcome the formidable threat before them. Gran Torino asked Toshinori what he thought, and All Might simply smiled at his former teacher. As the smoke began to clear, two red eyes of the martial artist appeared, still ready to continue their assault. They shouted loudly, unleashing a barrage of attacks that significantly damaged the monster's tough exterior. Cementos exclaimed about the impressive power on display. Ojiro expressed his desire to train in Garu's martial arts to improve his skills. Aizawa agreed, wanting to learn those techniques to reduce his workload as a hero. The monster's armor was now cracked, and its broken form signified defeat, but it quickly regenerated, replacing its damaged shell and transforming its face. The audience gasped in disbelief at the creature's resilience. Tetsu lamented the difficulty of defeating such a foe, while Recovery Girl questioned how they could possibly destroy it, noting that their special moves could only be used sparingly. Shoto declared that he would confront the monster, but All Might protested, insisting that it was too dangerous for him. Gran Torino echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that Shoto was the future of heroism. Shoto recalled Dr. Recovery Boy's warning about the dangers of recklessness in battle. Aizawa reminded them that they, as heroes, must protect the younger generation, while Midnight reinforced that the current heroes should handle the situation, allowing the younger ones to take their turn in the future. Despite their concerns, Shoto launched himself at Sentakaro, firing blasts while running along its tough skin, but the attacks barely affected the creature. All Might shouted at him, pointing out that his cannons were ineffective against the monster's hard exterior. Shoto transformed his feet into rockets and soared toward Sentakaro, dodging its charge and aiming for its eyes. He executed a powerful attack, landing a blow that caused the audience to cringe. As Shoto continued his assault, he lost his footing and was caught by Sentakaro's tentacles, which held him tightly. The audience gasped in horror as it seemed Shoto was in grave danger. However, he managed to reform his body, transforming his remaining foot into a rocket once again. Sentakaro was shocked to see its victim return. Hatsum exclaimed about Shoto's rocket-like foot, while Momo cheered him on to finish the fight. Shoto roared as he struck the monster's teeth with a powerful blast, pushing through its defenses. The crowd was in awe of the strength he displayed, and Endeavor watched proudly as his son unleashed such power. Inside the monster, Shoto realized he was in a critical location. Sentakaro threatened to digest him, but Shoto had a plan. He prepared to unleash his ultimate attack, blasting a massive energy wave from within the creature, causing an explosion that was visible from the outside. The crowd erupted in cheers as the monster appeared to be defeated, but it was not finished yet. Its broken parts began to heal, and it expelled Shoto from its body, now angrier than ever. The audience was stunned to see that the monster was still alive. Nijire cried out in despair, while Aizawa noted the creature's invincibility. Sato suggested that Midoriya might be able to defeat it. Realizing the danger to civilians in the city, All Might took off his shirt and prepared for battle, vowing to give everything he had to defeat the monster. Just then, a voice called out to Sentakoro. It was King, who confidently claimed he could defeat the monster. Class 1B was shocked to see their classmate confronting the creature. King announced that Blast had arrived, causing Sentakoro to react in surprise. Momo explained that Blast was the strongest hero in the multiverse, capable of injuring Sentakoro, but he had only returned when humanity was in real danger. Achiko hoped that Deku was actually Blast, but Momoko sadly confirmed that he was not. Confusion reigned as everyone tried to distinguish between Blast and Midoriya in this multiverse. The scene shifted to the Hero Association, where two executives discussed King, who was now aware of Blast's personal vendetta against Sentakoro. One executive noted that King had arrived with his King engine activated, inquiring about how he could draw Blast out. The other executive confirmed that King had learned the secret of Sentakoro's past and seemed poised to finish him off. However, Momoko pointed out that King, also known as Monoma, was merely an imposter. He had achieved S-Class rank number 7 by taking credit for Midoriya's victories, garnering fame and fortune at the expense of others. In reality, he was just an otaku, socially withdrawn, and unemployed. Upon hearing this, Class 1A rushed at Monoma, delivering punches, kicks, and slaps in retaliation for his actions. Momo expressed her anger, stating that he had stolen what Izuku rightfully deserved. Ida chimed in, criticizing Monoma for his dishonesty. Monoma taunted Sentakoro, questioning his inability to move and suggesting that fear had paralyzed him. He provoked Sentakoro further, daring him to attack. Vlad King crossed his arms, remarking on Monoma's bravado, while Shota commented on Monoma's questionable qualifications for the hero course. As Sentakoro prepared to charge, Monoma devised a plan to lure him in. He shouted for Sentakoro to come and get him, bracing himself for the impending attack. The tension escalated as everyone anticipated the clash. Suddenly, a voice called out for Midoriya, but there was no response. The monster was just seconds away from Monoma. Nizu, casually enjoying cookies, remarked on the potential for a dramatic entrance. Then, with a powerful shout, Midoriya made his entrance, clad in a striking yellow costume, red boots, red gloves, and a white cape, his signature hair unmistakable. Midoriya took a stance, preparing to unleash a powerful punch against the monster. With a fierce roar, he launched his attack, delivering a devastating blow that shattered Sentakoro, reducing him to dust. Everyone gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Midoriya's incredible power. Gran Torino expressed his concern about the destructive nature of the punch, while All Might proudly acknowledged Midoriya's strength. Inko watched with tears of joy as her son triumphed over yet another formidable villain with a single blow. Tiger remarked that if Midoriya were in his boot camp, he would likely be outperformed. Momo and Kendo cheered, celebrating Izuku's remarkable abilities. With Sentakoro defeated, Midoriya spotted Shoto perched on a tree, his jaw dropped in disbelief at the display of power. He approached Shoto and asked if he was all right. Midoriya then turned to Monoma, who could only nod in shock at the recent events. Shoto inquired about his own shortcomings, to which Midoriya quickly responded that he lacked power. Grateful, Shoto bowed to Midoriya, expressing his appreciation. As the scene shifted, the audience erupted in applause for Izuku, who, despite arriving late, had managed to leave a lasting impression on everyone present. All Might inquired about Midoriya's training regimen, to which Momoko confidently replied that it consisted of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a daily 10-kilometer jog. All Might was taken aback by the intensity of the training, while Death Arms paled at the thought of such a regimen. Katsuki, still simmering with anger, chose to rest for the moment, planning to unleash his frustration later. Momoko enthusiastically declared that the multiverse was fascinating, prompting agreement from everyone except Bakugo. She then announced her intention to search for the next adventure as everyone took a moment to relax. The screen transitioned to show Katsuki Bakugo, a boy known for his bullying, walking down the street with blood on his hands. The audience cringed at the sight. Mitsuki, concerned, demanded to know why Katsuki had blood on his hands, to which he angrily replied that he would never kill anyone unless it was Deku. His father, fed up with the ongoing conflict, intervened, eliciting laughter and disapproving looks from the audience. Katsuki pondered what to do next and spotted an arcade across the street. He decided to waste some time playing games. Upon entering, he noticed the dimly lit room with a single light illuminating an arcade machine titled Undertale. Intrigued, he muttered to himself about the game being the only option available. Just then, a teenager wearing a blue hoodie appeared beside him, startling Katsuki. The stranger explained that he was merely a security guard in disguise. Katsuki, still on edge, demanded not to be startled again. The guard complied, and Katsuki began to play the game, reading the guidelines that explain the player's journey through the underground, where they would encounter various monsters. The combat system required players to navigate through attacks while deciding whether to spare or fight the monsters, affecting the game's outcome. Katsuki, feeling confident, declared that this would be easy as he started playing, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. The audience watched with a mix of excitement and trepidation as he embarked on his gaming adventure. As Katsuki played the game on easy mode, he felt it was the best choice since it was just the beginning. The security guard reminded him to keep his items safe and use them wisely for survival, but Katsuki ignored the advice, focusing intently on the game. The others wondered about the security guard's true personality and how he seemed to know so much about the game, given his role. Having completed the easiest level, Katsuki moved into the game's storyline. He watched as his character walked down a path where various game characters challenged him. He scoffed at the idea of being challenged, confident in his abilities. Soon, the character resembling Toriel, who was also a victim trapped underground, appeared on the screen. She questioned her surroundings, prompting a choice for Katsuki's character to respond. Katsuki contemplated his options and decided to choose the response that would lead him to learn more about the figures ahead. Unbeknownst to him, the security guard observed closely, thinking about his brother's role in the game and whether Katsuki would be friendly enough to understand the situation. This thought sent shivers through the onlookers, who were concerned for Katsuki's safety. As the characters approached the figures, one of them, a tall skeleton resembling an older version of Izuku Midoriya, introduced himself as Papyrus. He greeted them and asked how he could help. New choices appeared for Katsuki to respond, and he chose to inquire about the purpose of the place they found themselves in, already aware of the game's intent. Meanwhile, Siro wondered about Minetta's fate, while Kaminari dramatically pretended to cry. Just then, Momoko and Minetta arrived, dressed in Hawaiian attire. Kaminari teased Minetta about his appearance, while Momoko explained that they had come from a surprise trip to Hawaii, though Minetta was clearly in discomfort. Nizu asked what multiverse they would explore next, and Momoko revealed the title, Batman vs. Superman. The group discussed the characters, with Ectoplasm questioning the premise. Momoko explained that the story would revolve around a challenge where one character must make a difficult choice to save his mother, leading to tension among the group. Katsuki was alarmed to hear that Aunt Inko had been kidnapped, vowing to confront the villain responsible, only to be reminded by his mother that she was right beside them. Momoko began to play the multiverse scene, shifting the focus to Batman, portrayed by Ida, who stood in the rain, seemingly lost in thought. As the scene unfolded, Superman, resembling Izuku, descended from the sky, looking concerned. The girls in the group reacted to his appearance, while Uraraka questioned why he seemed troubled. Superman approached Batman, urging him to listen, but Batman, wary, began to retreat. Superman attempted to explain the danger posed by Lex, but Batman had set up soundwave devices to disable him. Katsuki laughed at the situation, but Uraraka and Mitsuki quickly chastised him for his reactions. In a display of strength, Superman tore apart the cover of a sinkhole and hurled it at the soundwave machines, showcasing his power. The group watched in awe as he dismantled the obstacles preventing him from reaching Ida, raising questions about the conflict between the two friends. Superman insisted there was no time to waste, and as he and Batman confronted each other, the tension escalated. Katsuki and the others were captivated by the unfolding drama, eager to see how the story would develop. All Might transformed into his muscular form, displaying a wide grin as he thought about the strongest contender present. Batman grunted in pain from the force of a previous attack, and as Superman approached him again, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of 4 machine guns that appeared out of nowhere, firing simultaneously. The flashes made it difficult for Superman to see, but thanks to his super strength, he floated above the chaos and used his heat vision to obliterate the machine guns. Hatsum expressed her excitement, noting how she was already sketching blueprints for the machine guns and Batman's suit. Kaminari marveled at the laser beams coming from Superman's eyes, while Nizu observed the battle, commenting on the clash between technology and human strength. As Batman regained his footing, Superman approached him with a fierce expression. He grabbed Batman by the chest and hurled him to the side. Superman then dashed toward Batman, crashing him into a nearby building and lifting him high into the air before throwing him onto the roof. The audience felt a chill as they witnessed Superman's anger, realizing how much he overpowered Batman. Shoto advised Ida to listen to Superman, while Ida defended himself, wishing he could be as compliant as Batman needed to be to survive. Superman hovered above Batman, warning him to stay down, asserting that if he truly wanted to, Batman would already be defeated. In response, Batman activated a smoke grenade, throwing it in front of Superman. The smoke momentarily blinded Superman, who dashed into it only to find Batman had vanished. Batman reappeared behind Superman, wielding a large weapon aimed at him. He fired, and while Superman caught the projectile with one hand, it released a cloud of green smoke that caused him to cough and weaken. Recovery Girl expressed her concern, while Inko worried about her son, comforted by Mitsuki. Shinso questioned the nature of the weapon that had affected Superman. On the ground, Superman struggled to breathe, supported by one knee as the smoke enveloped him. Batman coldly remarked on Superman's fear, and when Superman attempted to punch him, Batman swiftly blocked the attack. The spectators were puzzled about the smoke's effects on Superman. Cementos wondered what had caused Superman's vulnerability, while Gunhead noted that he was no longer invulnerable. Ida felt a sense of satisfaction, seeing his multiverse counterpart gaining the upper hand. Batman seized the opportunity to strike, landing punches on Superman, who was now more susceptible to damage. With a powerful kick, Batman sent Superman flying, and he followed up with a flurry of punches. Batman then grabbed Superman's head and slammed it against the wall, delivering another blow to his gut. Superman struggled to evade the attacks, but his weakened state made it difficult. The audience felt sympathy for Midoriya, who was now being overpowered by Ida in this alternate universe. Momo and Kendo expressed their concern, while Achiko and Tsuyu urged Ida to stop the fight. As Superman regained his strength, Batman attempted a roundhouse kick, but Superman intercepted him, throwing him aside. Ida was astonished to see Midoriya back at full strength, while Tensei chuckled at his brother's surprise. Superman charged at Batman, who met him with equal force. As they collided, Batman maintained the advantage, realizing that Superman had not yet fully recovered. He slammed Superman's head against the wall and delivered a punch to his face. Ida smirked, but Tenya face-bombed, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Aizawa pointed out that Midoriya needed to finish the fight before Superman regained his full power. Batman continued to strike Superman, but the latter remained unfazed, his strength returning. Batman, realizing he was facing a formidable opponent, raised his hand in a gesture for Superman to wait. However, Superman soared upward and charged at Batman once more, sending them both crashing down. The audience was in awe of Midoriya's power, imagining the implications if he were a villain. Momoko informed them that what they were witnessing was only a fraction of Superman's true strength, causing All Might to faint and endeavor to grow furious, while some pro-heroes gasped in disbelief. Batman, still in pain, began to rise again, but Superman seized him by the waist and swung him into the walls, causing Batman to grunt in agony. As Superman approached, Batman quickly loaded another smoke round into his weapon and fired just as Superman lunged, causing him to inhale the smoke once more. Gran Torino cheered for Superman, while Ida smiled, envisioning his own victory in this battle. Batman stood up, his mask partially destroyed, revealing half of his face, while Superman struggled to move, still affected by the smoke. Batman approached a sink, grabbing it before turning his attention to Superman, who was struggling to rise. With a swift motion, Batman brought the sink crashing down onto Superman's head, shattering it into pieces. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing the intense confrontation. Ida, filled with a sense of dread, watched his counterpart's actions toward Izuku and felt a surge of regret. He expressed his frustration, calling out to Shoto, who attempted to charge at him but was halted by Tensei. Tensei reassured Shoto, explaining that Ida was not pleased with what his alternate self had done. Shoto muttered in response, feeling conflicted. Batman then lifted Superman by the leg, preparing to throw him to the ground below. They were engaged in a fierce battle on the 12th floor, and with a powerful throw, Batman sent Superman crashing down, eliciting a pained shout from him. Ida rushed over to Inko, who was in tears over what had transpired with her son. He bowed deeply, apologizing for his counterpart's actions. Inko, with a gentle smile, reassured him that she believed he would not act that way in their world. Ida felt a sense of warmth from her kindness. Batman, having secured a rope to a wall, descended slowly, landing next to Superman. He tied Superman's feet and began to drag him, taunting him about the lessons he had learned from his parents. Batman recounted how he had been taught that the world only made sense when one took control of it. He then picked up a spear with a green glow, preparing to strike. Inko, worried, questioned what the glowing weapon was. Momoko explained that the green glow indicated kryptonite, Superman's greatest weakness. She detailed how proximity to kryptonite would weaken him. Endeavor scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as foolish. Just then, a helicopter arrived at the building, and a woman emerged, rushing toward the conflict. Batman approached Superman, ready to deliver a final blow. He declared that Superman was neither a god nor a man, stepping on his throat and bringing the blade closer to his face. Superman struggled to speak, mentioning a name that seemed to resonate deeply with Batman. As Batman demanded to know why Superman had said that name, Lois, who had arrived on the scene, intervened, urging Batman to stop. She revealed that the name belonged to Superman's mother, prompting a flood of memories for Batman. Flashbacks of his own mother, Martha, and the tragic events surrounding her death overwhelmed him. The emotional weight of the moment struck everyone present, leading to tears as they reflected on their own losses. Ida felt a pang of sympathy, recalling his own parents. Tensei, however, was grateful that his family remained safe. Batman, in a fit of rage, questioned why that name had been mentioned. Lois reiterated its significance, revealing that it was Superman's mother's name. The revelation stunned everyone, especially Batman, who was grappling with his emotions. As the scene shifted, a cameraman reported on the chaos surrounding Lex Luthor's company, where strange electrical phenomena were occurring. Meanwhile, Martha, Inko's counterpart, was being held hostage by Luthor's mercenaries, one of whom wielded a flamethrower. Katsuki, witnessing the dire situation, shouted in anger, urging everyone to focus on saving her. Superman, now aided by Batman, expressed urgency, stating that time was running out for his mother. Lois noted that power was draining from the city, indicating Luthor's involvement. Batman made a promise that Martha would not die that night, and they both nodded in agreement. With renewed determination, Batman launched his jet and contacted Alfred as he prepared to take action. The narrative then transitioned, indicating a significant time jump. Doomsday roared within Lex Luthor's laboratory, and as the monstrous creature spotted Luthor, it lunged to attack. Superman arrived just in time to intercept the blow, ready to confront the threat. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the battle unfolded, with encouragement ringing out for Izuku to rise to the challenge. Superman crashed to the ground after being struck by Doomsday. Slowly, he began to rise, but the monster loomed behind him. Superman charged at the creature, but it was not enough to deter Doomsday, who seized Superman and struck him with tremendous force. Doomsday lifted a massive marble and slammed it down on Superman, then kicked him away, sending him hurtling into a distant building. Present Mike lamented the situation, expressing concern about how they could possibly defeat such a formidable foe, while everyone looked to Midoriya, hoping he would be the one to save them. Doomsday then turned its attention to a helicopter that was attempting to flee. It leaped toward the aircraft, landing on another of Lex Luthor's buildings. Meanwhile, the president's cabinet was in disarray, taking calls as the news reported on the unknown creature wreaking havoc. Many helicopters and police vehicles had arrived to rescue Martha, who was now safe and being approached by an officer. She assured him that she was fine just as the Batplane swooped in toward the monster's location. Everyone cheered for Ida as he prepared to confront the creature that had just overpowered Superman. The scene shifted to an aircraft where a woman had just placed her bag in the overhead compartment. She caught sight of the unidentified creature attacking the city and took her seat, gasping as she contemplated what she could do in this dire situation. Achiko wondered about the woman's identity, while the pro-heroes speculated on her potential strength. Doomsday was under attack from military helicopters, easily destroying one before being struck by another. It continued to absorb damage until it stomped the ground, unleashing shockwaves and red electricity that rippled through the city, causing the broadcast of the monster's rampage to abruptly end. The newscaster reported the loss of contact with the creature, leaving the mysterious woman to ponder her next move. Nijire commented on the intensity of the shockwave, realizing how powerful her own quirk was in comparison. Tamaki, feeling shy, averted his gaze, not wanting to witness another shockwave. Doomsday roared again, but was interrupted as Superman appeared out of nowhere, lifting the monster into the atmosphere. The president's boardroom watched in disbelief as they realized it was Superman. Executives debated the danger of firing missiles while he was in close proximity to the creature. The president, concerned, ordered the military to prepare their weapons, hoping to eliminate the threat. As the countdown began, Kirishima voiced his alarm, fearing for Midoriya's safety. All Might expressed his disapproval of the government's plan, and everyone prayed for Superman to survive the impending attack. The scene shifted back to the woman who exited the plane, ignoring the stewardess's attempts to stop her. Momo questioned whether the woman had knowledge of the situation, as it seemed she was eager to join the battle. Superman continued to push Doomsday upward but was suddenly struck by a powerful punch that sent him downward. He noticed a missile approaching at high speed and dashed toward the monster, gripping its neck just as the missile collided with them, resulting in a massive explosion. Everyone cried out, fearing for Superman as the explosion engulfed him and Doomsday. Inko's heart sank as she witnessed her son caught in the blast. A projectile crashed back to Earth, revealing Doomsday, who had returned, now evolving with bones protruding from its body and glowing with red electricity. Meanwhile, an unconscious Superman floated in space, appearing lifeless. Achiko cried out for Superman, while Momo expressed her disbelief at his condition. Mina lamented the possibility of Midoriya's demise, and tears flowed from his friends as they struggled to accept the situation. Batman rushed toward Doomsday, who fired a powerful laser at the Batplane, forcing Batman to evade. He informed Alfred that only Kryptonite could defeat the creature. Mirio questioned whether Doomsday was a Kryptonian like Midoriya, and Momoko confirmed that Lex had created a monster to rival Superman, but it had become uncontrollable. Batman recalled the Kryptonite spear he had left in Gotham, realizing he needed it to defeat the monster. He fired bullets at Doomsday, but the creature remained unfazed, countering with its own laser beam that struck the Batplane, altering its course. As Doomsday approached the wreckage of Batman's plane, it unleashed another laser attack. Everyone gasped in unison, fearing for Ida's safety. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the attack. It was Wonder Woman, who had saved Batman from destruction. Everyone marveled at her bravery as she stood ready to face the threat alongside them. Wonder Woman stood confidently, declaring her strength as the crowd gasped in awe. She clashed her wrists together, creating a massive shockwave that pushed Doomsday back. Just then, a flash of lightning heralded Superman's arrival, who charged at Doomsday with full force, sending him crashing into a building, which exploded dramatically. Superman stood tall amidst the chaos, embodying a true hero. Mineta cheered, acknowledging the arrival of the human monster, while the crowd erupted in excitement as Midoriya appeared just in time to deliver a powerful punch to Doomsday. All Might marveled at Midoriya's destructive yet controlled power, while Katsuki growled in frustration, recognizing his rival's godlike strength. Endeavor watched with a hint of jealousy. Lois raced back into the building, searching for the spear left by Batman, the key to defeating Doomsday. Wonder Woman inquired about its effectiveness, to which Batman responded that the spear, with its Kryptonian blade, could indeed kill the monster. Lois dove into the water, determined to retrieve it. The crowd rallied behind Hagakure, cheering her on as she promised to find the spear. Meanwhile, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman strategized on how to confront the overwhelming threat of Doomsday. Superman expressed concern about the creature's destructive capabilities, while Wonder Woman reassured him of her experience facing formidable foes. As Doomsday unleashed another shockwave, Superman took cover behind rubble, while Wonder Woman bravely blocked the attack with her shield. Once the dust settled, she charged at Doomsday alongside Superman, both warriors ready for battle. Midnight exclaimed the significance of the moment, while Nizu sipped tea, commenting on the gravity of the situation. Present Mike lamented the immense power of their adversary. Doomsday skillfully dodged Superman's attack, and Wonder Woman attempted to immobilize him with her sword, striking at his foot. Superman seized the opportunity to slam Doomsday into the ground, but the monster retaliated, sending Superman flying. Wonder Woman tried to strike again but was met with a powerful punch that she managed to block, though it still left her momentarily dazed. Batman observed in awe as his allies faced the rampaging creature. Meanwhile, Lois found herself caught in the shockwave, plunging underwater as debris threatened to trap her. Katsuki criticized Batman's inaction, while Mina expressed concern for Hagakure's safety. Superman slowly charged, unleashing a laser beam from his eyes to counter Doomsday's attack, but he found himself overpowered. Sensing Lois was in danger, he dashed to her side, rescuing her from the collapsing rubble just in time. The crowd cheered for Midoriya's heroism, but anxiety lingered as the monster continued its rampage and the spear remained unfound. Superman emerged from the water, spear in hand, despite the toll it took on him. Lois rushed to his side, worried about his weakened state. Wonder Woman, undeterred, faced Doomsday again, blocking his attacks with her sword. She managed to cut off one of his hands, which transformed into a blade. Superman recognized the moment had come to use the spear against Doomsday. Lois warned him of the danger, fearing it could cost him his life, but Superman, with a gentle smile, assured her that she was his world. As the battle intensified, the audience held their breath, anticipating the outcome. Doomsday, weakened by Batman's earlier attack, was vulnerable. Superman charged forward, plunging the spear into Doomsday's chest. The monster roared, creating a shockwave that broke free from Wonder Woman's grip, and in a final act of desperation, Doomsday stabbed Superman in the chest. The crowd gasped in horror as Izuku fell, and Momoko whispered about the tragedy of his sacrifice. Yet, in that moment of despair, Superman managed to push the spear deeper, piercing Doomsday's heart. Both combatants unleashed a final surge of energy, resulting in Doomsday's defeat, but at the cost of Superman's life. As the screen faded, the audience mourned Izuku's loss while celebrating his heroism in saving humanity from destruction. Momoko remarked on the harsh realities of their multiverse, prompting smiles from the crowd. Achiko praised Deku's bravery, while All Might reflected on the bittersweet nature of heroism. Momoko encouraged everyone to look forward to the next multiverse, teasing the sequel featuring a robotic Izuku Midoriya, urging them to remain hopeful for the future. Everyone was now focused on the sequel of the other multiverse where Izuku or Optimus had fallen. Momoko announced that there would be a significant time skip, as the gods had decided to showcase the important events of the sequel. She reassured everyone that they would still enjoy the unfolding story. Colonel Lennox received a call from Sam, as one of his soldiers informed him. Without hesitation, Lennox answered, knowing it would be Sam on the line. All Might expressed excitement at the mention of his closest friend being a colonel. Urarika added her enthusiasm, impressed by the connection. Sam informed Lennox that they had discovered a way to bring Optimus back to life, but first, they needed to transport his body to a specific location. He provided the coordinates, 29.5 north, 34.88 east. Epps was incredulous, questioning if they were really heading to Egypt. Lennox nodded and ended the call, gathering his soldiers to inform them of their next mission. Kirishima remarked on the heat of Egypt, while Cementos speculated that it was chosen for its vastness. Momoko explained that Sam and his allies had found the Matrix in Egypt, but it had turned to dust due to years of disuse. They intended to bring Optimus to Egypt to proceed with their plan to resurrect him. Additionally, there was a machine hidden within one of the pyramids that harvested energy from the sun, which the Decepticons also sought to activate. Nizu commented on the impending conflict, noting that both sides were heading to Egypt, indicating another war was on the horizon. All Might expressed his hope that Midoriya could still be resurrected despite the Matrix's condition, a sentiment that left everyone feeling a bit hopeless. The scene shifted to 3 vehicles on their way to the designated drop zone for Optimus' body. As they traveled, a jet plane circled above, analyzing their movements near the pyramids. The jet activated sound waves to alert nearby Decepticons of the approaching Autobots. Mandalay recognized the group and reassured Koda that Shoto, or Bumblebee, would protect him. Suddenly, the plane was spotted by Sam's team. Before Leo could finish his thought, Starscream fired missiles at them, creating a cloud of smoke that obscured their vision. Starscream transformed and attempted to attack the smaller Autobots, but they managed to evade him. Bumblebee and the twins split up, determined to thwart Starscream's plan. The scene transitioned to the soldiers aboard an airplane, receiving the signal to skydive into the designated area. Epps rallied his crew as they jumped from the aircraft, diving toward the ground. Meanwhile, the Autobots prepared to follow suit, Ironhide expressing his frustration as they all exited the planes, one by one, landing at the scene. They requested large coverings to conceal Optimus' body until Sam arrived. Aizawa noted the importance of hiding Midoriya's body from the Decepticons, a plan that received agreement from the others. Koda questioned why Sam had separated from the vehicles, feeling a surge of determination to save Izuku. Meanwhile, a portal opened, and Garu returned unnoticed by the others, including Momoko. He quietly set up a foldable bed, deciding to rest for a moment. The soldiers took their positions when Ironhide sensed incoming threats from the sky. The scene shifted to Soundwave in space, launching meteors toward Egypt. Ratchet warned everyone as the meteors transformed into Decepticons, arriving one by one. One Decepticon communicated in their language, prompting another to respond. Shoji expressed concern about the overwhelming numbers. Mina asked Momoko to translate the Decepticon chatter. She relayed that one had said they were going to have a party, while another ominously remarked that it would be bloody. Edgeshot added that it sounded like a massacre was imminent. A soldier reported the number of Decepticons approaching from various directions, and Epps cursed, realizing the dire situation. The scene shifted again to Sam and Michaela, who were now fleeing from Decepticons pursuing them. They took refuge in an abandoned house, listening intently to the heavy footsteps outside. Sam signaled for Michaela to stop talking as a Decepticon searched for them. Unbeknownst to Sam, a bug had flown into their hiding spot, and the robot relayed their location to Starscream. Starscream approached the house and began to destroy it, searching for the 2 humans. Mandalay yelled for Koda to run, hoping for the safety of Koda and Eri. Mirio encouraged Eri to run faster. Sam and Michaela managed to escape from Starscream, only to encounter a heavily loaded vehicle that revealed Sam's parents. When Sam saw them, he whispered in surprise as they motioned for him to help. Suddenly, the truck transformed into a menacing robot with a drill-like body. The Decepticon charged at Sam and Michaela but was intercepted by Bumblebee, who arrived just in time. Momo cheered for Shoto to defeat the monster. The Decepticon engaged Bumblebee, gaining the upper hand with its quick reflexes and dealing significant damage. Bumblebee, angered, activated his mask to intensify the fight. The crowd watched in awe as Shoto transformed into his masked version. Sam muttered encouragement for Bumblebee as the Autobot elbowed and kicked the Decepticon, causing it to grunt in pain. Bumblebee leaped and delivered a knee strike to the Decepticon's face, breaking its tail and eliciting a cry of frustration. Just then, a robotic Decepticon dog attacked Bumblebee, trying to damage his mask. However, Bumblebee fought back fiercely, tearing the dog apart and delivering another punch to the Decepticon. Sam regrouped with his parents and Michaela, watching as Bumblebee performed acrobatic maneuvers, holding the Decepticon's arms and delivering powerful kicks that shattered its chest and destroyed its arm, confirming its defeat. Bumblebee unmasked himself, and Sam checked on him, receiving a reassuring response. The scene shifted to the U.S. Air Force deploying jet planes for battle, while amphibious vehicles arrived in the area. The 8 jet planes lined up, ready to drop bombs. Sam spotted Ironhide and the RC twins, who informed him that Optimus' body was at the pillars. As Purple RC rushed to guide them, a Decepticon blasted her, revealing that they had been located. Ironhide urged Sam to get to the pillars for safety. Kendo fainted at the sight of her counterpart's demise in this multiverse, but Aizawa reassured her that she had provided valuable information to Sam. The scene changed to Devastator, who began to climb the pyramid, preparing to unleash a powerful machine. Simmons expressed frustration at the situation. As Sam approached the pillars, Sideswipe spotted him and called out, but was interrupted by gunfire from a Decepticon. The chaos unfolded as soldiers fell under attack, while Ratchet and the military squad returned fire. Colonel Lennox spotted Sam and rushed to him, but Megatron intervened, firing blasts in an attempt to eliminate Sam. Lennox requested cover from the tanks to distract Megatron. Everyone grew anxious for Sam, who had become Megatron's target. Lennox, Epps, and several soldiers charged to rescue Sam and Michaela, calling for an airstrike to be held back for civilian safety. Decepticons ambushed them, but the military countered with a barrage of gunfire, taking down the attackers. Once Lennox's team regrouped with Sam, he warned him about the gravity of their situation and pointed out Optimus, covered in debris in the courtyard. Sam insisted he needed to reach Optimus, but Lennox cautioned him against acting without air support. As they attempted to escape, a Decepticon approached their hiding spot. Just then, a massive Blackbird jet transformed into Jetfire, arriving to take on the Decepticons. Gran Torino appeared, surprised to see his counterpart. All Might made a light-hearted comment about Gran Torino's age, earning a playful smack. Jetfire announced his arrival dramatically, cutting a Decepticon in two and boasting about his past battles. However, Scorponok suddenly attacked Jetfire, causing him pain. Jetfire retaliated, grabbing the Scorpion robot and defeating it with a powerful blow. The scene shifted to Simmons, who had climbed the pyramid and was now at its center. He realized they needed a strategy to win the battle as Devastator revealed the activated machine, waiting for the Matrix to power up. Endeavor made a joke about the machine's appearance, prompting facepalms from those around him. While Devastator was still busy breaking the peak of the pyramid, the U.S. Navy activated a rail gun aimed at him. The captain commanded the crew to fire, and the rail gun discharged, sending Devastator into pieces. Simmons celebrated loudly, but Mineta remarked on the poor contribution to the battle. Monoma was about to confront Mineta but noticed Garu had returned and was sleeping, prompting him to hold back. Sam and his group decided to flee as orange smoke enveloped them, signaling an airstrike. Epps shouted a warning as missiles were released, taking down several Decepticons. Ironhide, heavily injured, sprinted from the smoke as everyone ran for their lives. As the final plane dropped numerous bombs, Sam veered left, trying to reach Optimus. Everyone, including Lennox, called out for Sam. The airstrike successfully eliminated many Decepticons, but Megatron lurked behind Sam. He coldly declared his intent to kill and unleashed a powerful blast, sending Sam flying away, leaving him lifeless. The Pussycats mourned Koda's demise. Achiko expressed her sorrow, and while everyone lowered their heads, Katsuki laughed, much to Mitsuki's indifference. Michaela rushed to Sam, pleading for him to return as medics attempted to revive him. She cried out her love, desperate for him to come back. As Sam's hand fell, the dust of the Matrix scattered, extinguishing their hopes of Izuku's revival. In the afterlife, Sam questioned his fate when a voice responded, revealing the other primes who had fallen. They acknowledged his fight for Optimus, stating that the matrix of leadership is earned, not found. They urged him to return and merge the matrix with Optimus's spark, affirming it was his destiny. With their guidance, Sam returned to life, ready to fulfill his purpose. Eri cheered as everyone celebrated Koda's resurrection, bringing renewed hope for Izuku Optimus. Michaela, overwhelmed, embraced Sam, who expressed his love as the Matrix reformed. Class 1A and B erupted in joy, with Kaminari joking about Katsuki's fate, while Shoto felt relief at the prospect of Izuku's return. The soldiers unveiled the cloth covering Optimus, and Sam climbed onto his chest, plunging the Matrix into him. Optimus's eyes glowed back to life, confirming his return. He acknowledged Sam's efforts, while Jetfire expressed disbelief at the revival of a living Prime. The crowd cheered for Izuku, who was now ready to confront All for One. As they celebrated, the Fallen arrived, blasting through the crowd and causing chaos. He coldly claimed the Matrix and flew away. Ironhide rallied Optimus, urging him to stop the Fallen, as Sam echoed the sentiment. The Fallen ascended the pyramid, declaring his intent to claim the sun. The soldiers fired their remaining arsenal at the pyramid, attempting to prevent the harvesting of their sun. Katsuki faced disapproval from the pro-heroes for his earlier comments about All for One, but he defended himself, insisting it was not his fault. As the Fallen lifted everyone into the air, they were dropped onto the pyramid, facing destruction. Momo pleaded for Izuku to act, while Recovery Girl expressed concern over his strength. Jetfire, reflecting on his life, offered his parts to Optimus, urging him to fulfill his destiny. Jolt and Ratchet rushed to assist, preparing for a critical transplant. Optimus received Jetfire's enhancements, his body transforming with new weapons and power. As he powered up, he declared his readiness, and the soldiers charged toward the pyramid, rallying behind their leader. Everyone cheered as Izuku advanced, newly empowered and determined to confront the enemy. Katsuki was in a tough spot as Mineta hissed at him, but before he could retaliate, his mother smacked him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, 5 jet planes soared toward the pyramid where the Fallen and Megatron stood, attempting to fire at them. However, their attacks were deflected by the Fallen's power. Optimus charged forward, swiftly taking down 3 Decepticons and destroying their machine with a powerful blast. The 3 Decepticons tumbled down, ready to engage in battle. Mina cheered, celebrating the destruction of the machine, while MT Lady expressed concern about Midoriya's ability to handle the 3 enemies. Koda reassured her, confident in Midoriya's strength and power. The Fallen and Optimus crashed against the pillars, exchanging blows. All for One shouted, urging Optimus to meet the same fate as his fallen comrades. Optimus retorted, reminding him that they were also his brothers. As Megatron charged at Optimus, firing blasts, the Fallen collided with the wall. Megatron unleashed a barrage of heavy blasts and slashes at Optimus, but Optimus caught Megatron's weapon, pointing it back at him and firing. Megatron cried out in despair as he faced defeat. Optimus kicked Megatron away, then unleashed a massive cannon blast from Jetfire's wings, sending Megatron crashing into the wall. Megatron, unable to speak properly, managed to call out for Starscream. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Megatron's defeat. Kendo shouted that he deserved this for killing Izuku earlier, while Toru added that Megatron's face deserved the blast from his own weapon. Meanwhile, Katsuki remained unconscious, and his mother and Inko laughed at his predicament. Optimus caught the Fallen, firing bullets and delivering powerful punches. The Fallen fought back, attempting to dismantle Optimus's arsenal. As they struggled for control of a spear, Optimus declared that the Fallen had chosen the wrong planet. He stabbed the spear into the Fallen's face, demanding his surrender. The Fallen, now resembling a creature with red eyes and a choked voice, was trapped between the pillars. Optimus took his spark and shattered it, declaring, "I rise. You fall." With that, the Fallen was truly defeated. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, celebrating the defeat of All for One, who had been vanquished by their beloved hero who had returned from death to confront his greatest enemy. All Might smiled, hopeful that Midoriya would achieve similar victories in their world. Megatron, in disbelief, lamented the loss of his master, while Starscream whispered that sometimes, cowards survive as he flew away. Katsuki yelled at Starscream, questioning his ability to fight in his current state, while his mother pinched his ear for yelling too much, leaving everyone to think about the intimidating family dynamics. Megatron vowed that this was not the end as he flew away. The group gathered in front of the pyramid, watching Optimus drop heavy weapons and armor from his body. As the team celebrated their victory over the Fallen, Optimus approached Sam, who was enjoying the view of the sea. He thanked Sam for saving his life, and Sam happily replied, both of them appreciating the serene scenery as the scene faded out. The crowd cheered as the multiverse concluded with their wishes fulfilled. Izuku had won the war, and he was alive. Momo expressed her delight, and everyone agreed with her. Present Mike humorously pointed out Garu, who was still sleeping, only to wake up when everyone stared at him. Momoko greeted Garu warmly, while he grumbled about not wanting to hear any nonsense. Momoko mentioned giving Mineta a prize for his earlier theory about the multiverse, which was a free trip to Hawaii. Garu, now back and ready to find another multiverse, suggested they take a quick break before continuing their adventures. As Garu searched for a suitable multiverse to showcase, Momoko offered him some steak, which he accepted. The group was eagerly awaiting the next multiverse. Gang Orca inquired about what Garu had found, and Garu excitedly announced that he had discovered something interesting. Momoko, shocked by his enthusiasm, looked at the monitor to see what Garu had uncovered. She expressed concern about the upcoming multiverse, explaining that it would feature an idiot version of Izuku Midoriya from another universe. The group gasped at the thought of seeing such a version of their beloved hero. Garu warned that Eri and Koda should go to the playground room, as this multiverse contained scenes that were too intense for their age. Mirio asked for clarification, and Garu reiterated that there were elements too graphic for the younger audience. The kids were then escorted to the playground room with Momoko, who chose not to watch the upcoming multiverse. Garu expressed excitement as the title appeared on the screen, Rick Midoriya and Morty meet Izuku Midoriya, a crazy meetup. The scene shifted to UA High, where Class 1A was practicing their ultimate moves. Izuku Midoriya was learning a new version of One for All called the Final Lightning. This ability granted him a powerful attack, but it came with a significant risk. Using it could leave him unconscious, or worse, if he mastered it completely. All Might watched in shock as Izuku demonstrated this new move, worried about its dangerous drawbacks. The others were equally astonished, especially Katsuki, who was struck by the sheer power of this multiverse version of Midoriya. Gran Torino admonished All Might, insisting that if anything happened to their student, he would bear full responsibility. All Might nodded in agreement, acknowledging the weight of his former teacher's words. As Izuku began to lose consciousness, Momo Yaoyorozu rushed to his side. She asked if he was all right, playfully suggesting he might need some comfort. Momo was surprised to learn that in this multiverse, she was Izuku's girlfriend, as Uraraka had turned down his advances after focusing too much on her own training. Momo blushed at the realization that her dream of being with Izuku had come true. Meanwhile, Uraraka lamented her decision to reject him, feeling foolish for not accepting his feelings. Momo bluntly pointed out that Uraraka's preoccupation with her special move had led to her decision. Katsuki intervened, urging Uraraka to consider how to win Izuku's heart instead. Izuku, feeling exhausted, decided he needed rest. After training, everyone in the dorms prepared dinner and relaxed in the living area. While sleeping, Izuku experienced a strange dream. In Universe 6, there was a world resembling Earth but lacking eco-friendliness. The focus shifted to a tall man with spiky green hair, wearing a lab coat, alongside a small boy in a yellow shirt and blue pants. This tall figure was Rick Midoriya, an 18-year-old with a quirk called God-type intelligence, granting him unparalleled intellect and the ability to predict the future flawlessly. Principal Nizu was taken aback by this quirk, expressing his desire for such knowledge. Kaminari joked about his own midterm exam ranking, while Nizu pondered the implications of an even more intelligent version of All Might's student. Rick yelled at Morty, warning him not to mess up their experiment, which involved replacing the organs of a human head that resembled Aizawa's with technological parts. Recovery Girl fainted at the sight, and Aizawa himself muttered about needing to sleep, disturbed by the bizarre experiment. As they wrapped up their work, they were called for dinner by Sunshine. Rick grumbled in response, and as they exited the room, Rick felt an unusual aura emanating from a door they had not opened. Curious, he opened the door, and Izuku woke from his nightmare, startled by what he had seen. Momo entered his room, concerned for him. Izuku explained that he had dreamt of himself as a scientist conducting strange experiments. Momo playfully teased him, while Izuku reassured her that everything was fine. They decided to head to dinner together, discussing Izuku's dream on the rooftop. He expressed a feeling that he would encounter a version of himself as a scientist. Momo hugged him, encouraging him to put the dream behind him. As they prepared for sleep, a rainbow light illuminated the rooftop, revealing a portal that Rick had opened. Morty jumped through, chuckling at his grandfather's worried expression. Momo remarked that Izuku's prediction had come true, as another version of Izuku Midoriya appeared, taller and less muscular than the one she knew. Mineta asked if he was Midoriya's grandchild. Garu confirmed that he and his grandfather were the best dynamic duo in this multiverse, though he noted that they could be quite foolish at times, prompting laughter from everyone. Rick panicked as he realized the portal was slowly disappearing. He urged Morty to run for it, pushing him toward the vanishing portal, but it was too late. Morty whispered that they were now trapped. He noticed billboards with Japanese writing all around them and remarked on their surroundings, realizing they were in Japan. Rick recalled that the door he had opened was an unfinished time machine, puzzled by how it had worked despite missing parts. Morty sheepishly admitted that he had taken some nitric acid from the machine for a school project, and in his haste, he had forgotten to turn off the switch. Nizu explained that the machine must have been searching for a universe to connect to, which led to their current predicament. Rick expressed frustration but acknowledged that he couldn't blame Morty too much since he was still his grandson. Morty then revealed that they had traveled to the year 2019, which caused Rick to faint in disbelief at the thought of being 300 years away from home. Class 1A rushed to the rooftop after hearing a commotion. They were shocked to see a taller, older version of Midoriya and a younger version of Mineta. Any lady commented that the younger version of Mineta was cuter, which made him shiver under the girls' glares. Momo questioned why her boyfriend looked older, while Rick defensively waved his hands, insisting he was scared of relationships. Morty added a teasing remark about Rick, which led to him being smacked but still chuckling. Momo scolded Mineta, who was starting to faint, while Nijire suggested that Momo should relax. The group laughed, and Izuku Midoriya asked the taller version of himself for his name. The older Midoriya introduced himself as Rick Midoriya and shook hands with Izuku, who introduced his girlfriend, Momo, and his classmates. Morty bluntly pointed out that Rick had been bored in school since he excelled in all subjects due to his quirk, which surprised everyone. Katsuki teased Izuku about being a nerd, while Garu defended him, pointing out that his quirk was superior to Katsuki's. Morty chimed in with a joke about Katsuki's past, which led to laughter from Class 1A as Katsuki charged at them but was quickly restrained by Aizawa. Morty exclaimed in surprise at Aizawa's fierce demeanor, prompting Present Mike to joke about Aizawa's return to life. Aizawa questioned who they were and if Rick was Izuku's brother. Rick clarified that they shared a family name but came from different universes, which shocked Aizawa. Inside the dorms, Aizawa instructed his class to sleep since it was late. He then brought the visitors to Nizu, who was playing a video game in his office. Nizu asked for proof of their claims about being from another universe. Garu announced that it was a battle between two of the most intelligent beings in the multiverse, and everyone cheered. Rick pulled out a water gun, which Nizu found unimpressive. However, when Rick fired it, an armor formed around him, glowing with a golden aura. He proudly declared it one of his greatest inventions, the Golden Earths. This armor grants its user the ability to enhance their attacks 50 times while eliminating the drawbacks of their quirk, and it is reinforced with vibranium, making it 500 times stronger than expected. Rick scowled as Nizu fainted upon hearing this, and Aizawa chuckled at Nizu's reaction. The others joined in laughter, but Nizu managed to smile and jokingly warned that anyone who laughed too much would be removed from UA, causing the room to fall silent in an instant. Aizawa then inquired about the armor's creation. Rick explained that he designed it for someone with a pure heart and a true hero spirit, and he believed he had found that person. Aizawa agreed that it was time to leave, offering Rick and Morty the guest room for the night. The next morning, the students of Class 1A buzzed with excitement about the older version of Izuku and how they had arrived on this planet. Aizawa entered the classroom, prompting everyone to return to their seats. He announced that they needed to proceed to TDL immediately, adjusting a pair of red glasses that covered his eyes. Mina, intrigued, asked where he had gotten the glasses. Aizawa explained that Rick had created them to eliminate the drawbacks of his quirk, and he was pleased that his eyes were no longer dry. He added that Rick would also provide them with gadgets tailored to their quirks, urging them to hurry. Hatsum remarked about having a rival in creating gadgets, to which Power Loader replied that Rick's creations were more useful than hers. This led to a playful scuffle, but Mineta intervened, coldly telling Hatsum to stop acting childish, surprising everyone with his serious demeanor. Upon arriving at TDL, the students were astonished by the array of gadgets on display. Some pro heroes were also present as Rick and Morty showcased their items. Rick handed Midnight a gadget designed to enhance her scent, which she appreciated with a wink. Izuku spotted his older version and called out to him. The older Izuku excitedly announced that he had a special item for him. Morty handed Izuku a watch, which prompted Katsuki to mock him, only to be silenced by Mistuki once again, causing everyone to sweat drop at the familiar scene. Curious about the watch's function, Izuku was instructed to smash it with his palm. He followed the instruction, and the watch released nanobot technology that enveloped him in a golden suit, glowing with energy. Amazed, Izuku asked what this was. Rick explained that it was called the Golden HRSS, which eliminated the drawbacks of his quirk and amplified his attacks 50 times, made from vibranium and reinforced to extraordinary strength. He expressed joy in gifting it to someone with a good heart. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Izuku hugged Rick, thanking him and promising to use the armor responsibly. Power Loader noted the rarity of vibranium, while All Might suggested looking for it in America, which Power Loader agreed to. Gran Torino remarked on the armor's impressive qualities and suggested contacting David for All Might's successor. All Might agreed and approached Garu, who showed him the armor on a monitor, leaving everyone in awe. Garu encouraged All Might to train his successor well, to which All Might responded with determination. Kirishima then called out about their gadgets, rallying support from the rest of Class 1A and B. Garu mentioned that he would share everything later after it was introduced in the multiverse. He compared the gadget to Escaner's suit against Esterasa, but with some technological features. Everyone was excited about their new gadgets designed and created by Rick and Morty, including all the pro heroes. The qualities of the gadgets were impressive. Uraraka could now control increased weight with her quirk without feeling nauseous. Ida experienced enhanced speed and reduced fatigue in his calves. Bakugo had increased storage for his sweat and less discomfort in his palms. Shoto could combine both of his quirks without drawbacks. Kaminari had no drawbacks anymore and could release stronger and wider voltage at will. Kirishima gained additional hardening abilities and could create shields, blades, or body armor. Jiro's sound waves were amplified, and her earlobes were hardened. Hagakure could turn off her invisibility, and her quirk abilities were tripled. Mineta's ball could now cause explosions, and he no longer experienced bleeding as a drawback. Momo could create large objects like tanks and ships and generate elements from the periodic table just by knowing their origins. Mina's acid became more slippery and could blast over a larger area. Sato felt less sleepy, and his strength was quintupled, with sugar boosting it even further. Shoji could transform his arms into weapons and shields and could conduct electricity. Koda's voice was amplified, and he could create calamities if he desired. Ciro's tapes could harden into metal and be fired at great speed. Aoyama no longer suffered from stomachaches and could emit laser beams from his palms and eyes. Ojiro could use his tail as a shield and respond quickly. Tokoyami could control Dark Shadow in darker places and manage its full berserk state. Tsuyu's frog capabilities were enhanced, and her tongue could be used as a blade. The audience also received gadgets with doubled qualities, just as Garu had promised. Uraraka expressed excitement about becoming the next generation of heroes, and everyone cheered. Garu reassured Class 1B and the pro heroes that they would receive gadgets too, prompting everyone to rush to him. Each student and pro hero utilized their quirks at full power, grateful to Rick and Morty for the gadgets that eliminated their drawbacks. Rick reminded everyone that they should be the ones thanking the heroes for allowing them to visit their universe and share their inventions. He mentioned that each gadget took 5 years to create, leaving everyone astonished at the time invested. After leaving the TDL, Izuku and Rick spoke on the rooftop of UA. Izuku expressed hope that Rick could stay longer, as his skills and inventions could significantly help their community. Rick joked about the world being remembered by Izuku's name, not his, and that he created the gadgets to alleviate their concerns about drawbacks. Suddenly, the portal that Rick and Morty had arrived from appeared before them. Morty exclaimed in excitement, but Izuku felt sadness knowing that his older version would soon depart. Hagakure lamented their departure, and everyone began to cry as they realized the duo was leaving. Rick encouraged them not to be sad, assuring them that they would not forget them. He requested their contact information and a sample of Izuku's blood to create another pathway back to their universe. Izuku complied, giving Rick vials of his blood and sharing a final hug. Class 1A joined in, hugging Rick and Morty for a last farewell. Morty playfully complained about not wanting to cry, which made everyone laugh. Rick teased Izuku about not forgetting him and Morty when he and Momo eventually got married, causing Momo to blush. Uraraka playfully glared at Momo, but Katsuki's supportive smile made her feel better. Izuku held Momo's hand tightly, promising to remember Rick, and tears filled his eyes. Rick chuckled, calling him a crybaby as he and Morty waved goodbye. The pro heroes saluted the duo as they entered the portal, which then vanished. After Rick and Morty left, Japan's crime rate dropped to 0% as the pro heroes effectively utilized their new gadgets. Class 1A excelled in all practical exams thanks to the gadgets but continued to train hard to push their limits without relying on them. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty watched Class 1A's progress on a large screen in their universe. Morty expressed excitement about their potential to become legendary heroes, and Rick eagerly anticipated being Izuku's best man at his wedding. They both laughed, continuing to create more inventions as the screen turned off. The multiverse audience gave a standing ovation, some even shedding tears, wishing for Rick and Morty to return to their world. Garu playfully asked if everyone enjoyed the multiverse experience, and they responded enthusiastically. Momoko, panting from playing with Eri and Koda, questioned what they had missed. Garu nervously joked about needing to shield Eri and Koda in the multiverse, leading to a playful confrontation with Momoko, who expressed her displeasure at his comment. While everyone laughed and enjoyed their snacks at the table, the atmosphere shifted as they watched the scene unfold. Momoko was seen triumphing over Garu, who was now wrapped in bandages, reminiscent of what had occurred in another multiverse they had witnessed earlier. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoed from both Momoko and Garu's pockets. Uraraka expressed her concern, wondering what the beeping was about. Garu explained that they would be returning to their world since everything was fine, but he had something important to show them regarding the current situation on their planet. The screen revealed Izuku Midoriya, bruised and panting, without his shirt. Everyone shouted Izuku's name in alarm. All Might, filled with urgency, demanded Garu take them back to help him. Uraraka's heart ached at the sight of Izuku facing a villain alone. Aizawa prepared his gadget to return them, insisting they needed to assist Midoriya. However, Garu roared a firm refusal, asserting that Izuku needed to learn to rely on himself to grow stronger. He emphasized that Midoriya was destined to become the #1 hero and must face challenges independently. Realizing Garu's point, they reluctantly accepted his decision, knowing he was a god and that Momoko could not override his command. The screen then displayed a villain with a sand quirk, who could also transform into a hard rock, putting Izuku at a disadvantage. The villain appeared similar to Katsuki but had pink hair, prompting laughter from Monoma and others. Katsuki, furious, wanted to return to confront this doppelganger. Meanwhile, Izuku charged up, surrounded by green electricity, his muscles visibly enhanced as he prepared to face the villain. Everyone gasped in unison, astonished by his transformation. All Might, struggling to activate his own muscle form, marveled at Izuku's newfound power. Garu proudly explained that Midoriya had unlocked this ability through his own efforts. Izuku unleashed a powerful attack, enveloped in black and green lightning, striking the villain with incredible force. The crowd watched in awe as he dominated the fight, treating the villain as if he were a mere soccer ball. Inko beamed with pride, while Endeavor scoffed, insisting Shoto would surpass Izuku eventually. Shoto, however, was determined not to be outdone, clenching his fists in resolve. Bakugo, filled with frustration, yearned for a chance to fight Izuku. As Izuku prepared to deliver a final blow, he struck a powerful stance, channeling his energy into a spectacular attack that created a shockwave throughout the city. The audience was left speechless, contemplating what it would be like to be in the villain's position. Momo and Mina celebrated Izuku's victory, while Nijire expressed her curiosity about his quirk. Aizawa noted he needed to be cautious around Midoriya. Izuku, panting and now in torn pants, smiled as he was surrounded by police and medical personnel. As the screen faded, the girls in the audience blushed at Izuku's appearance. Kaminari eagerly requested to return to their world, excited about the lightning waves. Garu, however, insisted they watch the multiverse featuring Izuku's quirk in a different form. He teased that they would soon see 4 Izuku Midoriyas, each with different genders and personalities. With anticipation, Nizu encouraged everyone to settle in for the next show, as the screen flashed to reveal 4 children with incredible quirks that could rival anyone in their world. Shinso remarked that there must be 4 Izukus. However, they had the worst welcoming committee in this world. The scene shifted to a burning house in Mizudafu, where Masaru Bakugo shouted for help as the Midoriya residence was engulfed in flames. Inko fainted at the sight of her home being consumed by fire. Mitsuki asked Garu if this was really happening in their world, to which Garu reassured her with a smile that everything was fine. Inside the house, a room contained children trapped within. The black-haired boy, resembling Broccoli, stood up and raised his hands, declaring that it was their fault for being too weak as he absorbed the flames engulfing the house. A green-haired boy retorted that it was an accident and not the black-haired boy's fault. A girl with long, curly hair scolded the boys, insisting they should focus on helping their mother and escaping. Kamui Woods wondered who they were blaming for the incidents as he winced at the sight of the flames. The focus shifted back to the green-haired boy, who lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he felt the weight of blame for the fire that had destroyed their home. Ojiro questioned who the other 3 Midoriyas were, while Katsuki scoffed, suggesting that even in this multiverse, Deku was still a loser, only to be smacked by Koda for his words. Suddenly, the flames vanished, absorbed by the black-haired boy, who boasted about saving them. He then ran away from the group, while another boy with long hair declared it was time for him to leave, expressing hope to see everyone again as he flew away. Gang Orca was astonished that a 5-year-old could fly, while Aizawa noted that their quirks surpassed everyone in this world. A girl with green, curly hair said goodbye to Izuku, kissing him on the cheek before running off to join their aunt from the US. Meanwhile, Izuku, still crying, lay beside his mother, who had perished in the fire. Inko fainted again at the sight of her multiverse counterpart, lifeless and burned. Katsuki bowed in apology to Inko, expressing sorrow for the tragedy. Mirio questioned why Izuku deserved such a terrible start in life, while Izuku cried out in anguish, feeling unjustly blamed for the incident. As the fire truck and ambulance arrived to rescue Izuku, the scene shifted to the audience, who felt disappointment and guilt watching Izuku's difficult childhood. They began to understand why he had always seemed nervous and shy, realizing that one particular boy had contributed to his struggles in communicating with others. Momoko reflected on Izuku's personality, recognizing that his determination and hard work made him a strong candidate for a future hero. The group felt frustration towards Katsuki for his treatment of Izuku, questioning why he had always belittled him. 10 years later, Izuku learned he was quirkless, but after meeting All Might, he inherited one for all and trained to master it. Despite the challenges he faced, including severe injuries, his determination in battle impressed everyone. At the UA Sports Festival, he demonstrated his ability to control his quirk, pushing his limits even further. Although he lost in the quarterfinals, he remained committed to improving alongside his classmates. However, there was speculation about whether Izuku possessed a dormant quirk that could potentially destroy humanity. The audience pondered the implications of such power, realizing that one for all alone could not cause widespread destruction. As everyone prepared for their final examinations, they completed the written portion and moved on to the practical exams in an uninhabited city. Suddenly, a teenager of their age was spotted lurking nearby, prompting concern among the group. Tetsu questioned who he was, while Mineta panicked, fearing he might be a villain. Mina suggested he could be a student from another class, eager to see their potential. Izuku's past was brought up when the lurking boy coldly remarked on Izuku achieving his dream of becoming a hero without a quirk. Uraraka recognized the voice and realized it belonged to the boy who had absorbed the flames before, leading everyone to conclude that he must be Izuku's brother. Ojiro expressed his concern about Izuku's situation, knowing how angry Zhao was at him. Everyone in the watchroom silently wished for Izuku's safety as they observed All Might facing off against Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Sato questioned why the teachers allowed Midoriya and Bakugo to team up despite their troubled past. Tsuyu suggested that it was an opportunity for them to mature and learn to accept each other as allies, both now and in the future. As All Might pinned Katsuki down, Izuku rushed in, channeling his one-for-all power to punch All Might away and rescue Katsuki. Just as they thought they had escaped, black flames erupted from the ground, blocking their path. A figure floated in front of the flames, resembling Izuku with messy black hair and a more muscular build. The audience gasped in shock. Endeavor's anger flared at the sight of the black flames. Shoto, visibly nervous, questioned the existence of such flames, while Momoko explained that black flames were said to be the strongest, capable of turning objects to ashes instantly. Kaminari shouted in disbelief at the identity of the figure in the flames, who turned out to be Izuku's older twin brother, Zhao Midoriya. Zhao had come to see Izuku, now a promising hero in training at UA. He mockingly asked Izuku how it felt to be a hero while still in training. Izuku's eyes widened at the unexpected appearance of his brother. He cried out in surprise, but Zhao continued to taunt him, questioning whether he truly deserved his position. Mistuki defended Izuku, insisting that Zhao had no right to belittle his brother's achievements. Toru added that Zhao's words only served to bring Izuku down. Izuku, feeling nervous, asked Zhao why he would say such things. Zhao's anger erupted as he accused Izuku of failing to save their mother, questioning how he could act like a hero when he had not saved the most important person in their lives. Izuku looked down, reflecting on his childhood and the accidents that had occurred. He realized he was not to blame for those events, including what happened to their mother. He defended himself, stating that the incident was an accident and questioned how Zhao could blame him without evidence. Zhao's fury intensified as he called Izuku weak and unleashed a torrent of black flames toward him. The crowd gasped, calling out Izuku's name in alarm. Using one for all, Izuku dodged the attack, which disintegrated the ground and rocks, creating a massive crater. Endeavor expressed a desire to fight Zhao, while Garu mocked him, questioning if he thought he could survive against the Amaterasu. Momo asked about the Amaterasu, and Garu explained that it was Zhao's quirk, a legendary black flame that burned everything instantly but came with the drawback of consuming the user. Aizawa noted that the quirk could be destructive, but if managed properly, it could be controlled. Izuku, feeling angered, confronted Zhao, questioning if he truly wanted him dead. Zhao responded with a fierce declaration that Izuku did not deserve to live and unleashed another powerful blast of black flames. As the flames surged toward Izuku, a massive wave of ice and water suddenly intercepted the attack, extinguishing the flames. Katsuki shouted in surprise, and the crowd turned their anger toward him, realizing he had wished for Izuku's demise. Momo warned Katsuki to remain silent, while Kendo and Uraraka defended Izuku's right to a good life. The figure who had blocked the attack was revealed to be Izumi Midoriya, Izuku's twin sister, who shared his emerald eyes and messy green hair. The audience reacted with astonishment, and Kaminari made a comment that earned him a reprimand from Jiro. Endeavor, frustrated, questioned whether the twins were imitating Shoto's quirks. Garu retorted that their quirks were far stronger than Shoto's. Izumi confronted Zhao, demanding he give Izuku a chance to prove himself as a hero, emphasizing his potential. Nizu and Aizawa acknowledged Izumi's understanding of Izuku's potential. As the pro-heroes and students arrived at the scene, the flames and ice dissipated, revealing the 3 Midoriya siblings. Aizawa demanded to know how they had entered the facility, to which Izumi sheepishly admitted she had jumped in to save her brother. Ida, confused, asked if they were all twins, struggling to comprehend the sight of 3 Izuku-like figures with different appearances. The audience chuckled at Ida's bewilderment, and Kirishima asked about the last Midoriya sibling. Momoko suggested they might see him or her later, while Izumi confirmed that they were indeed twins. Zhao bluntly expressed his confusion about the whereabouts of the blind individual. A voice, booming like a storm, responded, revealing its location. Ectoplasm reacted with surprise as a tornado began to form in the sky. All Might, sensing the danger, urged the students to flee as he leaped into the swirling winds, which whipped around him with tremendous force. The source of the tornado revealed itself to be Fujin Midoriya, a tall figure with long green hair and a muscular build. His eyes were completely white, indicating his blindness. He introduced himself, his tone cold as he acknowledged Zhao with a hint of disdain before dissipating the tornado and landing gracefully on the ground. Momoko startled Kirishima from behind, playfully revealing her presence. Endeavor scowled at the mention of a wind quirk user, frustrated by the implications of competition. Garu retorted, reminding Endeavor that his rise to the number 1 hero position was due to All Might's retirement, and pointed out the irony of his own wind-based quirk. Izuku greeted Fujin with a mix of nervousness and familiarity, noting the changes in his friend. Nizu, emerging from Aizawa's scarf, interrupted their reunion to inquire about their purpose at UA. Izumi explained that they had come to confront a significant threat to Japan's peace. When Vlad King asked who this threat was, the trio responded in unison, revealing the name of All for One. All Might was taken aback, visibly shaken by the revelation. Garu questioned the implications of such a powerful villain, while All Might elaborated on All for One's notorious reputation as the symbol of evil, intent on destroying humanity and ruling Japan. Garu pondered the strength of this villain, while All Might warned the trio of the formidable challenge they faced. Fujin, however, interrupted with a powerful gust of wind, emphasizing their determination to defeat All for One, as All Might reflected on his own limitations in the past. Emmy Lady confirmed Fujin's assertion, reminding everyone that All Might had not defeated All for One in their last encounter. Aizawa warned the students of the potential for All for One's return, urging them to prepare as professional heroes rather than temporary ones. The class responded affirmatively. All Might, in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the students' foresight of future events. Zhao explained that they had seen what would happen, revealing that while All might win, he had not killed All for One. Izuku expressed concern about their youth, but Izumi countered, highlighting the power of their quirks. Fujin coldly dismissed the notion that Izuku's quirk, One for All, was the strongest, leaving the group in shock. All Might, bewildered by their knowledge, questioned how they could know so much. Gran Torino speculated that they were destined to confront All for One. Before All Might could inquire further, Zhao swiftly incapacitated him with a punch, leaving him unconscious. As the Midoriya twins and Izuku fled the scene, the onlookers were left in awe, especially All Might, who shivered at the thought of Izuku possessing such power during their practical exam. Kamui Woods expressed concern, while Death Arms urged calm, and Midnight reminded them of the twins' extraordinary abilities. Finding refuge in an abandoned house, the Midoriyas took a moment to rest. Izumi chastised Zhao for his actions against All Might, revealing her awareness of the hero's injury. Izuku, worried, questioned how she knew. Fujin explained their connection as twins, sharing memories and experiences. Izuku, curious about their quirks, wondered why they were different from their parents. Izumi clarified that their powers were not inherited but rather something unique to them. The conversation shifted to speculation about Izuku's potential quirk, with Mineta predicting it to be the most devastating of all. As they discussed their abilities, Izuku expressed uncertainty about his own quirk and its origins. The trio reassured him that their powers were distinct from traditional quirks, hinting at a deeper mystery yet to be uncovered. They are known as devil fruits. These devil fruits are more powerful than quirks, and when someone consumes one, their body adopts its power, making it their own. This is why we also refer to them as quirks, as our bodies have already integrated them, Fujin explained. Everyone gasped at the revelation of this new type of power. Nizu inquired if these were fruits with extraordinary abilities. Momoko confirmed his assumption enthusiastically. Izuku then asked if these were the same fruits they had eaten as children. Yes, and you, unfortunately, received the most destructive one. Thankfully, you are a good person, and I was mistaken about you. Izuku, please forgive me for my foolish and rash words and actions. Will you forgive me? Zhao said earnestly as he knelt before Izuku. Katsuki interjected, suggesting that Zhao was only acting this way because he feared Deku's weaker quirk. Tensei pondered what would happen if Zhao and Katsuki met in the real world. Shoto humorously remarked that it would be the end of the world, prompting laughter from everyone. Mirio excitedly suggested it could be an interesting matchup. Endeavor placed his bet on the explosive kid, while Inko supported her son's twin brother. Garu whispered to Momoko, noting that things were getting intense, which made her giggle. Izuku waved his hand dismissively at Zhao, expressing his confusion about why Zhao was acting this way. Despite their past, Izuku had learned to move on and mature for the future. He reassured Zhao that he held no anger towards him, as they were still brothers and twins. Hearing this, Zhao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he hugged Izuku tightly, apologizing and promising to make it up to him. The group cooed at the sight of the once menacing brother now showing genuine care. Izuku responded with a cheerful, "Sure." Fujin then redirected the conversation, asking if they could discuss the reason for their gathering. Izuku was curious about what they wanted to discuss. Izumi explained that they were strategizing on how to find and defeat All for One. The four of them exchanged thoughtful glances, contemplating how to take down the villain. Izuku questioned why they were planning to confront All for One at their young age. Fujin coldly replied that if he found a strong quirk capable of stealing their quirks, Japan would be in grave danger. Aizawa elaborated that All for One's primary objective was to take their god-type quirks, which were among the rarest. If he succeeded in acquiring the 4 quirks from the group, they would be doomed. Izumi asked Izuku how he felt about possessing one for all. Izuku admitted he felt more capable of saving others and found it easier to fight and protect everyone with this quirk. Zhao speculated that Izuku's quirk might be linked to others. Izuku, confused, asked what he meant. Fujin clarified that Izuku was different from the rest of them. He had 3 dormant quirks within him. Katsuki shouted in disbelief that Izuku had 3 dormant quirks and now possessed All Might's quirk. All Might expressed his belief that Izuku was destined to confront All for One. Inko voiced her concern for her son, but Uraraka reassured her that Deku was strong, which made Inko smile. Momo marveled at the idea of 3 god-type quirks being possible. As everyone settled back into their seats, All Might awakened Garu and Momoko, who had dozed off. Garu apologized for his fatigue from his world and asked if everyone was ready for the multiverse adventure. They all responded enthusiastically. Momoko clarified that this multiverse would not focus on Izuku this time, though he would still be involved. Inko asked who would be the focus of this multiverse. Garu revealed it would be about her husband, Hisashi Midoriya, and assured her they would learn more once the show began. Inko gasped, realizing her husband would play a significant role, and she felt anxious about what the multiverse would entail as the title appeared on the screen, Hisashi's Last Stand. Mitsuki questioned the meaning of Last Stand. The voice of Shigaraki, Frieza, echoed on the screen, declaring it would be the last time he gazed upon the planet. Behind him, the planet Vegeta was visible, with Hisashi, Bardock, standing on it. Inko exclaimed in recognition of her husband, noting how much he resembled their son. Uraraka remarked that this was Izuku's father. Recovery Girl was puzzled as to how he could breathe outside the planet. Garu explained that in this multiverse, Hisashi was the last survivor of his planet, Vegeta. Unlike humans, Scions possessed a unique energy called Ki, allowing them to fly, fight with immense power, and unleash Ki blasts from their hands. They could also survive in outer space without astronaut suits. Inko realized she was no longer part of the scene and worried about what had happened to her son in this multiverse. Hisashi declared that he would change the future as he activated his white aura and charged at Shigaraki's soldiers. The soldiers fired Ki blasts at him, but he skillfully dodged them, charging forward with full power. "Defeat him, Hisashi!" Masaru shouted. "Take him down!" Mineta added. Tsuyu calmly questioned why Hisashi was attacking Shigaraki if he was the villain. Nizu explained that Shigaraki posed a threat to their planet. Everyone gasped at the realization that Shigaraki intended to destroy the planet where Hisashi and Izuku lived. Momo anxiously asked where Izuku was, fearing for his safety if Shigaraki succeeded in his plan. Hisashi charged at one of Shigaraki's soldiers, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the gut. As 5 fighters charged at Hisashi, they were swiftly defeated. Hisashi, filled with rage, declared that he would never forgive Shigaraki, the self-serving traitor, as he hurled one of Shigaraki's fighters into an asteroid and rushed toward Frieza at full speed. Gunhead commented on Izuki's father's impressive fighting skills, while Inko noted the intensity of Hisashi's anger. Momoko explained that no one would be happy if betrayed and threatened with destruction of their peaceful home. All Might inquired if Shigaraki and Hisashi had once been allies, to which Garu confirmed that the Scions had worked for Shigaraki until he betrayed them upon learning about Hisashi's son, whom he feared would become a powerful warrior destined to defeat him. Aizawa cursed Shigaraki for wanting to kill Midoriya, the legendary Super Saiyan. Nizu observed that Shigaraki was trying to avoid his own demise by eliminating Izuku before he could grow into a formidable opponent. Hisashi was suddenly attacked from behind by another soldier, but he managed to dodge. However, 2 soldiers caught him, and one delivered a powerful punch to his gut. As images of his baby son flashed in his mind, Hisashi felt a surge of determination. He recalled Izuku's voice, reminding him that it wasn't too late to choose a different path. Breaking free from his captors, Hisashi angrily confronted Shigaraki, questioning why he was attacking them. Shigaraki coldly remarked that the legendary Super Saiyan had finally shown up. Realizing who Shigaraki referred to, All Might expressed his disdain for the cowardice of wanting to eliminate anyone who could stop him. Katsuki, in disbelief, was silenced by the fierce glares from his classmates. Nizu addressed Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, discussing Katsuki's anger and how to help him with his mental struggles. The scene shifted to a flashback of Hisashi standing before Izuku, who was sleeping in a capsule. Hisashi expressed his intent to steal a pod for Izuku to send him to another world, prompting a shocked reaction from Inko. Hisashi believed they couldn't wait any longer, fearing Shigaraki's intentions toward their son. The scene transitioned to Shigaraki in his golden form, while Izuku appeared older and more powerful, surrounded by a blue aura. Kaminari marveled at Izuku's strength, and Garu explained that Shigaraki had faced him in the future. As both charged at each other, Hisashi felt a surge of anger and determination, realizing the stakes of their battle. He formed a massive blue ki blast and prepared to confront Shigaraki, who was charging an attack capable of destruction. All Might noted the overwhelming power of Shigaraki's attack, leaving everyone worried for Hisashi. Shigaraki coldly promised to show beautiful fireworks as he unleashed his energy toward Hisashi. In a moment of desperation, Hisashi declared that his son would be the one to defeat Shigaraki. As the blast engulfed him, Hisashi's last thoughts were of Izuku, who was being sent away from the impending destruction. Inko and the others wept for Hisashi's sacrifice, knowing he had risked everything to save Planet Vegeta, but had succeeded in sending Izuku to safety. Inko hoped that whoever found her son would take care of him, while Uraraka cheered that Izuku would ultimately defeat Shigaraki. All Might expressed his admiration for Hisashi, wishing to meet him one day to thank him for raising such a wonderful child. Aizawa remarked that Hisashi would be remembered as they all took a moment to reflect and share a break together. I hope you enjoy reading this and thank you. Uraraka wondered what the next multiverse would be. Momoko revealed that she had found one for them. Mina expressed her excitement, eager to learn more. Momoko coldly asked if they were ready to see how the villains would conquer their planet, which sparked both curiosity and fear among the group. They had always imagined heroes winning against villains, so the thought of the opposite was unsettling. All Might questioned who the monster was that would conquer Earth if All for One was dead. Garu hinted that they would soon find out and hoped they would forgive the villain once they knew his identity. As the title appeared on the screen, everyone settled back into their chairs, ready for the show, Transformers, Dark of the Moon. Present Mike, feeling ignored, asked about the title, but everyone was focused on the unfolding multiverse. The scene shifted to 3 Autobots in their vehicle forms, racing past other cars while being pursued by 3 large SUVs. Kirishima recognized himself and Shoto among the Autobots but was puzzled about the third one. Uraraka whispered that they would find out soon as they continued to watch intently. The scene then shifted to Sam, now in a suit, talking on the phone about the Decepticons wanting to take the pillars from Sentinel Prime. He explained that those pillars were keys to activating his greatest invention. Sato asked who Sentinel Prime was, while Midnight speculated if he was related to Optimus or Izuku. Garu, knowing the truth, secretly glared at All Might. The 3 SUVs closed in on Seymour Simmons, who noticed the suspicious vehicles behind him. One of the SUVs transformed into a Decepticon, lifting Simmons from his vehicle and tossing him aside, causing him to flip through the air and crash into road signs. Monoma paled at the sight, and the group cringed at what had happened to him. Kendo expressed hope that he hadn't met an early end, while Ubera prayed for his safety. Setsuna reminded everyone of the consequences of Monoma's trash-talking towards Class 1A. As Sam witnessed Simmons being thrown, the 2 SUVs used the road signs as ramps to leap into the air and transform into Decepticons, now in pursuit of Sam. The Autobots quickly followed suit, with the Ferrari, known as Dino, deflecting one of the Decepticons' attacks and slashing at it with his blade. Everyone except Shinso cheered as he revealed himself in action, pleased to finally shine in the spotlight. Dino continued his assault, using the damaged Decepticon as a makeshift vehicle while being chased. Bumblebee, in vehicle form, unleashed a barrage of firepower at the Decepticons. Hatsum marveled at Bumblebee's new upgrades, while Endeavor smiled with pride. Sam urged Bumblebee to shoot, and the Autobot fired relentlessly, destroying the Decepticon as Dino discarded the wreckage. The 2 remaining Decepticons targeted a red firetruck aligned with the Autobots, who were trying to keep the villains at bay. Ectoplasm expressed annoyance at the relentless pursuit, while Edgeshot reminded everyone that they were villains. The firetruck managed to escape, but the Autobots found themselves falling behind as one Decepticon destroyed a cargo truck, sending logs flying towards them. Sam yelled for Bumblebee to move faster, and when he saw the logs approaching, he panicked. Bumblebee transformed into robot form, skillfully dodging the logs to protect Sam. After successfully navigating the debris, he grabbed Sam and transformed back into vehicle form, drifting to a stop. Koda's reaction drew laughter from the group, and Mandalay commented on how amusing Sam's expression was. The scene shifted to Nest, where Ironhide left the facility, with Dino still being pursued by the Decepticons. Sideswipe transformed to slow down their pursuers. Dino called out to Sideswipe, who fired at the Decepticons while roller skating backward. Mina praised Minetta's movements, and Garu chuckled at his reaction. The Decepticons, unfazed by the bullets, saw Ironhide charging toward them. Sam called out to Ironhide as he collided with the Decepticons, who transformed mid-air, causing chaos. Kirishima received compliments for his bravery, while Gran Torino noted the battle unfolding. As the Decepticons landed, Sideswipe slipped between them and Ironhide, guns drawn. Sideswipe remarked on the standoff, and Ironhide ordered them to lower their weapons, sarcastically offering them a chance to escape with dignity. Katsuki scoffed at the Decepticons' cowardice, expressing disbelief that they would comply with the Autobots' demands. There was something amiss in the air, All Might observed. As the group dropped their weapons, one Decepticon stealthily drew a blade from its back and hurled it toward Ironhide. Sideswipe warned Ironhide to watch out just in time. Ironhide grunted as he narrowly avoided the attack, but another blade was thrown at Sideswipe. He blocked it with his sword and kicked his gun toward Ironhide, urging him to catch it. Ironhide received the weapon and spun to face the charging Decepticon, firing a powerful blast that knocked it down. Sideswipe took the opportunity to slash at another Decepticon. "Behind you!" Sideswipe warned, but was kicked away. The Decepticon charged at Ironhide, who was struck by the very blade he had thrown earlier. Ironhide, fueled by determination, lifted the Decepticon and slammed it against a vintage vehicle. "Decepticon punk!" Ironhide exclaimed, kicking the defeated foe toward a nearby store, causing the vintage car to explode. "Class dismissed," Ironhide stated, holstering his weapon. Everyone watched in awe as two of their students worked together with impressive coordination. All Might proudly declared that was what teamwork looked like. Aizawa reminded the students that this was how they must operate as heroes in the future, to which they responded affirmatively. The Autobots arrived at Nest alongside a fire truck, securing the facility. Colonel Lennox ordered everyone to get inside quickly, emphasizing the presence of Decepticons everywhere. Sam acknowledged the urgency and instructed Ironhide to protect Sentinel at all times. Ironhide affirmed the order as the fire truck transformed into Sentinel Prime. "All Might!" everyone exclaimed in shock. All Might was taken aback, having never seen himself as a robot before. Kirishima expressed his confusion, wondering why he was tasked with protecting All Might, who seemed stronger than him. Sentinel proclaimed that their survival depended on a deal with Megatron. Gran Torino questioned what he meant, while Tokoyami sensed something dark and foreboding. Sentinel insisted that a deal was necessary, and in a shocking turn, he fired an acid gun at Ironhide, causing him to collapse as his body began to deteriorate. "What have you done?" Ironhide struggled to ask. Sentinel coldly stated that he was discharging Ironhide from duty and fired another shot, finishing him off. Chaos erupted as Sentinel Prime turned against his comrades, firing at every soldier in Nest. Sam shouted for Bumblebee to fall back, but Bumblebee struggled to keep up with Sentinel's relentless assault. Sentinel stormed into the Nest facility, seizing 5 key pillars. "What do those pillars do?" All Might inquired. Garu explained that Ironhide was killed because he could provide the Autobots with advanced weapons and technology. Sentinel had allied with Megatron, believing they could use the Decepticon army to defeat Optimus. Sentinel had betrayed Optimus because Optimus refused to destroy Earth and replace it with Cybertron. The group exchanged worried glances, anticipating a conflict between master and student, with Izuku now in the role of the student. Inko asked where her son was, and Garu replied that he was occupied with other matters. Sentinel continued his rampage at Nest, destroying aircraft and weaponry. A female executive arrived at the base, furious at the destruction. Despite the soldiers' attempts to fight back, their weapons had little effect on Sentinel. The executive confronted Sentinel, demanding to know what he was doing. Sentinel, unfazed, blocked an RPG fired at him, asserting his authority as a prime. The audience watched in disbelief as All Might, now Sentinel, wreaked havoc without effort. Aizawa grimly stated that Optimus must stop Sentinel to end the massacre. All Might sighed, acknowledging the painful reality of being an enemy to his successor. Lennox urged the executive to retreat, warning that further confrontation was dangerous. Sentinel demanded the return of what belonged to him as he took the 5 pillars and prepared to leave the facility. Optimus Prime, accompanied by soldiers, finally arrived and was horrified by the destruction around him. The executive scolded him, blaming him for the chaos. Momo questioned why she was reprimanding Izuku, while Momoko sadly explained that it was indeed Izuku's fault. The revelation shocked everyone, leading to fears that Izuku was a traitor. However, it was clarified that Optimus had revived Sentinel after finding him dead on the moon, believing he could be a valuable ally. The executives were angry, thinking Sentinel was responsible for bringing the Decepticons to Earth, but Optimus had trusted that Sentinel could help them. Unfortunately, he had been mistaken. His leader had betrayed him, Momoko noted. The audience finally understood why Optimus, also known as Izuku, had taken such drastic actions. He had believed that his former leader would aid him against the Decepticons, But the truth was the opposite. His leader had allied with the Decepticons, making him one of Izuku's enemies. In another part of the multiverse, All Might reflected on how young Midoriya had defeated him, even if it meant his own demise. A time skip revealed Izuku sharing brief, innocent kisses with Midnight and Milady, creating a moment of levity amidst the tension. The scene shifted to the Autobots, now in vehicle form, being escorted toward a massive rocket. Power Loader expressed his confusion about the rocket's purpose. Momo speculated that they might be launching the Autobots into space. Momoko, pouting, whispered her agreement to Garu, who simply nodded in response. Sam observed the Autobots preparing the ship for departure from Earth and spotted Epps. Epps! Sam called out, excited to see him. "Long time no see, kid," Epps replied, giving Sam a high five. However, Sam held onto Epps's hand tightly, causing Epps to grunt in surprise as he tried to pull away. "Is something wrong, kid?" Epps asked, noticing Sam's nervousness. "Something feels off," Tetsu remarked. "Indeed," Kendo added. The Autobots had finally arrived, particularly Optimus, who was visibly concerned for Sam's safety. He told Sam that his leaders had been right to trust him, but he regretted that he had been mistaken. Sam reassured Optimus that it wasn't his fault. He had merely shown them that humans needed to change. "Remember this, you may lose faith in us, but never in yourselves," Optimus said as he began to walk away from Sam. Everyone felt a wave of sadness as they watched Optimus leave Earth, following the government's orders. Kirishima expressed his frustration with the rules, while Recovery Girl reminded everyone that they needed to comply to avoid a more significant conflict with the Autobots. Sam felt a deep pain in his heart as he tried to reach out to Optimus, believing there was a strategy behind the situation. "I know you have a plan. Just tell me," Sam urged. "There is no plan," Optimus replied firmly. Jiro commented on how cold Midoriya's words were, while Hagakure insisted that it had to be part of a larger strategy. Shoto whispered to himself, convinced that there was indeed a plan at play. When Sam declared that he knew Optimus Prime would return, Optimus reminded him that the war was now theirs to fight alone. Bumblebee, hidden beneath the rocket ship, watched as Izuku appeared sorrowful while Optimus walked past him. Optimus commanded the Autobots to prepare for loading, and one of the wreckers confirmed they were ready. Bumblebee approached Sam for one last moment, expressing that their friendship would endure despite the challenges ahead. The sight of the two friends parting brought tears to everyone's eyes, knowing they were being separated due to the government's orders. Koda cried out, comforted by the Pussycats, while Tiger reassured everyone that the Autobots would return. Gang Orca voiced his doubts about humanity's chances against the Decepticons, and Endeavor agreed, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Simmons approached Sam, now in a wheelchair after losing his left leg. Monoma lamented his own injury, questioning how anyone could survive an encounter with a Decepticon. He reflected on how future generations would remember this moment as one of inaction. The scene transitioned to a helicopter arriving at a facility, where a worried Carly was being dragged inside by a man named Dylan. Present Mike protested, confused about why he was involved. Garu explained that Dylan was taking Eri away from Sam, prompting Koda to glare at Present Mike. As the rocket ship began its launch countdown, the announcer declared the successful takeoff. The crowd cheered, except for Simmons, who watched without emotion, and Sam, who stood outside the facility, witnessing the Autobots' departure. Sam contacted Dylan, who had Eri by his side. He demanded to know what Dylan wanted now that the Autobots were gone. Dylan assured Sam that he always got what he wanted, implying that the Autobots would not return to the fight. Suddenly, Starscream was spotted approaching the rocket ship, prompting alarm among the personnel. The tension escalated as Starscream launched missiles at the rocket, destroying it. The wreckage fell back to Earth, leaving Sam in shock as he realized the Autobots might be lost. Present Mike remarked on the Decepticons likely celebrating their victory, while All Might acknowledged the grim reality of the situation. The two villains of this multiverse had now set their plans in motion. The scene shifted to Sentinel Prime in the park as he activated the pillars, opening a portal to the moon where his ship had been found. From there, he resurrected the dormant robots and brought them to Earth. The robots arrived and began searching for vehicles to transform into, causing chaos throughout the city. In Chicago, huge spaceships from the moon, revived by Sentinel, attacked relentlessly, threatening every human life. Midnight expressed concern for the people, noting that no hero or Autobot could save them now. MT Lady wondered how the government would respond to the invasion, jokingly suggesting railguns. Mineta lamented the fate of the innocent. Meanwhile, Sam and Epps were planning to meet with ex-military soldiers who had previously fought against All for One to rescue Carly from Dylan. A time skip revealed Jiro dreaming of being with Izuku. The soldiers fled from the Decepticons, who were firing at humans, leaving devastation in their wake. Ida noted that the Decepticons' weapons had become more powerful, while Recovery Girl expressed sorrow for the victims of the attacks. Sam and his group faced danger as an alien fighter jet targeted them. Just then, the jet was struck by stray bullets, causing it to falter. Epps warned everyone to watch out as the ship struggled to stay airborne before crashing to the ground. Sam witnessed the jet crash and saw the Decepticon pilot in pain, attempting to escape the wreckage. As Sam and Epps tried to regain their footing, they heard heavy footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw Optimus Prime, armed and ready for battle. He declared their intent to eliminate the threat, and the Autobots began to appear one by one. The group cheered at the sight of Optimus and his allies returning to action. Koda exclaimed that the Decepticons were in trouble now, while Kirishima expressed his confidence in the Autobots' return. Kaminari teased him, and Jiro playfully interrupted. Inko questioned how they had survived. The Autobot wreckers arrived, transforming as they approached the wounded Decepticon. One of the wreckers commanded his comrades to take action, and they swiftly engaged the enemy. The crowd watched, cringing at the fierce confrontation. Momo acknowledged the wreckers' need to vent their anger against the Decepticons for the destruction they had caused. Achiko cheered them on. Optimus proclaimed that the Decepticons would understand their resolve, emphasizing that they had to make the enemy believe they were gone. With Bumblebee and the rest of the Autobots now present, they prepared for war. Sam recalled the destruction of their ship, to which Roadbuster clarified that they had hidden in the first booster rocket, planning to separate and splash back into the Atlantic as intended. Midnight expressed relief at the revelation of their plan, while Nijire marveled at the Autobots' cleverness. Mirio praised Optimus and Izuku's strategic thinking, and Gran Torino shared a light-hearted moment with All Might, who was proud to see his successor back in action. A small robot named Brains declared their determination to stay and win the war, while Wheelie echoed his sentiment. Eri pointed out the small robots surrounding the city, and Mina noted their intimidating presence. Optimus explained that the city had become a fortress, and they needed to use the element of surprise to their advantage. Sam had an idea. Time skip. Showed Shoto using his ice quirk to freeze meat products. Sam and his group found themselves trapped on the upper floors of a ruined building. Suddenly, a massive worm emerged from the ground, ridden by Shockwave, who spotted Sam and his friends hiding above. Kamui Woods questioned Shockwave's appearance, prompting laughter from the group, including his family. Shockwave, annoyed, demanded to know if he was considered a villain. Garu pointed out that in this multiverse, Optimus had a personal grudge against him, which made Shockwave smile at his role. He muttered to himself about finding a way to defeat Izuku. Shockwave commanded the gigantic worm to drill into the building where Sam and his group were hiding, causing panic among them. Momoko reassured everyone that this worm was weaker than others they had encountered. Just as the worm threatened Sam and his team, the building began to collapse. Epps urged everyone to hold on tight as they clung to electrical wires to avoid falling. They managed to stabilize themselves, but debris fell dangerously close to Shockwave. In a dramatic moment, Optimus soared into action, armed with multiple weapons. He fired at Shockwave's creature, dodging its charge and striking it down with precision. The worm was defeated, sliced apart by Optimus's skillful maneuvering. Nijire exclaimed that they had defeated the creature. Present Mike encouraged everyone to prepare for the next Shockwave, while Endeavor clenched his fists in anger at the sight of his pet now gone. Ray questioned Endeavor's anger, to which he quickly replied that it was nothing. Optimus landed on the rooftop of a building, where Shockwave, furious, readied his massive weapon and aimed it at Optimus. Optimus found himself entangled in the building's wires, unable to fly once more. Koda shouted in distress, while Endeavor, feeling a sense of satisfaction, remarked on the situation, earning glares from those around him. Everyone wondered what Izuku had done to deserve such treatment. Meanwhile, Sam and his team were strategizing to rescue Carly from Dylan, needing to locate his hideout first. Bumblebee utilized a Decepticon spacecraft they had previously taken down to scout the nearby buildings for Carly and Dylan, and fortunately, they spotted them. Sam expressed his determination to take action, while Eri called out for him, prompting Koda to blush at her encouragement. Sam stealthily entered the building, preparing himself as he approached Dylan, who was casually grabbing an apple from the fridge. Just as Sam confronted him, Laserbeak transformed and attacked, throwing Sam aside. Carly cried out for Sam in panic, while Katsuki voiced his frustration at the unfolding chaos. As Sam floated away, he called out for Carly, who spotted him and rushed to escape Dylan's guards, leaping onto the spacecraft. The vessel ascended, aiming its weapon at Dylan's group, who looked terrified. The spacecraft fired upon them, while Laserbeak lunged at Sam, but Bumblebee struggled to keep control. Sam fought back against the Decepticon, managing to position its head against the ship's weapon. He urged Bumblebee to fire, and as they began to descend, Bumblebee shot Laserbeak, ensuring it could no longer harm anyone. Uraraka declared that justice had been served for the innocent victims. After crashing to the ground, the group emerged unscathed and discovered a satellite device capable of contacting the U.S. military. Epps' team spotted them and approached the satellite. Epps inquired if the device was operational, and it rotated to focus on them. He called out to see if they could be heard. Aizawa questioned the device's function, and Momoko explained that it was a surveillance camera linked to Nest, which had been damaged during the rescue. Ojiro marveled at the technology. In Nest, they received Epps' transmission. Lennox ordered for a clearer view, and Epps instructed Sam to relay their situation. Sam explained that the Decepticons were attempting to bring Cybertron to Earth using Sentinel's technology and that they were located in a building in Chicago. The Nest team was shocked to learn that the Autobots were still alive and assisting them. Lennox requested the coordinates of the building, which were displayed on a monitor. Tsuyu speculated on the significance of the location, while Nizu theorized that it was likely the core of Sentinel's plans. As the soldiers of Nest approached the building, they silently assessed the number of Decepticons below. Lennox counted 8 and prepared the team for action. The scene shifted to Barricade reprimanding his fellow Decepticons, while Shockwave remained unfazed. The soldiers skydived from the building, deploying their parachutes as Lennox and his partner jumped from their position. Epps commanded the snipers to take out the Decepticons' visibility, and they successfully blinded several of them. Aizawa remarked on the pain, while Mina expressed excitement about the skydiving. Epps instructed the ground team to flank the Decepticons, who were now vulnerable. Soldiers planted landmines near the blinded enemies, and as the mines detonated, chaos erupted. Garu announced that the battle had begun, and the soldiers prepared for the ensuing fight. Some Decepticons retaliated, but the soldiers who had skydived landed and created distractions. During the fray, one soldier's parachute inadvertently obstructed Shockwave's aim, rendering him unable to fire effectively. As Lennox landed on the ground alongside some soldiers from Nest, they began firing at Shockwave, who was momentarily at a loss. The soldiers' bravery sparked cheers from the crowd as they faced Shockwave, also known as Endeavor, who roared in frustration. He was ignored by the soldiers as they focused on the battle. One soldier descended from the sky, landing on Shockwave's neck and firing a powerful blast. Shockwave retaliated by throwing him aside, but Lennox was quick to catch him. He praised the young soldier for his efforts. Epps commanded his squad to open fire, and they unleashed a barrage of bullets at Shockwave, who began to falter and drop to his knees. A large soldier from Epps' team shouted in triumph as the wreckers arrived, joining the fight against Shockwave, who finally collapsed. The crowd erupted in cheers, except for Endeavor, who was visibly distressed. Kirishima expressed admiration for the soldiers' bravery, while All Might noted that they had shown that courage was the greatest weapon against fear. Epps celebrated their victory as the Autobots joined the fray. Ratchet rallied the Autobots to attack, urging the soldiers in military trucks to break through. In the sky, Sentinel proclaimed that Cybertron was now visible to the humans, causing concern among them about the potential replacement of Earth. Katsuki shouted in frustration, demanding to know where the others were, while Momoko urged him to be patient. The scene shifted to the Nest headquarters, where Simmons observed the arrival of Cybertron. Sam and Carly narrowly avoided stray bullets as Optimus charged into battle against the Decepticons. As Optimus crashed to the ground, he unleashed a flurry of gunfire against the Decepticons, breaking free from his jetpack. He engaged in close combat, punching and slashing at his enemies. Shockwave attempted to shoot Optimus but missed as Optimus skillfully dodged and delivered a powerful punch that shattered Shockwave's form. He then seized Shockwave's weapon and fired it at one of Sentinel's pillars, eliciting a cry of despair from Sentinel. The crowd cheered once more, but Endeavor fainted at the sight of his robotic self being defeated. Shoto smirked, taunting Endeavor about his best friend's victory. Endeavor's reaction was one of shock as he witnessed his defeated form being discarded like trash. Optimus called out to Sentinel, who responded by leaping from a building, landing gracefully with his glaive. Mineta expressed excitement about the unfolding battle, while All Might thought of Midoriya's potential to defeat his nemesis. Momo remarked on the significance of the clash between the two primes, prompting Midnight to ask Aizawa for his prediction. Aizawa noted that the outcome depended on the circumstances, suggesting it would be a tough fight for Optimus. Sentinel growled about bringing Cybertron to Earth, accusing Optimus of choosing humanity over his own kind. Optimus countered that freedom was a right for all. He readied himself for battle, wielding an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, charging at Sentinel and pinning him against a building. Sentinel threatened to reactivate the pillar, but Optimus insisted he would have to go through him first. The scene shifted to Lennox and the Autobots rushing to support Optimus, encountering Decepticons along the way. Epps announced their arrival as they teamed up with Lennox's squad. Back to the fight, Optimus continued to evade Sentinel's slashes, countering with powerful swings of his axe. Meanwhile, Sentinel sensed the Autobots arriving and ordered the Decepticons to attack Optimus. A soldier called for air support, stating they needed it urgently. As missiles were launched toward the Decepticon ships, Hatsum marveled at the technology, while All Might explained the wealth of firepower at their disposal. A soldier declared he would cover for Optimus as Autobots defended a bridge from a massive Decepticon and alien ships targeting Optimus. The perspective shifted to a soldier engaging Sentinel while avoiding hitting Optimus, who was being overwhelmed by the Autobots. Optimus grunted in frustration as he was bombarded by fire from the alien ships. Sentinel commanded the Decepticons to restart the pillar while he dealt with Bumblebee and Sideswipe. Optimus struggled against the overwhelming forces, crying out in desperation as he fell. The crowd shouted his name in concern. Ida remarked on the unfairness of the situation, prompting Aizawa to lecture him about the soldiers' roles in the battle. As the soldiers prepared to strike, they confirmed a target lock on the Decepticon ships, launching heat-seeking missiles that struck the vessels, causing them to crash. The scene shifted to Carly, who discovered Megatron, now resembling a shadow of his former self, watching Cybertron's arrival. He expressed relief at Cybertron's salvation, while Zero commented on Megatron's disheveled appearance. Katsuki retorted angrily, and Midnight noted his weakened state. As Carly approached Megatron, she questioned whether he had come to surrender. Mirio and Nijire speculated about Carly's intentions, while she confronted Megatron about his past allegiance to Sentinel and the tragic turn of events. Megatron warned her not to insult him, insisting he would always be the leader. Carly countered that he was nothing more than Sentinel's pawn, provoking Megatron's fury as he realized the truth in her words. Sentinel had done everything to restore Cybertron, but he was ultimately defeated in front of the Decepticons, a humiliating moment for him. Everyone was astonished as they watched Eri roast Katsuki, who paled at the sight of her multiverse version and what she had done to his counterpart. Mitsuki couldn't help but snicker at Katsuki's expense, while Mirio exclaimed how brave Eri was, prompting her to smile at her own actions in that other universe. Garu, with a cheerful demeanor, presented Eri with an apple as a prize, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight as she accepted it. The scene shifted back to Sentinel, who was fighting off the Autobots that surrounded him. Suddenly, a soldier fired an RPG at him, striking him in the chest and causing him to fall. Grunting in pain, Sentinel attempted to transform and escape, but Optimus was hot on his trail. Uraraka cheered for Midoriya to catch him, while Gran Torino urged him to defeat the evil version of All Might. All Might himself remained calm, smiling as he wished for his successor to triumph over Sentinel. In his thoughts, he encouraged Midoriya to defeat Sentinel for him. Optimus managed to catch up to Sentinel and swung his axe, but Sentinel transformed and retaliated. He shouted about bravery and the survival of their planet, kicking Optimus's arm away and severing it. Gasps filled the air as everyone witnessed the injury, with Momo crying out in distress and Shoto urging Midoriya to fight back. Nizu noted the disadvantage Optimus was in as he clutched his wounded shoulder. Sentinel then struck Optimus with his shield and stabbed him, leaving him on the brink of defeat and in agony. Sentinel proclaimed that they were once gods, but there could only be one. As he raised his glaive to deliver the final blow, the audience in the cinema closed their eyes, not wanting to witness Optimus's demise. Uraraka cried out for Deku, and everyone shouted his name, pleading for someone to save him. Just as Sentinel was about to strike, an unknown enemy fired at him from behind, hitting him twice. The attacker was revealed to be Megatron. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had saved Deku from death. Megatron seized Sentinel and threw him down, declaring that this was his planet. He kicked Sentinel, knocking off his helm, and then grabbed him again, overpowering him. While some cringed at the sight of Katsuki's fierce actions against Sentinel, they were relieved that he had saved Izuku. Setsuna smirked, calling Katsuki Izuku's hero, to which Katsuki angrily replied that he had only saved him this once. The atmosphere lightened as everyone exchanged smiles. The scene shifted to Dylan, who was protecting a pillar that had been triggered and was now battling Sam. Dylan shouted that Sam had chosen the wrong side, punching him away. Sam retaliated, lifting a large piece of rubble, claiming he was just a messenger. As he swung the rubble at Dylan, the pillar electrocuted him, causing Dylan to collapse, unconscious. Sam looked at Dylan as the Autobots approached the triggered pillar. Present Mike lamented his bad luck, prompting laughter from the others. Koda yelled that it was payback for stealing his girl, causing Eri to blush. Ratchet ordered the Autobots to fire at the pillar, and Bumblebee embraced it as alien ships were slowly absorbed by Cybertron, which was being pulled into a black hole. Sentinel watched in despair as Cybertron was consumed. Megatron, having thrown Sentinel to the ground, questioned who Sentinel would be without him. Optimus coldly replied that it was time to find out. He activated his mask and threw his axe at Megatron, pinning him down and stabbing him in the head. As he pulled the axe away, Megatron's life force flickered out. Everyone, including Katsuki, was stunned by how effortlessly Optimus had defeated Megatron. Katsuki's anger erupted as he yelled at Izuku, questioning why he would repay him this way after being saved. Kaminari exclaimed that the move was incredibly badass, while Jiro marveled at the ease of the victory. Gran Torino, still shaken, teased All Might about the situation. Sentinel, realizing he had betrayed himself, pleaded with Optimus. But it was too late. Optimus fired at Sentinel, obliterating his head. The audience cringed at the sight of Izuku defeating All Might in this alternate universe. Aizawa remarked on the gravity of the moment, while All Might sighed, acknowledging that it was the right thing to do. Afterward, Optimus dropped his weapon and looked around as soldiers and Autobots gathered around him. The screen faded to black. The audience erupted in applause, except for Katsuki, who was still fuming. Garu offered him a punching bag, which Katsuki accepted with a shout of frustration, unleashing his anger on it as everyone watched in amusement. Katsuki lay on the ground, exhausted after repeatedly striking the punching bag, his mind still reeling from the last multiverse encounter. Momoko called out to Garu, expressing her concern. She had witnessed something troubling in Izuku's dream. Garu, intrigued, asked for clarification. Momoko explained that in Izuku's dream, he possessed All for One's quirk while still being a good and innocent kid, but Mirio was the user of One for All, and he was using it for nefarious purposes. Garu reacted with shock, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Inko, worried, inquired if something was wrong. Garu quickly reassured her, leaning closer to Momoko to discuss whether they should reveal what they had seen in Izuku's sleep. Momoko agreed, believing it was important for Mirio to understand the implications of wielding All Might's power in a negative way. The two gods decided to share their vision with the group, who looked on with a mix of confusion and concern. Momoko announced that they would be viewing someone's dream, specifically Izuku's. Garu confirmed this as the screen displayed Izuku sleeping, revealing his upper body and lower attire. Many girls, except for RG, Eri, and Inko, blushed at the sight of Izuku. Uraraka exclaimed in disbelief, while Mina marveled at his physique. Momo stuttered, unable to find words, and Nijire let out an excited cheer. The boys in the room felt a twinge of jealousy, breaking the girls' admiration. Kirishima asked what was happening in Izuku's dream, while Mineta voiced his discomfort at seeing Izuku in such a state. Garu urged Momoko to explain what she had witnessed, and after a thorough explanation, All Might fainted at the revelation. Mirio looked worried, concerned about how he would be portrayed in Izuku's dream. Momoko reassured Mirio that it was just a dream and not to take it too personally. As everyone prepared to delve into Izuku's dream, the scene shifted to Izuku conversing with a tall man in a suit, who was none other than All for One. All Might reacted with alarm, questioning what All for One wanted with his successor. Momoko quickly calmed him, reminding him it was merely a dream. Recovery Girl wondered what Izuku might be experiencing in this encounter. All for One revealed that he wanted Izuku to inherit his quirk, explaining its powers and capabilities. Izuku's eyes widened at the prospect of finally having a quirk, but he hesitated, concerned about potential drawbacks. All for One reassured him that there were no significant drawbacks, except for one quirk that could counter his own, One for All. The revelation shocked everyone, realizing that All Might's quirk was the natural enemy of All for One's. Sato noted that Izuku didn't seem to idolize All Might in this dream, and Momoko explained that while Izuku was still determined to be a hero, he had met All for One first, who treated him kindly and chose him as a successor. All Might felt a mix of sadness and pride, knowing that while Izuku didn't idolize him in the dream, he still aspired to be a hero. Izuku expressed disbelief that One for All belonged to All Might, while All for One confirmed that their quirks would eventually be passed down to future generations. He emphasized that he was the villain in this scenario, yet he sought a worthy successor. Izuku, distressed, questioned why All for One would choose him, insisting he didn't want to become an evil monster. All for One explained that he had the ability to see the future and had chosen Izuku because of his pure heart and desire to help others, just like All Might. As Izuku smiled back at All for One, acknowledging the villain's intentions, MT Lady remarked that if this version of All for One existed in their world, he might still have a chance to do good. However, she cautioned that All for One did not have a good outlook on humanity. All Might expressed his relief that his nemesis in the dream was about to find a worthy successor for his quirk. Struggling to understand why he was portrayed as evil in Izuku's dream, asked for clarification. Momoko assured him that everything would be explained later, offering a comforting smile to the worried Mirio. Izuku inquired about what All Might had seen in the future. All for One revealed that All Might had found his successor at UA High in the third-year class, known as Mirio Togata, one of the strongest students at the school. He noted Mirio's impressive qualifications but pointed out that he had chosen a successor who harbored ambitions to conquer Japan, much like himself. All for One recounted how Mirio had once expressed a desire to join the League of Villains, a request he had denied due to Mirio's quirk being less impressive in his eyes. However, he recognized the potential in Mirio, foreseeing that he would soon become the strongest student at UA and eventually form his own villain organization after graduation. All for One warned that if Mirio succeeded in defeating them, he would become a formidable force in Japan, a monster that no hero could stop. He continued, lamenting that in the future, Mirio would acquire All Might's quirk and manipulate its power, surpassing even All for One himself. This realization filled him with dread, as he foresaw no one being able to stop Mirio. Thus, he had sought out Izuku, believing he was destined to defeat Mirio and reclaim One for All to restore peace and hope to Japan and the world. Mirio, overwhelmed by the implications of his role in Izuku's dream, shed tears. Nijire and Tamaki comforted him, sitting beside him in solidarity. All Might lowered his head, contemplating the weight of choosing a successor and the potential consequences of his decision. Fortunately, he had chosen Izuku, a boy with a heroic heart who inspired hope in others. Mirio, now resolute, declared that Izuku must defeat the evil version of himself. The others cheered in support. Garu reassured Mirio that Izuku would take on the challenge. Izuku, inspired by All for One's vision of the future, vowed to find and stop Mirio at all costs. All for One encouraged Izuku to prepare for a transfer of power, asking if he was ready. With enthusiasm, Izuku affirmed his readiness. As All for One placed his hands on Izuku's head, the transfer of quirks began. Izuku experienced intense pain as he absorbed the overwhelming power, while All for One's form weakened, resembling that of All Might before he collapsed. Izuku held All for One in his arms, calling out to him. All for One, in his final moments, expressed his regrets and urged Izuku to defeat his successor and save humanity. With those words, he passed away, having transferred all his powers to Izuku, who was now a beacon of hope. The group mourned the loss of the once monstrous villain, who had changed for the better in his final moments. Kendo noted that Izuku had become incredibly powerful, while Gran Torino reflected on the significance of All for One's sacrifice. All Might thought about how peace could have been achieved if such a change had occurred in the real world. Inko reminded everyone that for Izuku to succeed against Mirio, he would need to confront One for All. Izuku whispered his determination as members of the League of Villains approached him. Momo warned Shigaraki to stay away from Izuku, while Shoto expressed his anger at their presence. Uraraka fiercely defended Izuku, drawing attention from the other girls in the room. Izuku, confused, demanded to know what they wanted. Shigaraki attempted to calm him, explaining that they were aware of their master's plan and had come to apologize. The League of Villains members bowed to Izuku, offering to follow his commands. The heroes were shocked to see the notorious villains showing such deference to Izuku. Aizawa insisted they should be taken into custody, while MT Lady echoed the sentiment. Garu intervened, arguing that if the villains surrendered, they would lose valuable allies who could help Izuku gather intelligence on Mirio's side. The heroes began to understand Garu's perspective, realizing that the League of Villains could provide crucial information. Izuku then issued his first command, instructing them to return to the villain's side and gather intelligence on Mirio's allies. The League members agreed, humorously referring to Izuku as Mr. All for One version 2.0, as they departed, taking All for One's body with them. Izuku acknowledged the need for a proper burial for All for One, recognizing the significance of his final act of redemption. Midnight added a light-hearted comment, prompting laughter among the group as they reflected on the surreal nature of the dream. But it was unfortunate that it didn't happen in reality, Best Jeanist remarked. Izuku sat in Class 1A at UA, waiting for the next teacher to arrive when Uraraka and Ida approached him. Uraraka cheerfully suggested they have some snacks while they waited, to which Ida agreed, saying it would be a good use of their time. Izuku, however, declined, stating he was full as Uraraka and Ida walked away. Momo and Jiro then approached Izuku, with Momo asking if something was wrong. Izuku reassured them that everything was fine, simply lost in thought. Jiro encouraged him to reach out if he needed help, and Momo, though slightly pouting, smiled as they left him. Shoji wondered what Midoriya was thinking about, while Tokoyami speculated it might be about how he would handle Mirio. Ojiro chimed in with a possible agreement. As everyone settled into their seats, Aizawa entered and greeted the class. He announced that they would be meeting the strongest students of UA, known as the Big Three. Mirio Togata then entered the classroom, introducing himself enthusiastically. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized Mirio, realizing he was All Might's successor. A time skip brought them to the training ground, where Class 1A had been challenged by Mirio to a fight. Katsuki expressed his frustration, questioning how Izuku could have passed the entrance exams without a quirk. Momoko explained that in his dream, Izuku was the first student to pass the UA entrance exams with a score of 99, despite not having a quirk. Endeavor commented on All Might's fortunate successor, while Rei noted that they were lucky to have Shoto on their side, especially since he and Izuku were best friends. Ida instructed everyone to pay attention to Mirio's movements as they took their fighting stances, except for Izuku, who observed Mirio with a serious expression. As Ida, Shoto, and Katsuki charged at Mirio, their attacks passed harmlessly through him. Izuku recognized Mirio's quirk as permeation, which surprised Mirio, who was impressed that Izuku could identify it so quickly. The three attackers were shocked when their strikes failed to connect. Mirio then powered up, resembling All Might, and unleashed a flurry of punches that knocked the three of them back simultaneously. Izuku noted Mirio's speed and began to strategize how to counter him. As Mirio continued to attack, Izuku prepared himself, hardening his body and enveloping himself in electric currents and flames for protection. When Mirio struck him, he was thrown back, his fists sustaining some damage from the impact. The students of UA gasped in surprise at the display of power. Kirishima remarked on Mirio's overwhelming strength, while Nijire expressed excitement over the multiple quirks. Katsuki, frustrated, called out to Izuku, while Mineta was astonished to learn that Izuku had developed a quirk. Izuku explained that he had acquired it just the day before. Mirio, despite the pain, vowed to defeat Izuku and charged at him again. Izuku readied himself, his right hand crackling with red electricity as he prepared to strike back. Their fists collided with a tremendous force, creating a massive shockwave that sent everyone flying. Izuku struggled to absorb Mirio's one-for-all but managed to acquire his permeation quirk, leaving Mirio on the ground, groaning in pain. Aizawa declared the match over, citing the damage done to the training ground. Class 1A rushed to Izuku, eager to know more about his newfound quirk. Nizu noted that Izuku had successfully taken Mirio's quirk without him noticing. Shoto speculated whether one-for-all was Mirio's last quirk, while Garu suggested that Izuku had only partially acquired Mirio's abilities. Izuku realized that he hadn't fully mastered Mirio's permeation quirk, indicating that Mirio still posed a threat. His classmates surrounded him, expressing their concern and admiration for his performance. Mirio approached Izuku, who offered his hand in friendship. Mirio complimented the fight and expressed hope for another sparring session in the future, though internally he felt a surge of anger. He couldn't understand how Izuku had developed a quirk stronger than his own and feared that All-for-One's successor might indeed be Izuku. As the screen faded to black, everyone groaned, wishing to see more of the action. Mirio expressed his frustration, feeling a surge of anger at that moment. Uraraka chimed in, eager to see what would unfold next. Katsuki, fueled by his emotions, added that he wanted to witness how Mirio would confront Izuku, though he was quickly silenced by a stern look from his mother. Mitsuki, concerned for her son, intervened, causing Katsuki to momentarily lose consciousness. Garu suggested that everyone take a break, as the next segment would be lengthy, and it was important for them to refresh. After a brief respite, the group was prepared to delve into the next part of Izuku's dream. All Might inquired about the time in their world, to which Momoko replied that it was 11:30 p.m. Aizawa questioned why they didn't feel tired, and Garu explained that they were not aligned with their world's time flow, which was significantly slower than Earth's. Realizing that time had effectively stopped for them, the group felt reassured knowing Izuku was there to handle the situation, especially the pro-heroes. Inko declared it was time to continue watching. Following his defeat against Izuku at TDL, Mirio found himself in a familiar location within the Kamino ward, not the League of Villains hideout, but rather an underground passage leading to the villain's lair. Edge Shot speculated about the existence of this place, and All Might suggested they consult a friend for more information. Using his quirk, Mirio slipped under the gate of the passage undetected. Upon arrival, he encountered Tetsu, a fellow UA student. Tetsu appeared startled to see Mirio in a different light. Kendo, concerned, questioned Tetsutetsu's presence in the lair. Momoko explained that in this dream, Tetsutetsu was portrayed as a villain with a personal grudge against some pro-heroes. Tetsutetsu sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation, and informed Mirio that the others had been waiting for him for 2 hours. Mirio instructed Tetsutetsu to remain vigilant for any intruders before entering the lair, where he was greeted by some of Japan's most notorious villains. One villain welcomed him back, while another noted that he was the most powerful figure since All for One's demise. Mirio, confused, asked for clarification, and a familiar voice, Toga, confirmed the news. Uraraka reacted angrily, recognizing Toga as a traitor, but Momo reminded her of Izuku's words. Embarrassed, Uraraka settled down. Mirio then addressed the villains, acknowledging their affiliation with All for One and their search for a new leader. As Izuku walked home, he reflected on his earlier fight with Mirio, contemplating the implications of having taken a portion of Mirio's quirk. He arrived at his apartment to find the door damaged, and upon entering he was met with a horrifying sight that brought tears to his eyes. His mother's lifeless body hung there, a grim scene that shattered his heart. Inko had fainted upon witnessing her own demise before Izuku's arrival, and his closest friends rushed to comfort her. Recovery Girl remarked on Mirio's malevolent nature in the dream, while Mirio expressed confusion over what had led him down such a dark path, feeling guilt for his actions. All Might reassured Mirio that it wasn't his fault and urged him not to take it personally. Izuku discovered a note beneath his mother's body, demanding he meet at Dagoba by 9 p.m., threatening the lives of his friends if he failed to comply. Realizing the time was running out, Izuku felt panic rise within him. With only 4 minutes to spare, he rushed towards Dagoba, using his telekinesis and wind pressure quirk to propel himself forward. Upon arriving, he was met with a shocking sight. His classmates from Class 1A were restrained and held hostage by Mirio. Izuku called out to them, desperation in his voice. Mineta cried out in fear, urging everyone to run away. Tokoyami warned them to stay back, fearing that they would be picked off one by one. Izuku paused as he felt the ground tremble beneath him, and suddenly, Mirio charged at him, delivering a powerful uppercut to his face. Aizawa remarked that Midoriya would have to face the consequences of Mirio's actions. Mina expressed her sorrow, while Katsuki grimly concluded that they would all face dire consequences. Izuku was propelled backward by the force of Mirio's attack. Mirio shouted that it was payback for making him look like a loser earlier. Izuku retorted that it wasn't his fault and that Mirio deserved it. Gathering red electricity in his right arm, Izuku activated a quirk to nullify Mirio's permeation ability and charged forward at great speed. He yelled out his quirk's name as he attempted to punch Mirio, but his fist passed right through him. Gran Torino noted that Izuku had forgotten about Mirio's permeation. He advised that Izuku needed to rely on his senses to effectively nullify Mirio's tricky quirk. All Might inquired about the meaning behind Gran Torino's words, while Ectoplasm explained that Izuku would need to be strategic. Garu, rushing past Gran Torino and Ectoplasm, commented on their insights. Izuku suddenly had an idea, and his eyes transformed into a cyborg-like appearance. Mirio was taken aback. Izuku applied nullification through his eyes, ensuring that if Mirio looked at him, his permeation quirk would be neutralized. The lady chuckled, suggesting that Izuku had indeed heard the advice. Nijire agreed that it was a clever plan given Mirio's numerous quirks. Mirio, frustrated, exclaimed that Izuku had nullified his quirk. As he attempted to use permeation, Izuku struck him in the gut with all his strength, unleashing a powerful punch that sent Mirio flying. Mirio, now enveloped in red lightning, shouted in anger as he rushed at Izuku, but Izuku's glowing red eyes erased Mirio's attack. Mina pointed out that Izuku had just used Aizawa's quirk, leading Aizawa to wonder if Izuku had somehow stolen it in a dream. Garu clarified that Izuku could create his own quirks, much to Aizawa's relief. Mirio was shocked as Izuku delivered a roundhouse kick to his face, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Izuku approached the defeated Mirio, who was struggling to catch his breath. Mirio, panting, expressed his determination not to lose to someone like Izuku. Izuku confronted him, questioning why he would choose to be a villain despite being ranked among the top heroes at UA. Mirio's face twisted into a sinister grin as he revealed that he was not the real Mirio. Uraraka shouted in realization, while Momo worried about whether Toga had promised to help Izuku. Katsuki expressed his anger, declaring that Toga deserved punishment for her betrayal. 13 echoed his sentiments, questioning Toga's motives. Izuku was taken aback to see Toga, who revealed that she was there to test his strength. She declared that since he had killed all for one, she had no intention of teaming up with him. Toga accused Izuku of stealing everything from her, including the quirk that should have been hers. She revealed that she had killed Izuku's mother to make him feel the pain of loss. Izuku's heart sank as he realized that Toga was the true culprit behind his mother's death. Tears welled in his eyes as he processed the revelation. Toga, with a crazed laugh, declared that it was time to end things, rushing at Izuku with malicious intent. Katsuki was furious, demanding to know how Toga had duplicated Mirio's quirks, including one for all. All Might, equally confused, sought an explanation. Garu clarified that Toga's shape-shifting quirk allowed her to use the abilities of those she duplicated, but it was all just a dream. Izuku, now resolute, created a sword using his quirk and prepared to confront Toga. As she charged at him, he stabbed her in the chest, expressing that it was for killing his mother. He twisted the sword, his anger boiling over. Izuku transformed the sword into a massive spiked mace, declaring that this was for her betrayal. The scene was intense, and those watching were horrified. Kirishima rushed to the bathroom, unable to handle the sight. All Might and the other heroes who had supported Izuku fainted from the shock. The girls in the audience cringed at the brutality, realizing the importance of keeping Izuku calm in the future. Class 1A, now free from Toga's restraints, rushed to Izuku, who had collapsed from his overwhelming emotions. Uraraka hugged him tightly, urging him to rest as they were safe because of his efforts. Ida attempted to voice his concerns about Izuku's actions, but Shoto silenced him, reminding him to keep his thoughts to himself. He saved them from a dangerous individual, and yet they were still being taught the laws. Shoto expressed his confusion about the situation. Ida quickly apologized, acknowledging his mistake. Aizawa advised Ida to analyze situations carefully before speaking, as his words could either validate him or lead to embarrassment. Ida promised to heed Aizawa's advice. After 8 days of rest, Izuku finally woke up to find all his classmates gathered in his room. Uraraka, Momo, Jiro, Hagakure, Tsuyu, and Mina were sleeping beside him, causing Izuku to blush. However, when he realized Mirio was still at large, he activated a deafening sound wave to wake everyone up. The girls of Class 1A blushed at the sight of Izuku's dream, while the boys felt a wave of jealousy wash over them. Kaminari exclaimed that waking them up like that was not acceptable, breaking the girls' moment of embarrassment. Setsuna wondered why Izuku wasn't in her class, admitting her fondness for him, which led to more jealousy from the girls of Class 1. Kendo echoed her sentiment, acknowledging that they had a lucky classmate in Izuku. Everyone stirred awake to the unpleasant sound wave. Izuku, slightly annoyed, asked why they were all there. Momo explained that he had been unconscious for 8 days after a confrontation with Toga. Izuku was taken aback, muttering in disbelief about the accusation of murder, but Momo silenced him with a kiss, leaving her blushing furiously. Momo was thrilled with her bold move, feeling victorious over the other girls. She expressed her worry for Izuku, asking him to avoid any actions that might suggest harmful intent. Izuku assured her he would, but playfully requested she ask before kissing him again. The group shared a warm moment, with everyone hugging him. They had all banded together to prevent Momo from monopolizing Izuku's attention. Mina pointed out their jealousy, which Tokoyami confirmed. Izuku returned to UA after his absence, searching for All Might. He approached the number 1 hero with a serious demeanor, asking to speak privately. All Might, ever cheerful, agreed and inquired about the topic. Izuku leaned in and whispered about Mirio, All Might's successor. Upon hearing this, All Might transformed into his slimmer form, visibly shaken, as he realized Izuku was aware of One for All and its successor. Izuku took the time to explain everything to All Might, detailing how he came to know this information. After 10 minutes of explanation, All Might gasped, realizing that his nemesis, All for One, was also seeking a worthy successor. He had not recognized that his rival had changed and was now a formidable opponent, just like Izuku. He understood Mirio's true identity and intentions. Tetsu, having overheard their conversation, rushed to inform Mirio. He conveyed the troubling news that Izuku had revealed sensitive information about him to All Might. Mirio, now furious, smashed a table in frustration. Nijire noted his anger, while Mirio dismissed his feelings, hoping to lose in a match against Izuku, seeing it as a necessary sacrifice. Tetsu called for Izuku, informing him that Class 1A would be training at TDL after lunch. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, not wanting to disturb his classmates who were busy eating. Tetsu then approached Mirio, confirming that their plan was in motion. Nizu addressed the students, warning them that anyone spreading false information at UA would face expulsion within a week. The students responded affirmatively. Izuku arrived at TDL in his PE attire, noticing it was empty. As he stepped into the center, the doors closed behind him, and the lights illuminated the space, revealing Mirio in his hero costume. Mirio challenged Izuku, asking if he was ready for a real fight. Izuku, mockingly questioning Mirio's authenticity, was suddenly struck by a swift punch. Mirio shouted about his power as he sent Izuku crashing against the wall, declaring that Izuku didn't deserve to say such things because he was a villain. Tsuyu inquired about what Mirio thought Izuku should say, leaving him momentarily speechless. Izuku quickly recovered, determined to confront Mirio. He declared that Mirio would not escape this time, charging forward with his arms glowing with black electricity, while Mirio, surrounded by red electricity, rushed at him. Their punches collided, creating a massive shockwave that resonated throughout TDL, drawing the attention of everyone at UA. Katsuki questioned the source of the disturbance, while Aizawa speculated it was happening in TDL. Uraraka and Momo expressed concern over Izuku's absence during lunch. As Izuku and Mirio exchanged powerful blows, neither was willing to back down. Izuku dodged a left hook and aimed a kick at Mirio's gut, but Mirio activated his permeation quirk just in time. Izuku realized too late that he had forgotten about Mirio's ability, but Mirio's punch passed harmlessly through him. Surprised, Mirio reacted in disbelief, while Izuku smirked, revealing that he had also acquired a portion of Mirio's permeation quirk. He landed a clean kick to Mirio's face, sending him flying. Kaminari wondered what would happen if they both used permeation simultaneously, to which Jiro humorously replied that they would simply stare at each other, eliciting laughter and facepalms from their classmates. Mirio, now using One for All, charged at Izuku, who managed to dodge thanks to permeation, but his limits were quickly approaching. Mirio seized the opportunity, kicking Izuku in the face and sending him crashing into the wall of TDL. Izuku stood up, ready to retaliate, but was suddenly struck by a quirk-erasing bullet, rendering him unable to use his powers. The figure responsible for the bullet revealed himself to be Overhaul. The leader of the 8 Percepts of Death approached, and Eri hid beside Mirio, recognizing the one who had used her as an experiment and a key to his villainous success. Mirio expressed his outrage, calling him a monster, while Nijire comforted Eri, assuring her that they would protect her. Tetsu suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful punch to Izuku's face, causing blood to spill. Izuku, bewildered, questioned how Tetsu could do this. Tetsu responded with disdain, declaring that he would be pleased if All for One's successor met the same fate as his predecessor. He kicked Izuku again, sending him reeling, but Mirio quickly intervened, slamming Izuku to the ground. Mirio declared that it was game over for Izuku, grabbing his head and taunting him about the consequences of standing in his way. He threatened to set Izuku ablaze, igniting a lighter as he prepared to pour gasoline over him. Midnight shouted in horror, while Aizawa questioned the absence of pro-heroes. Momoko explained that they had ignored the situation's severity. As Mirio prepared to ignite the gasoline, Izuku's thoughts turned to despair, contemplating his inability to save everyone from Mirio. Suddenly, All for One appeared in his mind, challenging him to prove himself as the greatest successor and monstrous hero of Japan. Izuku's eyes glowed red as he absorbed the gasoline, awakening his powers. Recovery Girl noted the surprising encouragement from All for One, while Gran Torino agreed with him. All Might watched in awe as Izuku, now empowered, rushed at Overhaul, landing rapid punches that overwhelmed him. After dealing with Overhaul, Izuku turned his attention to Tetsu, who was still vulnerable. With a powerful kick, Izuku sent Tetsu crashing to the ground, leaving him unconscious. The confrontation escalated between Mirio and Izuku. Mirio revealed his admiration for All Might, but admitted he only sought his quirk to fulfill his own destructive ambitions. Izuku, angered by Mirio's intentions, expressed his disdain for someone who would exploit All Might's legacy for evil. As they prepared for their final attacks, the tension in the air was palpable. Both heroes unleashed their powers, with Mirio channeling One for All's energy and Izuku igniting his arms with flames and electricity. Outside, the other heroes and students struggled to break through the door, hearing the chaos within. Mirio declared it would be the end for Izuku, while Izuku vowed to protect everyone, including himself and his friends. They charged at each other, unleashing their final moves. The collision created a massive shockwave, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Izuku managed to create a barrier to shield himself from the destruction. As the dust settled, the devastation was evident. Mirio had suffered severe injuries, while Overhaul and Tetsu were reduced to ashes. The onlookers were stunned by the scale of the destruction. Sato wondered who had won, while Aoyama expressed concern for their safety. Momoko urged them to look, revealing that Izuku remained unharmed, his emerald eyes shining brightly. Cheers erupted for Izuku as he emerged victorious. Uraraka celebrated his win, and Koda remarked on Mirio's fate. Mirio, despite his condition, congratulated Izuku, and his classmates rushed to support him as he began to fall asleep. Izuku muttered in confusion about his dream, grappling with the bizarre experience of being All for One. His friends laughed at his reaction, relieved that he was safe. Momoko suggested they return to the multiverses, and everyone eagerly awaited the next adventure. Thus concluded this chapter, a testament to the struggle against darkness and the strength of friendship. Now everyone was ready to watch another multiverse after they saw Izuku's dream against an evil Mirio. The title appeared on the screen. Resident Evil Zero joked that Izuku's residence was evil, causing everyone to giggle. Momoko pointed out that he was completely wrong. Inko asked what this multiverse was about. Garu explained that in this multiverse, Izuku had not heard from his wife in 3 years, leading him to believe she might have died or something had happened to her. However, he received a video from his laptop in which his wife reassured him that she was fine and doing well at work overseas, urging him not to worry. Izuku found this message mysterious. When everyone asked why it was mysterious, Garu explained that the video came from an unknown sender, and if his wife truly wanted to contact him, she could have used her own contact information. There was a hidden mystery in this multiverse. Shoto inquired further, and Garu revealed that his wife had sent a message instructing him to forget their relationship and each other. He added that he needed to remove Koda and Eri from the viewing, hoping Momoko would not question him further. Nizu asked if it was because there were some intense scenes, to which Garu confirmed, advising Inko and those with weak hearts to avoid watching. Inko, however, expressed her determination to see her son's resolve in finding his wife, regardless of the content. Uraraka excitedly asked who Deku's wife was, and the other girls in the room widened their eyes in anticipation. Garu revealed that it was Momo, causing her to blush deeply. Uraraka murmured to herself that she would have her turn next time. When Momo asked if she had said something, Uraraka quickly denied it, while the other girls thought about how lucky Momo was. Momo appeared on the screen, cheerfully sending a quick hello and expressing her love, sharing that she would be home soon and was eager to finish her babysitting job. Midnight noted that she looked stressed, while Nijire added that she was trying to remain joyful. MT Lady remarked that babysitting must be her work overseas, and Garu explained that she was babysitting MT Lady and Minetta's child, leading to Minetta's eyes lighting up with excitement until MT Lady smacked him on the head, asserting that she would never let him get close. Momo continued her message, expressing her love and how much she missed Izuku, sending him tons of kisses before the screen turned off. Inko smiled and asked Momo if she truly loved her son in both this multiverse and real life. Momo shyly confirmed her feelings, while Shoto silently thought that he loved Momo too but acknowledged that Izuku was the right man for her. As Izuku attempted to turn off his laptop, he received another video from an unknown sender. He played the video and saw Momo again, but this time she looked scared and disheveled. She warned him to stay away, shocking everyone in the room. Uraraka questioned why she would say that if she loved him, but Momo sighed, indicating that they would understand everything once they had seen enough. The scene shifted to a road where a white car sped along, and someone called Izuku. The caller expressed concern about Izuku's sudden disappearance. Izuku reassured him that he was fine and revealed that Mia was alive and back. The caller asked how that was possible, and Izuku speculated that it might be a prank, urging caution. All Might expressed worry about the situation. Koda asked if Izuku had his quirk in this multiverse, and Garu explained that they were normal humans without quirks, relying on bravery, intelligence, and strength. Kirishima cheered at the prospect of seeing a normal Izuku. The caller asked where Mia was, and Izuku replied that she was in Dulvey, Louisiana, which surprised All Might due to the distance. Izuku, determined to find out what had happened, drove his car and stopped near a bush. He ventured into the forest and discovered a haunted house with gates locked by chains. Mineta commented on how creepy the house looked, while Mina questioned why Momo was located there. Hatsum noted the presence of a doorbell, which Izuku pressed, only to be met with eerie screeches. Unable to enter through the front gates, he decided to search for an opening at the back of the house and noticed a van with a camera stand nearby. As he opened the door, Izuku noticed a book titled Sewer Gators, Project Proposal, Sneak into a Louisiana Ghost House. A chill ran down his spine as he read a frightening handwritten note on the back that simply stated, "Join us." Momo speculated about the house, suggesting that it might have consumed her and the crew associated with the van. She pondered whether a killer or something sinister could be hiding within its walls. Uraraka agreed, noting that there were many unsettling things hidden around them. Izuku returned the book to the van and continued searching for a way inside the house. As he walked past a broken fence, he spotted another handwritten message that read, "Accept her gift." He tried to dismiss it, but fear began to creep in as he ventured further into the overgrown bushes. Suddenly, he spotted an old man carrying something on his back. Izuku hesitated, sensing something was off. Following the old man's path, he was met with a foul odor. As he approached, he was startled to see a swarm of crows around what turned out to be a decomposing cow's leg. The sight made everyone feel nauseous. Mineta commented on the crows, only to be met with an angry response from Dark Shadow, who demanded to know if he had said something. Mineta quickly denied it, not wanting to provoke Dark Shadow further. Not liking the smell, Izuku decided to turn back, but was taken aback by a grotesque decoration made of cow legs and a cow head, adorned with buzzing saws hanging from strings. Koda expressed his dismay, while Garu warned that worse things awaited them. Izuku ducked under the unsettling decoration and soon encountered dead birds scattered around. Koda whispered that he wanted to cry, and his classmates comforted him. Izuku lamented the fate of the innocent birds as he passed by them and the cow's leg, finally spotting an opening into the abandoned house. Inside, he found Momo's bag and, while searching through it, discovered her driver's license and a letter she had sent him. He muttered to himself that Momo must be inside. Approaching an open door, he was met with nothing but darkness. Kaminari remarked that he wouldn't want to search for Momo in such a place, but Garu pointed out that Izuku's feelings for Momo were strong, and he would do anything to find her. Momo blushed at this, hoping for a chance to confess her feelings when they returned to their world. As Izuku stepped further inside, he sensed something ominous. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind him. Realizing he was trapped, he cursed under his breath and pulled out a flashlight to illuminate his surroundings. He approached a closet but found it locked with a chain. Deciding to explore the dining room instead, he was met with a terrible smell and a grotesque sight on the table. He opened a pot to find something unthinkable inside, causing Mina to faint. Tiger and Mirio quickly covered Eri and Koda's eyes, while others who couldn't handle the sight rushed to the bathroom. Izuku recoiled in disgust as he brushed off the cockroaches that had crawled onto his hands. He looked around for anything that might help him find Momo. When he opened the oven, he discovered a crow's lifeless body inside. He whispered a sympathetic remark as he continued to explore the dining room. Climbing to the second floor, he noticed a hole that led down to the basement. As he descended the ladder, a part of it broke, causing him to tumble to the ground. His friends called out his name in alarm. In the basement, he spotted a shadowy figure of a child in the corridor. He then saw a picture of Momo, dressed in a tank top and a short skirt, which filled him with concern. He wondered what had happened to her in this eerie place. Garu and Momoko teased that they wouldn't spoil anything for him, but Izuku was determined to find Momo. He noticed a passage leading to another room and realized he would have to wade through the murky water to reach her. Taking a deep breath, he submerged himself, navigating through the obstacles until he noticed something bubbling ahead. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise, questioning if it was a reference to a video game. Jiro, annoyed, asked how he could know such a thing, and Kaminari admitted that he had played it too, recalling the experience vividly. Jiro chuckled softly, while Kaminari thought to himself that Jiro was being foolish. As Izuku walked along the water, he was startled to discover what appeared to be a lifeless body, its face marred by chains and bruises. He gasped in shock, questioning whether this person was connected to the van they had seen earlier. With a sense of urgency, he pushed the body aside and moved to explore another part of the room. Before him stood a door, from which strange noises emanated. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine and reminded himself to be cautious as he opened the door. Inside, he found a cage surrounded by numerous boxes. One box caught his attention. It bore a drawing of a family separated from their child, accompanied by a repeated message that read, "I'm sorry, Daddy. I won't do it again." Momo expressed her concern, while Uraraka shivered, feeling an unsettling fear. The group noticed Katsuki deep in thought, formulating his own theories about the eerie happenings in the house. Garu inquired if Katsuki had something to say, to which Katsuki replied that he would share his thoughts later. Izuku discovered a letter listing names and their statuses, which left him bewildered. The names included Sam, Tyler, Ben, Arthur, and Tamara, with statuses indicating some were dead or had transformed. Katsuki took the opportunity to voice his theory, suggesting that if Izuku were to find Momo possessed by an unknown entity, the names and statuses might indicate a supernatural force at play in the house. He speculated that Izuku could be facing a formidable entity that could make his life difficult, yet he might still find a way to survive. Garu and Momoko nodded in agreement, acknowledging Katsuki's insight. Garu revealed that Izuku was up against the family who owned the house, but they were under the control of a powerful entity that had claimed many victims. He added that Momo could be either dead or alive but was likely possessed, which was something Izuku needed to uncover. The realization hit everyone that Izuku was outnumbered and needed to find a way to survive. After reading the names on the paper, he noticed a key on a nearby drawer and searched for a matching lock. Spotting a cage in the distance, he approached it and found Momo lying on a bed inside. Izuku rushed to unlock the cage and gently woke Momo, expressing his relief at finding her. Momo, disoriented, questioned why he was there, insisting he shouldn't have come. Izuku reminded her that she had contacted him, but Momo was confused, unsure if she had. She anxiously asked if anyone had seen her, referring to a figure she called he, which Shoto and Nizu speculated might be the father of the family. Momo urged Izuku to leave, insisting that Daddy was coming. She grabbed his arm, leading him away as Izuku questioned where they were going. Momo assured him they were heading to safety, but Izuku pressed for answers about what was happening. Momo revealed that he had been gone for 3 years, which shocked him. As they moved forward, a loud crack echoed, startling Momo. Izuku demanded to know what had happened to her, but Momo insisted they needed to escape first. She pointed in a direction, leading them to a room that resembled a hospital, stained with blood. The sight horrified Endeavor and Natsuo, who questioned if they were in a house or an asylum. Under the bed, they discovered remnants of human remains, causing Nizu to spit out his tea in shock. Endeavor's face twisted in disgust at the gruesome sight. Izuku confronted Momo about the message she had sent him, but she vehemently denied sending it. Inko questioned who had sent the video, and Tsuyu suggested it might have been the family. Izuku pressed Momo for the truth, and she insisted she was sharing everything she knew while urging him to follow her. They reached a dead end, and Izuku asked if Momo truly knew where they were going. She recalled that the family used to bring her food through that way. Shinso expressed his frustration, demanding Momo be straightforward about their situation to prevent Izuku from suffering. Momo squeezed through a narrow opening, and Izuku followed her. She pointed to a door, claiming it was the way out. With determination, she opened the door, revealing another room that resembled a living area. Momo reminisced about being in that room before, confident there was another door nearby. However, as she approached a newly fixed wall, she lamented that it was no longer there. It was gone, and Momo expressed her frustration. However, her tone shifted as she spoke in a more alluring manner, suggesting they would become a family. Izuku felt confused by her words about family while he continued searching for a way out of the house. Kamui Woods wondered if Momo was truly possessed, while Backdraft suggested they needed to confirm it later. Momo reclined on the sofa, and as Izuku searched the room, he discovered a picture of an elderly woman with the label E001 on the back. He pondered its meaning while exploring further and stumbled upon a doll that resembled Momo. Just then, Momo shouted for him to leave her alone. Izuku hurried back to the room, only to find Momo missing. The door she had mentioned was now ajar, revealing a path through the woods. As he searched for Momo, he spotted stairs leading outside from the basement. As he approached the door, it creaked open on its own. The other students hid behind their parents, bracing for a scare, while the pro-heroes covered their eyes, anticipating a jump scare. Momoko sighed, questioning the need for such theatrics, while Garu seemed amused by the situation. Izuku cautiously opened the door, realizing he was back in the house. He found a telephone on a table but discovered the lines were broken. Continuing his exploration, he found a map of the guest house in a drawer and muttered a curse about the confusing layout. Ida noted that he couldn't blame Izuku for his frustration, while Garu pointed out that at 21, Izuku was old enough to express himself freely. He approached the bathroom, which was open, and noticed first aid supplies scattered around. Recovery Girl confirmed they were for any injuries he might encounter. After leaving the bathroom, Izuku found another locked door and decided to return to the basement, despite his concerns about Momo. As he descended into the dark basement, his flashlight barely illuminated the surroundings. Garu teased the audience about an impending jump scare, prompting everyone to huddle together in anticipation. Izuku moved cautiously, sensing something approaching him. Suddenly, a woman crawled toward him, her appearance unsettling. Momo growled fiercely, startling everyone as they jumped in their seats. Izuku, confused and alarmed, was pushed down by Momo, who seemed to be in a trance. As she attempted to harm him, Izuku struggled against her strength. Mina cried out in disbelief, questioning Momo's actions. Momo, in tears, expressed her pain and confusion, revealing that something was controlling her. Shoto observed the unnatural color of Momo's eyes and the blood on her mouth, while Kirishima noted her physical changes. Garu confirmed that Momo was indeed possessed by a dark entity. In a moment of struggle, Momo managed to stab Izuku, but he pushed her away, witnessing her face return to normal as she groaned in distress. Momo cried out, expressing her internal battle against the entity, and in a moment of despair, she hurt herself against the wall before collapsing. Katsuki scoffed at the situation, having just won a game of Uno against Endeavor. The others speculated about the nature of the entity controlling Momo, with Inko expressing concern over the implications. Izuku approached Momo's unconscious form, trying to understand what had happened. He used a first aid kit from the bathroom to tend to his wounds. As he stepped back, Momo suddenly sprang to her feet and twisted his hand, demanding he leave her alone before forcefully pushing him against the wall. Kendo remarked on Momo's newfound strength, while Tsuyu expressed doubt about her being the same person. Rei suggested that Momo might have already become part of the family she had mentioned. Izuku, feeling he had no choice, picked up an axe from the ground, preparing to confront Momo, who nervously questioned if he intended to harm her. He believed she was no longer the Momo he knew. Garu stated that the decision had been made to end Momo's life, as she cried on Shoto's shoulder. Fuyumi and Natsuo raised their thumbs in support of Shoto. Shoto thought to himself that they were foolish while he comforted Momo. Izuku swung his axe at Momo, who fought back with her knife, managing to land a hit on him. After several exchanges, Izuku finally struck Momo on the neck, causing her to revert to her normal state. She looked at him with a smile, expressing her love before collapsing to the ground. Izuku was filled with sorrow for what he had done. Kota cheered for Momo, reminding her that Izuku still loved her. Momo smiled back, feeling accepted by her multiverse counterpart. As Izuku walked away, he heard a phone ringing. Kaminari expressed his fear, while Aizawa urged everyone to prepare themselves. Izuku answered the phone, speaking to a woman who warned him that he shouldn't have come there. He asked who she was and what was happening. The woman introduced herself as Mina and mentioned a way out through the attic. Mina explained that she was part of a family that had caused harm but was not under the control of the entity that had possessed Momo. This revelation shocked everyone, but they felt relieved to know Mina was not one of the killers. Momo inquired how Mina had managed to protect herself from the supernatural force, but Garu playfully interrupted, insisting on no spoilers as he joined a game of Uno. Mina urged Izuku to hurry, abruptly ending the call. As he returned the phone, he heard a loud thud from a room he hadn't opened. He picked up the axe he had used earlier, noticing that Momo's body was gone. Uraraka exclaimed in surprise, while Momo speculated that her other self might still be alive due to the entity's influence. Izuku explored the room and found a glitching television with a tape titled, Derelict House. Footage. As he played the video, a man suddenly appeared, startling him. It was Siro who joked about the tape. Sato chimed in with a light-hearted comment, and the group bantered back and forth. Siro and Sato, along with the cameraman, approached the door Izuku had entered earlier, but it was locked. Sato used his strength to open it. As they ventured inside, Siro called for Sato but received no response. Searching through the rooms, he discovered a hole leading to the basement. Siro instructed the cameraman to go first, wanting a heroic shot as he descended. Upon reaching the basement, they found a tall figure facing the wall. It was Sato, but something was off. The cameraman noticed Sato's lifeless eyes and bloodied face, causing him to panic. Siro, hearing the commotion, rushed down to investigate. The cameraman stumbled as Sato's body fell on him, revealing a pair of ominous legs approaching. He cried out for help as the screen glitched, and the video abruptly ended. Many viewers reacted with shock at Sato's fate, while he himself was left horrified by the sight of his own gruesome reflection. Izuku, watching the video, realized that the men in it were connected to the van outside, which had not returned after the incident. Determined, he searched the room for a fuse to activate the door leading to the attic. Just as he was about to insert the fuse, he caught sight of Momo walking slowly past him. Confused, he followed her up to the second floor, where she suddenly appeared beside him. Momo reassured him, but unbeknownst to him, she was hiding a knife. In a moment of aggression, she pushed him down and stabbed his hand with a screwdriver, leaving him unable to escape. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone watched, bracing for what would happen next. Meanwhile, Mirio and Tiger escorted the kids to the playground room to shield them from the more intense events occurring in the multiverse. Izuku cried out in pain as Momo, having left him momentarily, returned with a chainsaw. Everyone reacted in shock, urging Izuku to escape. Tetsu expressed his frustration, while Shiozaki hoped for someone to intervene. Momo approached Izuku, who struggled to free himself from the screwdriver pinning his hand. As he broke free, he instinctively used his hand to block the chainsaw, but Momo managed to sever his left hand. Inko fainted at the sight, while Momo also collapsed, overwhelmed by her actions. The others cringed, imagining the consequences of what had just happened. Momo, trying to maintain her composure, insisted that Izuku needed medical attention to avoid severe blood loss. Uraraka encouraged Izuku to escape while he could. Izuku made his way back upstairs and spotted a gun and a bullet on a table. He felt a sense of urgency as he reloaded the weapon. Climbing up to the attic, he was confronted by Momo, who had already reached the door. In disbelief, Izuku saw Momo jump toward him, swinging the chainsaw. He fought back by firing at her, but despite being hit, Momo continued to advance, seemingly unaffected. Aizawa speculated that someone was controlling Momo, granting her invulnerability, putting Izuku at a significant disadvantage. Midnight suggested that Izuku needed to find the one controlling her, while All Might noted that it was likely a woman or a girl. After a fierce struggle, Izuku finally managed to knock Momo down once more. As she fell, she whispered her affection for him. Approaching her, Izuku noticed the blood and felt a mix of emotions. Suddenly, he was pulled back by Endeavor, the family patriarch, who welcomed him with a punch that knocked Izuku unconscious, and the screen went dark. Everyone gasped at the revelation of Endeavor's identity. Mineta cried out, recognizing him as the one responsible for the ghost hunters in the video. Shoto was stunned, realizing Endeavor's connection to the events at the abandoned house. Garu reassured everyone that there was more to explore in the multiverse, but they would take a break before continuing. Garu then captured everyone's attention, especially David Shield, as he introduced someone special. The portal opened to reveal Melissa Shield, David's daughter, who greeted him joyfully. David embraced his daughter, and Inko commented on her beauty, while Mineta and Kaminari admired her, earning a disapproving glare from All Might. Melissa asked about Izuku, and Momoko assured her that he was safe in her world. Garu explained that the next multiverse they would watch featured Melissa and Izuku as a couple, which made her blush. The girls in the room speculated about this new development. As the title appeared on the screen, High School Musical 3, Nijire expressed excitement about the musical theme. Tamaki seemed relieved to be watching something lighter, while Ida inquired about the previous installments. Momoko explained that they chose this one to showcase Izuku's efforts for Melissa. Melissa walked out of Stanford School and into a park with a grand oak tree, appreciating the beauty around her. All Might wondered if it was in America, and David confirmed it with a chuckle. Just then, a familiar voice caught Melissa's attention. She turned to see Izuku sitting under the tree, wearing a blue t-shirt and pants, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Izuku remarked that he had taken a wrong turn on his way to the prom. Izuku expressed his excitement, noting how he could see everything from his perch in the trees. Melissa chuckled at his antics, playfully questioning his choice of location. Katsuki, observing Izuku's behavior, wondered if he was acting like a monkey. Shinso chimed in, teasing Katsuki by comparing him to a growling dog, which elicited laughter from the group. Garu leaned in to advise Katsuki to keep his temper in check, pointing out that he often resembled a growling dog when angry, to which Katsuki nodded in agreement. Melissa complimented Izuku's handsomeness as he approached her. She was surprised to learn that prom at UA was happening that night, far away in another country, and questioned why he was there. Izuku confessed his love for her, revealing that All Might had helped him get a ticket to America just to see her. He declared that his prom was wherever she was, sweetly placing a corsage on her hand. The girls around them cooed at Izuku's dedication, impressed by his efforts to be with Melissa. Uraraka expressed disbelief at Izuku's commitment, while Momoko explained that this version of Izuku would go to great lengths for his girlfriend's happiness. The other girls, curious about what Izuku liked in a partner, bombarded Inko with questions about his preferences. They asked if he liked tall, intelligent girls, athletic girls, or those with a cheerful disposition, each eager to learn more about what captured his heart. As Inko was surrounded by the enthusiastic girls, Garu decided to intervene, using his power to pull them away gently. Ojiro marveled at Garu's ability, and Garu graciously handed out scrolls containing techniques from the One Punch Man multiverse, hoping they would be used for good. Izuku, determined to make the most of his time with Melissa, declared that if he was going to have his last dance, it would be with her. With a smile, Melissa joined him as they began to sing together, sharing a moment that was both special and heartfelt. Garu felt a rush of excitement as he observed the scene unfolding before him. The atmosphere was filled with music, and the students from Stanford joined in the dance, creating a lively ambience. As the song played, the lyrics spoke of connection and support, emphasizing the importance of being there for one another. The dance between Melissa and Izuku was captivating, and Melissa couldn't help but blush at their shared talent in both dancing and singing. Uraraka, filled with enthusiasm, asked Garu if he could find another multiverse where she could take the lead this time. Garu, slightly nervous, promised to think about it. Momoko, pouting, commented on Uraraka's feelings for Izuku, while Aizawa reminded everyone of the true meaning of love. He encouraged the girls to wait for Midoriya to express his feelings when they returned to their world. The girls responded with a chorus of agreement, eager to support their friend. Inko smiled and expressed her vote for Momo, believing that her intelligence combined with Izuku's strength made them an unstoppable pair. Momo, overhearing the conversation, felt a surge of determination to win Izuku's heart. Unbeknownst to them, the other girls in the room were also listening, each silently vowing to do their best to capture Izuku's affection. David chuckled as he observed the situation, noting how many girls had developed crushes on Izuku. All Might proudly acknowledged his successor's popularity and shifted the conversation to a topic of interest: devil fruits. David confirmed their existence and mentioned he had found one that would suit Izuku perfectly. Endeavor, intrigued, inquired about acquiring one for Shoto. Garu interjected, stating he would provide the devil fruit under one condition. Endeavor needed to seek forgiveness from his family for the difficult life he had put them through. Endeavor, feeling the weight of his past, agreed to make amends, recognizing it was time to apologize to his family. Garu sensed the sincerity in Endeavor's words and encouraged him to act on his promise. Endeavor rushed to his family, kneeling before them and expressing his heartfelt apologies. Fuyumi, surprised and emotional, questioned his actions, while Endeavor acknowledged his past mistakes as a father. He expressed his hope for forgiveness, even for his son Tuya. To his astonishment, Fuyumi and Natsuo assured him they had already forgiven him, understanding that he had only wanted the best for Shoto and their mother. They embraced him, forming a united front as a family, and the room filled with applause as onlookers witnessed their heartfelt reunion. Rei whispered her love for Endeavor, who reciprocated the sentiment, sealing their bond with a gentle kiss. All Might, observing the moment, commented on the boldness of their display, only to be playfully scolded by Gran Torino. Garu then announced that he would reveal the location of the devil fruits to a select few, causing a mix of groans and anticipation among the group. Momoko excitedly declared that they were about to dive into the continuation of the Resident Evil 7 multiverse, prompting Katsuki to express his exasperation as everyone braced themselves for the next adventure. That's another request from another reader. I hope you enjoy this, and Resident Evil 7 is coming up next. Thank you for reading and enjoy. See you soon. Chapter end. Kaminari sighed, expressing his hope that Izuku had survived in this continuation of the multiverse. Melissa, curious, asked about the multiverse. Momo, along with the two classes, began to explain everything to her. Melissa nearly fainted upon hearing that Izuku had lost his left hand while resisting Momo's attack. She quietly expressed her concern for him. The scene shifted to Izuku being dragged by Endeavor, who was carrying Momo on his shoulder as they walked through a rainy, dark day. Everyone gasped in alarm. Shoto remarked that the situation was not good, while Endeavor questioned how they could free themselves from the control of the entity. Momoko assured them that they would understand how it worked once they completed the multiverse. A woman's voice broke through, urging Izuku not to die on them, as the scene revealed him restrained in a chair. Endeavor was attempting to fix Izuku's hand with a heavy-duty stapler. In front of him, 3 people were consuming grotesque meals, and one of them threw food at him. Melissa fainted at the sight, while some students rushed to the bathroom, unable to handle the gruesome display. Aizawa closed his eyes, trying to block out the disturbing imagery, and questioned why they were eating such horrific food instead of something normal. Garu explained that this was the entity's reward for those who killed intruders seeking information about it. They slaughtered their victims and consumed them to leave no evidence behind. Sato expressed disbelief that anyone could survive on such a diet. Izuku, confused and horrified, questioned where he was and who these people were. The woman, now identified as Rei Todoroki, cheerfully announced that it was time for supper, while Natsuo mocked Izuku for not recognizing good food. Rei was shocked to see herself enjoying the meal, and Natsuo was taken aback by their family's involvement in such dark deeds. Garu introduced the Todoroki family as both killers and victims of the entity. Fuyumi questioned Mina's inclusion in the family, to which Momoko explained that Mina was different and had helped Izuku find a way out. Mina excitedly realized her role in helping Izuku. Natsuo threw a plate of intestines at Izuku, prompting Endeavor to grab Natsuo's arm, threatening him in a similar manner to what had happened to Izuku. Natsuo sarcastically complained about the situation. Endeavor insisted that Izuku must eat, raising his head and attempting to feed him, but Izuku resisted, causing Rei to throw a tantrum. Endeavor yelled at Rei to be quiet, while she protested that she had prepared the meal for Izuku. Tensions escalated as Endeavor kicked the chair toward Rei, who angrily accused Izuku. Natsuo commented on Rei's frightening demeanor, while Fuyumi fainted at the chaos. Endeavor declared it was a great feast and attempted to stab Izuku with a kitchen knife, but Izuku continued to resist, blood dripping from his wound. As Endeavor persisted, Natsuo interrupted, cursing about the police. Uraraka cheered at the thought of rescue, but Iase reminded everyone that the police would struggle against the entity's power. Endeavor whispered that he would return for Izuku before leaving him restrained. Izuku noticed an old lady sitting nearby, nervously tilting her head. He asked if she was a victim, but she did not respond. Determined, Izuku vowed that the monsters would pay for their actions as he struggled to break free from the chair. Momoko noted that Izuku needed to find Momo and uncover the mysteries of the house. Mineta expressed pity for the old woman, while Jiro remarked on the lack of mercy from the killers. Izuku found a way out of the house, noticing his newly fixed hand, now attached to a watch monitoring his life. He scowled, feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration. As he prepared to escape, he spotted Endeavor nearby, trying to open a door. Realizing Izuku was attempting to flee, Endeavor approached quickly. Kendo urged Izuku to run, while Katsuki suggested fighting back. Recovery Girl expressed her anger at the situation, questioning the method used to fix Izuku's hand. Momo explained that they wanted Izuku to join them. Izuku ran from Endeavor, hiding in the corners of the house to avoid being seen. As Endeavor turned his attention elsewhere, Izuku seized the opportunity to sneak away. Suddenly, Endeavor charged toward the wall, crashing through it, leaving Izuku in shock. Endeavor taunted him, urging him not to waste his time as he resumed the chase. The others were equally astonished, expressing disbelief at Endeavor's resilience. Tetsu remarked on the wall's failure to harm him, while Izuku declared that he had no intention of wasting time on foolishness. Izuku wandered through the house and spotted picture frames on a table near the window, showcasing a typical Todoroki family, with Momo enjoying their company. Midnight sighed, lamenting the family's situation, while Garu expressed his dismay at seeing such a happy family now labeled as murderers. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for them, recognizing that it was too late for their happiness. The eerie silence heightened Izuku's anxiety as he anticipated a sudden scare from any family member he had encountered. He noticed a broken door leading to the basement and decided to hide there. Suddenly, Endeavor's voice echoed, warning him to enjoy hiding. Izuku muttered in confusion as he explored the other side of the basement, discovering a large treasure chest filled with gunpowder, herbs for medicine, and notes. Curious about the notes, Izuku read that to unlock the house's secrets, he needed to find 3 keys adorned with snake, scorpion, and Cerberus figurines, which corresponded to specific doors. Mineta, Siro, and Katsuki each speculated about the keys, while Mandalay confirmed their purpose. Garu noted that these keys only complicated Izuku's already difficult situation. After crafting a first aid bottle, Izuku's phone rang. It was Mina, who commended him for his efforts. She urged him to escape the house and informed him that the device on his wrist was a codex, emphasizing its importance before hanging up. Izuku muttered to himself, then set off to find a way to the main hall, noticing the garage. He approached the garage door, realizing it was sealed shut. Determined, he searched for something sharp to break the seal and noticed a flashlight flickering from the window. He rushed over, pleading for help. The police officer, known as Death Arms, approached cautiously, while Kamui Woods recognized Izuku. Death Arms inquired about Izuku's presence in the house, and Izuku insisted he needed to escape. Death Arms remained skeptical, suggesting Izuku might not be in his right mind. Momo expressed frustration at the officer's disbelief, while Nizu explained that people often played pranks on officers. Izuku, exasperated, insisted he was serious about the danger he faced. After some back and forth, Izuku agreed to share everything he knew. Death Arms instructed him to meet in the garage to discuss further. Izuku requested the officer's gun for protection, but Death Arms was taken aback by the request. Kamimari and All Might debated the necessity of a weapon for Izuku's survival, hoping the officer would comply. Izuku attempted to reason with Death Arms, who corrected him, stating he was a deputy. Izuku challenged him, questioning whether he wanted to see his name in the obituaries or be a hero. Reluctantly, Death Arms handed him a pocket knife. Izuku was incredulous at the meager weapon but accepted it, knowing he needed something. As Izuku entered the garage and tore off the tape sealing the button, Death Arms confronted him angrily, demanding to know why he was alone at night. Unbeknownst to them, the garage door began to close slowly, heightening the tension in the air. Izuku mockingly asked the deputy what he was doing. Death Arms replied that it was his job and demanded Izuku to answer him. Izuku warned him that he might not believe what he was about to say. Death Arms challenged him to try. Just then he noticed the garage door was about to close and ordered for it to be put back up, but it was too late. Endeavor struck from behind, delivering a fatal blow with a shovel, and the impact sent Death Arms' body flying. The audience gasped at the shocking turn of events. Death Arms, feeling uneasy, nervously mentioned he needed to step away. Uraraka expressed her anxiety about returning to their world, saying the multiverse had given her chills. Her mother reassured her not to dwell on what they had witnessed. Endeavor, furious, growled in anger. Shoto quietly remarked on Endeavor's cold-blooded nature. Fueled by rage, Endeavor declared he would eliminate everyone, lifting another shovel axe and pursuing Izuku. Izuku spotted a car key on the table and rushed towards the vehicle, hoping to escape Endeavor's wrath. He thought about using the car to crush Endeavor, jumping inside and attempting to start it. However, Endeavor dragged him out, declaring he would take control of the vehicle. The sheer strength of Endeavor surprised All Might and Hagakure, who commented on the girl who controlled him. Endeavor relentlessly crashed the car towards Izuku, but he evaded each attack, moving swiftly. As Endeavor boasted about his immortality, Kendo and Mirio commented on his reckless behavior. Shinso made a remark about Endeavor's peculiar gait, earning him deadpan stares from the others. Izuku fired back at Endeavor, who crashed into a wall and fell unconscious. Flames engulfed the car, but Endeavor rose, his body still ablaze. He cursed at Izuku, who fired 3 shots at him, causing the car to explode behind them. As the dust settled, Jiro cheered, believing Endeavor was finally defeated. Monoma smirked, questioning the effectiveness of the ammunition. Izuku began to climb a ladder to escape, but Endeavor's burned body grabbed him, seizing Izuku's gun and pointing it at his own mouth. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Endeavor smiled, pulling the trigger and ending his own life, leaving only his glasses behind. Izuku grimaced at the sight, knowing Endeavor was now unrecognizable. Determined, he searched for the key to the door leading to the main halls. He found it in a picture frame and proceeded to open the door. In the main hall, he noticed 2 staircases leading to the 2nd floor, a door to the outside, and a room with a soldier's statue holding a shotgun. The phone rang, and Izuku answered, realizing it was Mina. Mina sarcastically asked if her father had given him trouble. Izuku confirmed that he was indeed dead. Mina encouraged him, hinting that he might be able to succeed in his mission. She mentioned something he needed to do but couldn't explain at the moment, advising him to find a way out of the house and promising to stay in touch. Izuku recalled the note about keys and began his search. He opened a drawer and found a picture of a girl named Evelyn, dated May 2nd. He returned the picture to the drawer, pondering the girl's fate. Shoji expressed sympathy for her, while Shoto questioned why her picture was in the house when other victims had none. Midnight speculated about the nature of the transformations mentioned by Izuku, suggesting they might be linked to the Todoroki family's resurrection. Izuku climbed the stairs to the second floor and opened a door, finding an old lady in a wheelchair staring at him. He reassured her that he meant no harm and promised to solve the mysteries surrounding the house. After waving goodbye, he entered another room but found no key. He then moved to the back of the house, where he overheard Rei murmuring angrily. Izuku cautiously approached, apologizing for the fate of her husband as he tiptoed to avoid detection. He arrived in another room and noticed a tape labeled Momo. Tiger expressed his concern, suggesting that something was amiss. David inquired about his meaning, while Momoko urged them to watch, assuring them that their questions would be answered. Izuku, frustrated, remarked that it seemed the tape was all about Momo this time. He placed the tape in the player, and the screen flickered to life. The video began with Momo, glancing around nervously as if she were trying to evade someone. She addressed the camera, her voice trembling. She conveyed her fear, stating that if Izuku found this tape, she knew he wouldn't expect anything from her after what had happened. She insisted that what occurred was not her true self and that there was much he needed to understand. Suddenly, Rei appeared behind Momo, startling her. Momo cursed under her breath, realizing she had to escape from Rei, who was wielding a lamp. Aizawa commented that the video might reveal what had truly happened to Momo. Edgeshot added his apprehension about the unfolding events. Momo dashed into a room, seeking a place to hide. A young girl's voice called out to her, causing Momo to freeze in shock. Kirishima pointed out that the girl resembled the one in the picture they had seen earlier. Sato speculated about the connection between the girl and Evelyn, while Garu confirmed their suspicions that they were one and the same. Gran Torino questioned if the girl controlled the Todoroki family across the multiverse. Momo, ignoring the revelation, continued her search for a hiding spot as Rei's voice echoed nearby, filled with frustration. Momo whispered to herself about needing to hide. Rei, in a fit of anger, questioned why she was enduring this situation despite her efforts to care for Momo. As Momo searched for a way to conceal herself, she stumbled upon a shadowy figure that could unlock a secret door. By matching the shadow to a picture, she successfully opened the door and found a potential escape route. Hatsum admired the invention, while Power Loader expressed doubt about its complexity. Rei's anger escalated as she insisted that Momo needed to accept the gift she offered. Momo fled down a passage to hide, but as she did, she spotted a picture of herself with Evelyn from long ago. Just as she reached for the picture, the candles extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Rei's face loomed closer, warning Momo not to attempt to escape. In a moment of desperation, Momo cried out for Izuku as the video abruptly ended, leaving the screen black. The audience began to understand why Momo had been so strong during her confrontation with Izuku. It was due to the influence of Evelyn. Some pro-heroes murmured about the implications of what they had witnessed. Jiro expressed sympathy for Momo, while she remained confident that Izuku would come to her rescue. Garu announced a break, acknowledging that some were feeling unwell after the intense video. As a large wall clock appeared, everyone agreed to take a 30-minute pause, with some heading to the restroom and others chatting amongst themselves. After the break, Fuyumi voiced her concern about Izuku facing Mom after everything that had transpired. Aizawa shared his worries that Izuku might target her next. Kirishima eagerly urged everyone to continue watching. Just as Garu began to respond, a portal opened, revealing another figure. Momoko introduced the newcomer, a man in a black hoodie holding a kitten and sipping juice. He introduced himself as Angel and stated he was there to join them in the multiverse. Aizawa's eyes widened at the sight of the kitten, while some students speculated about Angel's true nature. Angel claimed he could reveal the secrets hidden within each of them. He pointed to the screen, showcasing Mineta's collection of pictures featuring various girls and pro-heroes, revealing his secret admiration. The scene depicted Mineta's awkward attempts to express his feelings, leading to a chaotic reaction from the girls and women heroes present. Garou intervened, warning Angel that he was making Minetta's situation worse. Angel quickly apologized, turning off the screen and lifting the girls who had attacked Minetta into the air, leaving everyone in a mix of surprise and confusion. Jiro expressed his frustration, declaring that they were not finished with the pervert yet. Mina chimed in, eager to take action, while MT Lady insisted that he deserved more than just a beating. Garou's roar silenced the girls, leaving them momentarily stunned. He confronted them, questioning whether they thought violence could change someone's character, reminding them of their own earlier inappropriate thoughts about Izuku. Realizing their hypocrisy, the girls turned away from Minetta, vowing not to forgive him for his actions. Angel offered to heal Minetta, and his kitten worked its magic, bringing Minetta back to his usual self. Aizawa then asked if he could borrow the kitten, which Angel happily agreed to, sending the kitten rushing to Aizawa, who began to play with it. Angel urged Garou and Momoko to get started, emphasizing the importance of not wasting time. Meanwhile, Izuku was overwhelmed with guilt upon seeing what had happened to Momo, tears streaming down his face as he regretted not being there for her. He apologized to her as he walked away from the TV, determined to find a way to help. In his search, he stumbled upon a shotgun placed on a soldier statue. As he reached for it, the door behind him slammed shut, trapping him inside. Confused and alarmed, he realized he needed a plan. MT Lady suggested he replace the real shotgun with a fake one of equal weight to escape with the real weapon. Nizu praised her clever thinking, and she blushed at the compliment. Izuku began to strategize, knowing he needed to find something to substitute the shotgun temporarily. He left it on the statue and made his way out of the room. As he explored the house, he entered a bathroom and encountered a figure reminiscent of the one from Momo's video, blocking a secret passage. Uraraka cried out in alarm, while Endeavor speculated that Rei had locked the door from the outside. Suddenly, Endeavor burst through the door, his appearance grotesque and unsettling. He choked Izuku, who struggled against him. Endeavor proclaimed that his daughter had given him a gift, one that would always be with him, and as Izuku fled, Endeavor ominously declared that he was doomed. Izuku ran toward a light that cast a shadow resembling an eagle, which opened the secret passage. He slipped through a narrow gap, making his way to another part of the house. Nizu instructed Hatsum and Power Loader to create similar technology for Yue, ensuring that their office would be secure. Garou remarked on the difficulty of the task, and Aizawa inquired about what lay behind the secret doors, to which Nizu simply smiled and replied that it was a secret. In the hidden living room, Izuku found a sofa, a table, a refrigerator, and a large deer figure. He noticed some tablets on the table and read about psychostimulants that granted X-ray vision. Curious, he took one and marveled at the newfound ability, realizing it could help him find ammunition and other supplies. As he entered Endeavor's room, he discovered missing persons pictures, some marked with an X. Izuku deduced that these were the victims he had mentioned earlier. Just then, he spotted a slimy substance stuck to the wall, which transformed into a monstrous figure with huge claws, roaring menacingly at him. Panicking, Izuku fled, while Melissa screamed in terror. Momo speculated that the victims Izuku had referred to had somehow transformed into these creatures. Inko, worried for her son, questioned why anyone deserved such a fate. Remembering the gun he had, Izuku shot the monster in the head multiple times, successfully defeating it. Determined, he vowed to find a way to eliminate these threats as he exited the room, discovering another door that led to a basement. He climbed down to the basement, surprised to see slimy creatures stuck in the wall as he prepared his gun for an attack. He opened the door leading to a storage room and found the dissection key and the scorpion key he needed. Suddenly, two monsters spotted him and rushed forward. Izuku shot them each in the head, realizing that their heads were their main weak spot. Gran Torino observed and noted that Izuku had good analyzing skills. Minetta speculated that Evelyn or the entity had created those monsters, suggesting it might be a virus. Jiro, overhearing, yelled at Minetta, questioning his thoughts, but froze when Angel intervened, freezing Jiro in place. Kayatuko, confused by Angel's actions, expressed his frustration. Angel admonished Kayatuko to teach his daughter not to assault anyone, warning that her strikes could cause serious harm. Kayatuko, embarrassed, apologized as Angel unfroze Kyoka. Mineta thanked Angel for saving him, to which Angel advised him to control his behavior. Izuku realized he was running low on ammo as he fled from the twitching monsters. He managed to return to the main hall, where he noticed Endeavor glaring at him from another room. Endeavor approached quickly, threatening Izuku with a scowl. Inko wondered why Endeavor didn't want Rei to hear his threats, and Rei speculated that perhaps another version of Endeavor in a different multiverse had a peculiar fascination with bugs. Momoko chimed in, teasing Rei about being the mother of those bugs. Rei began to worry about her own obsession with them. Izuku dashed away from Endeavor and spotted the scorpion door, believing another weapon was hidden inside. He opened it and hid momentarily as Endeavor passed by. Endeavor warned him that he couldn't hide for long before moving on. Once the footsteps faded, Izuku explored the room and finally found the shotgun. Just as he did, Endeavor's voice boomed again, searching for him. Izuku quickly ran to another room to find another dog head needed to open the door leading out of the house. He entered the dining room where he had awakened and overheard Endeavor angrily questioning Natsuo about Izuku's whereabouts. Sneaking to the wall clock, Izuku placed the pendulum he had found, acquiring another dog head. He rushed away just as Endeavor surprised him from behind, roaring in frustration as he smashed his axe into the table. All Might commented on Endeavor's behavior, calling it foolish. Endeavor muttered to himself about how ridiculous this version of him was. Izuku placed the second dog head on the door and ran to find the last one, believing it to be in the dissection room in the basement, where he had previously fled due to the many monsters guarding it. Determined, Izuku muttered to himself that he had no choice but to return. He went back to the room where the shotgun was located, replacing his broken gun with it. Now armed with a real shotgun, he felt ready to face the monsters and Endeavor. With renewed determination, Izuku cheered to himself as he returned to the basement, taking down every monster he encountered until he finally arrived at the dissection room. There, he saw the headless body of Death Arms hanging on the wall and the last dog head placed on a shelf blocking his way. He felt a pang of sympathy for the fallen hero as he reached for the dog head, but suddenly Endeavor snatched it away first, not noticing Izuku's attempt. Death Arms, witnessing his own headless form, fainted. Kamui Woods expressed his sorrow for his multiverse counterpart, hoping that Izuku would avenge his death. Endeavor, however, had other plans, declaring his intent to make Izuku suffer while pointing at the dead body before leaving through the door. Izuku entered a room resembling an arena, filled with dead bodies hanging and placed inside sacks. Spotting the dog head, he felt relief until Mirio shouted a warning that it was a trap. Nijire, saddened, confirmed that someone had died. As Izuku grabbed the dog head, Endeavor suddenly grabbed him and kicked him down. Endeavor challenged Izuku, preparing for a fight. The atmosphere was tense as onlookers anticipated the clash. Endeavor swung his axe, but Izuku managed to dodge, using the hanging bodies to distract Endeavor momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku shot Endeavor with the shotgun, causing something strange to appear on Endeavor's body, making Izuku cringe. Natsuo questioned what was happening, while Nizu speculated about Endeavor's true form. Izuku, bewildered, wondered what was going on as Endeavor lay on the ground, giving Izuku a chance to strike. Endeavor cried out in frustration, feeling the heat of anger rising within him. He grabbed a large scissor-like machine as a weapon and swung it fiercely toward Izuku. In the chaos, Izuku spotted a chainsaw nearby, left behind in the fray. He quickly activated it, preparing for a fair fight. Uraraka cheered for him, urging him to aim for Endeavor's weak spot. Momo watched with concern, hoping Izuku would prevail. Death Arms encouraged Izuku, reminding him to strike where it would count. Izuku dodged Endeavor's attack and managed to hit him, landing a blow to his head with a powerful move. As Endeavor's weak spot began to change, it morphed into a grotesque face with an eye and a small mouth. The sight was unsettling for everyone watching. Kaminari shouted for Izuku to finish it. With determination, Izuku charged at Endeavor, swinging the chainsaw toward the strange part of his body, resulting in a dramatic explosion. The crowd erupted in applause, relieved to see Endeavor defeated. As he began to faint, a smile crossed his face, knowing his evil counterpart was gone. Natsuo couldn't help but laugh at the sight of their father unconscious, joined by Fuyumi and Rei. Izuku commanded Endeavor to stay down as the remnants of his lower body fell to the ground. He rushed toward a locked gate that required the chainsaw to open, but sadly, the chainsaw was now destroyed. Momoko sighed, suggesting they pay respect to the chainsaw as everyone raised an F in tribute. Returning to the main hall, Izuku placed the final dog head on the door, hearing the satisfying click of the lock as he opened it, finally confirming his escape from the house. He approached a trailer in the distance and opened it, wondering who it belonged to. Inside, he found a stabilizer for quick reloads, increased health, and a .44 mag gun. A picture of the Todoroki family caught his eye, with a note on the back that read, "It's too late for them." Shoji speculated about the trailer's owner, while Libera suggested it might belong to Mina due to its feminine design. Izuku noticed a woman's bra hanging in an open closet, realizing he was indeed in Mina's trailer. Mineta, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in shock, drawing glares from the girls around him. As Izuku exited the trailer, the telephone rang and he answered it. Mina's voice greeted him, expressing surprise that he had made it so far. She explained that her family and she were contaminated and couldn't leave the property without help. The revelation shocked everyone, realizing the severity of the situation. Shinso inquired about the contamination, while Mineta speculated it was a virus. Jiro approached Mineta, trying to reassure him, but he recoiled in fear, prompting her to feel disheartened. Izuku pressed for a solution, and Mina informed him that they needed a serum to clear the contamination, which she believed her mother had hidden in the old house. With hope, Izuku asked if retrieving the serum would allow them all to escape. Mina confirmed it, warning him that her mother would be a formidable opponent. Tsuyu expressed concern about facing such a threat, while Rei worried about becoming a monster. Izuku set out to find the old house, recalling the gate where Momo had fled from Rei. As he crossed a bridge adorned with hanging baby dolls, he entered the house, only to be startled by a massive bug and its hive. He quickly shot the bug, destroying the hive in the process. Kirishima praised Izuku's bravery, while Tetsu agreed. Meanwhile, Mineta sat alone, feeling the weight of his actions as the others discussed how to address his behavior. Jiro expressed her desire to befriend him, while Momoko suggested that forgiveness might be the way forward. The girls, though still upset, recognized the potential for Mineta to become an ally. Izuku continued to explore the house, encountering more hives of bugs. He used his shotgun to fend them off, moving deeper into the building. In one room, he found walls covered in hives and spiders, along with a message scrawled on the wall, "She's upstairs, don't go up." The warning echoed ominously in his mind. Shoto muttered about the taunting message left behind, questioning why someone would write something so bizarre. Katsuki expressed his confusion over the actions of the person behind it. Izuku hurried toward the hive nests, knowing he had to push through to reach the other rooms. Upon opening the door, he discovered another area outside the swamp house, where hives were situated on the bridge. He bravely dealt with the bugs that crossed his path. He moved on to a small house connected to the one he had just entered, searching for supplies. He found some burner fuel, which could be used for a flamethrower. Sato speculated that fire would be necessary to combat the bugs, while Nizu confirmed that a flamethrower would be more efficient due to its area effect damage. Melissa expressed her frustration with the hives. As Izuku continued to explore, he destroyed another hive blocking his way and noticed a secret passage beneath it. Sneaking through, he found himself in a small storage room, where he spotted Momo on the other side. While waiting for the multiverse to reveal itself, everyone engaged in conversation. Mineta sat apart from the group, and Kaminari and Siro approached him with concern. Kaminari asked about the advice he received, and Mineta shared his intention to distance himself from women, feeling misunderstood for his past behavior. Gran Torino and All Might joined to offer comfort, reminding him that while some men might have such interests, it was important to respect boundaries. As the multiverse continued, Izuku jumped into a hole and saw Rei crawling away. She accidentally spat out her food, apologizing to Katsuki as she cleaned his face. Katsuki, feeling the pressure of Endeavor's glare, maintained his composure. Izuku followed Rei's path, reaching the end of the hole where he found a ladder leading up. He silently hoped for no surprises as he climbed, feeling a rush of urgency as he emerged outside the house behind the trailer. Uraraka noted that despite his weapons, Izuku still felt fear, especially with a boss fight looming ahead. Confused about Rei's whereabouts, Izuku returned to Mina's trailer to gather ammunition for the gun he had claimed. He then rushed toward an abandoned house near Rei's swamp, determined to confront the monster. Izuku called out, demanding the creature to reveal itself, but only silence answered. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, where Rei suddenly surprised him, challenging him to settle things. Izuku fired his shotgun, forcing Rei to retreat and look for a better position to attack. As Izuku prepared his flamethrower, Rei appeared on the ceiling and leaped toward him. He kicked her away, trying to maintain distance, but she grabbed his feet, attempting to pull him up. Switching back to his shotgun, he fired at her, causing her to release him. Izuku hit the ground, and Rei approached with her arms raised. The transformation Rei underwent made everyone cringe, and she too felt discomfort at her appearance. Izuku continued to shoot and burn at her, realizing he had to conserve his ammo or risk defeat. Rei backed away, then lunged at Izuku, grabbing him by the neck. Despite her grip, he managed to kick her off and escape. Reloading his flamethrower, he sensed an eerie silence in the area. He prayed for clarity and turned just in time to face Rei's surprise attack, unleashing the flamethrower in her direction. Midoriya's instincts were impressive, Mineta exclaimed. Tsuyu happily agreed, though Mineta turned away from her. Angel expressed concern, suggesting they let him be in that mood. Rei, in pain from Izuku's flames, asked how he knew. Izuku simply replied that it was through prayers as he aimed his flamethrower at her known weak spot. Izuku roared as he unleashed the flames, causing Rei to jump away, but she moved slowly due to her injuries. He quickly reloaded his flamethrower, spotting another fuel source nearby. Shoto remarked that he thought she would have lost already, while Jiro noted that she was tougher than Endeavor. Without hesitation, Rei lunged at Izuku, attempting to choke him again. She warned him not to try anything, but Izuku resisted and kicked her away. He mocked her, declaring that it was just a dream as he ran to hide and used the first aid supplies he had brought to tend to his wounds. He strategized about hitting her weak spots to gain the upper hand, knowing he had limited ammunition. As he prepared to confront her again, he heard the ceiling shake, realizing Rei was right behind him. Everyone shouted a warning, and Izuku turned just in time to draw his shotgun and fire at her. Rei cried out in pain, giving Izuku the opening he needed to unleash the full force of his flamethrower. He yelled in anger as he burned her, and after a moment, Rei stood still, twitching before turning to stone, confirming her defeat. The group erupted in cheers for Izuku's victory. Rei smiled as her daughter Fuyumi hugged her. Endeavor mockingly noted that her evil version was now gone, but Rei shot back, reminding him of his own past failures. Izuku, frustrated, gathered important supplies from the abandoned house and rushed to a door that required a second lamp to open. Upon entering, he found himself in a dark room. He expressed disbelief at how dark it was, feeling the need to widen his eyes to see better. Garu commented that this was the moment Izuku would get a hint about Evelyn, while Momoko added that it would be in a frightening manner. Uraraka questioned why Momoko was scaring them, to which Momoko pouted in response. Izuku entered what he believed to be the kids' room, feeling a mix of fear and courage as he explored. He noticed a creaking chair with a teddy bear sitting on it, facing him. He greeted the toy but quickly realized it was oozing the same slime he had encountered earlier. Ragdoll exclaimed that the toy was cursed, and Mandalay expressed her dislike for stuffed toys. Mineta made a comment about Mandalay resembling one, earning a smack from her. She quickly tried to apologize, but Mineta moved away, prompting Tiger to scoff at her embarrassment. Disgusted, Izuku returned the toy to the chair and entered a room filled with slime, startled by a baby doll that scared him. He cursed under his breath and moved to another room, only to be halted by something as the lights flickered and went out. The group braced themselves for another jump scare. Mineta whined about the fear, and Momoko tried to comfort him, but he moved away, causing her concern. Garu reassured her that they would see Mineta in a new light. A booming voice warned Izuku to stay away as the flashlight flickered back on. Mina speculated that it might be the main boss of this multiverse, to which Angel responded quickly. Izuku continued to explore the darker areas, reaching a nearby room where he found a toy house. Inside, he discovered a hint about the room and a secret storage area containing part of the serum. In front of him sat the nearly skeletal remains of a little girl in a chair. He approached, noticing a paper on her forearm labeled D-Series. With reluctance, he pulled the arm, feeling disgusted but knowing he had no choice. As he turned around, he caught sight of a small child's feet running away. Midnight expressed concern, while Nijire noted that Izuku seemed calm despite the eerie surroundings, having faced many paranormal challenges before. Even the ghostly figure frightened him, but it was no longer effective since he had gained experience from facing those monsters, Momo added. Izuku had exited the secret area when he was suddenly attacked by lurking monsters. He defended himself with his shotgun, dispatching them swiftly. He felt confident as he left the room, declaring that the chances of defeating him were 0%. Just as he was about to open the door, Mina called out to him. She asked if he had found what they were looking for. Izuku responded with concern, wondering if they could really create a serum from it. Mina reassured him that everything would be fine and that they could escape together. She would be waiting for him in the trailer before hanging up. Mineta expressed doubt, thinking it might be a trap, while Mirio agreed. Inko hoped there wouldn't be a jump scare when Izuku returned to the trailer. Izuku hurried to the trailer, eager to see Mina. Upon opening the door, he found only a ringing telephone. Mirio and Mineta exclaimed that they had known it was a trap, while Garu commented that it was all part of the thrill. Angel, sitting beside Mineta, asked if he was okay. Mineta replied with a hint of emotion, admitting he felt somewhat all right. Angel then playfully suggested that Mineta could still be a little mischievous without going overboard. Mineta lamented that his past behavior had led to him being known as a pervert, which only resulted in him being beaten by girls. The girls began to approach Mineta, but Angel signaled them to stop, suggesting that he should be the one to apologize so he could learn his lesson. The girls nodded in agreement. Izuku felt a sense of unease in the trailer as he answered the telephone, hoping it was Mina. Instead, he was met with Natsuo's mocking voice, who informed him that Mina and Momo were with him. Izuku demanded to know what Natsuo wanted with them, but Natsuo dismissed his concerns, claiming it was family business. He then invited Izuku to participate in a little activity, instructing him to check the fridge in the trailer. Izuku cursed in frustration, but Natsuo urged him to look inside the fridge. Melissa expressed her worry about what might be inside, while Natsuo's anger flared at his multiverse counterpart. Shoto questioned Natsuo's anger, to which Natsuo insisted he couldn't accept being seen as a bad person. As Izuku opened the fridge slowly, he was met with a shocking sight, the head of Death Arms, which seemed to be transforming into a monstrous form. Some students covered their eyes, while others cringed at the sight. Izuku noticed a note behind the head, indicating that a key was located back in the dissection room. He rushed back to the dissection room, where he was surprised to find an old lady near the generators. In shock, he questioned who had placed her there, while Recovery Girl expressed her anger at the situation. Midnight pointed out that the old lady always appeared where Izuku needed to go, finding it suspicious. Emi Lady was confused, but Garu urged them to keep quiet. Izuku pondered the situation, realizing that with Endeavor and Ray gone, Natsuo must be hiding somewhere. He left the old lady and hurried back to the dissection room. Inside, he found Death Arm's body and a large note that challenged him to prove his worth by reaching for a key inside the pig's throat. All Might voiced his frustration, declaring that such a challenge was foolish. Inko worried for her son, unable to bear the thought of him facing such obstacles. Izuku, feeling he had no choice, reluctantly reached into the throat and retrieved a snake key. Just then, Natsuo's voice boomed, announcing that the key would help Izuku find 2 keycards necessary for a party Natsuo was hosting. Izuku cursed again, determined to escape the dissection room and head to the main hall. However, monsters suddenly appeared, and Izuku fought them off as he always did. He finally reached the main hall and unlocked a door with the snake key, revealing a child's room filled with toys. He looked around, searching for the hidden keycards, noticing some notes on the table. He pondered the idea of a remote control leading him to the attic, questioning if it was hidden in a trophy. As he examined the trophies, which showcased awards for inventing, he scrutinized each suspicious one for a button that could reveal the way to the attic. Natsuo expressed surprise at discovering that his counterpart in another universe was also an inventor, while Fuyumi reminded him that, unfortunately, he was not one. Shoto commented on the oddity of hiding a remote control in a trophy, noting the cleverness of the inventor. Izuku's attention was drawn to a trophy that had been repurposed as a lamp. When he pressed the button he found, a ladder unexpectedly descended from the attic. His annoyance was palpable as he exclaimed about the ladder's sudden appearance, prompting laughter from his friends. Katsuki teased him, but Kirishima intervened to prevent a confrontation. Climbing up to the attic, Izuku encountered a shadow projection and began to explore. He formed a mob statuette from a frame and unlocked a toy house to retrieve a blue keycard. Determined, he muttered to himself about needing one last keycard to save the 2 women from Natsuo. Upon returning to the main hall, he noticed the hallways were once again covered in slime, remnants of the monsters that had invaded. He scowled, contemplating the connection between the mess and the loss of his parents. Mineta speculated about the virus being scattered due to the knowledge of Endeavor and Rei's demise in that multiverse, while Kirishima hoped it wouldn't slow Izuku down in finding the remaining keycards. Izuku decided to check the master bedroom of the couple he had encountered earlier, recalling how he had avoided it due to Endeavor's pursuit. As he entered the room, he was startled to see the old woman again. Uraraka expressed annoyance at her seemingly teleporting presence, while Melissa voiced her fear that the woman might be a monster. Gran Torino suggested that if she were a victim, she should be imprisoned, but it appeared she was treated like a VIP by the family. Garu noted that they were close to solving the puzzle, and Angel whispered that they might learn the old woman's role before Izuku faced Evelyn. Izuku, feeling frustrated, asked the old woman why she was in the house and how she appeared in different places. Receiving only a blank stare in response, he sighed and left her to wander in the bedroom. He then noticed a small passage beneath the bed and found a note indicating that the time matched the other clocks. Adjusting the alarm clock to 10:15, he activated a mechanism that revealed the passage. With a quick farewell to the old woman, Izuku jumped into the passage, which closed behind him. He found himself in a workshop filled with unsettling sights, including buzzsaws and decaying cow legs. Aizawa commented on the eerie collection, while Koda expressed anger at the lack of mercy shown to animals. Izuku located the second keycard and unlocked a door leading to another section of the basement, where he faced several monsters guarding the area, which he swiftly dealt with. Returning to the main hall, the sudden ringing of the telephone caught his attention. He suspected Natsuo was aware of his progress with the keycards. Natsuo's voice came through, reminding him that the keycards would grant him access to a party and playfully urging him not to be late. Izuku demanded to speak with Momo, but Natsuo insisted he attend the party first, providing directions to the courtyard. As Izuku reached the entrance to Natsuo's party, he placed the 2 keycards on the door, which swung open to reveal a vibrant party scene. Graffiti on the wall proclaimed, "Let's party," and a door was situated between the words. He opened the door to find a sofa facing a TV, where Natsuo appeared, adjusting the camera. He teased Izuku, presenting a crucial part needed for a serum and mockingly revealing a nail cutter, threatening to harm his own fingers. The unsettling display caused everyone to cringe, especially as Natsuo muttered anxiously about his fingers. Rei noted his fear of losing them, while Natsuo continued to express his disdain for the idea of returning to the past, dismissing Mina's desires as foolish. Natsuo expressed his frustration, emphasizing that he didn't want to return to the way things were before his father discovered them. All Might questioned the meaning behind Natsuo's words, sensing a deeper issue at play. Midnight, sensing the tension, noted that there was something suspicious they needed to investigate, turning to Mineta, who was fixated on the screen. She lamented how sad it was to see someone change so drastically. Izuku found himself in a challenging situation, crawling around a dilapidated house in search of ingredients for a serum. Natsuo taunted him, asserting that he wouldn't find anything and that to obtain the serum, he would have to get past him. As he triggered an explosive device on the TV, Izuku was thrown back by the blast. He cursed under his breath as he entered a narrow hallway, spotting wires connected to more traps. Confidently, Izuku navigated through the obstacles, reaching a door where he believed Natsuo was hiding. Just as he was about to input the password, Natsuo interrupted him with a series of playful commands, offering different codes to try. Frustration grew among his friends as they realized Natsuo was deliberately making it difficult for Izuku to enter. After several attempts, Izuku finally decided to try one of the codes. As he did, he heard ominous ticking from above, and sharp debris suddenly fell, barely missing him. He cursed again, realizing time was running out. Spotting another door, he hurried to find the code, but was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. A monstrous creature appeared, spewing slime and causing chaos. Mineta and Kaminari recognized the creature from a game they had played, calling it a spitter. Izuku, determined to fight back, used a flamethrower to defeat the monster, sustaining some injuries in the process. Returning to the door with the code, he was met once again by Natsuo's booming voice, demanding he discard his weapons for the next challenge. His friends protested, feeling it was unfair, but Izuku steeled himself for what lay ahead. Once he relinquished his weapons, the door opened, revealing a room where a skeletal clown sat, candle in hand, as Natsuo locked the door behind him. Natsuo's cheerful taunt echoed in the room, prompting Izuku to call him a coward. He quickly assessed the situation, noticing a gas leak and a switch to ignite it. Spotting a cake on the other side of the room, he approached it, only to be drenched by sprinklers as he attempted to pass. Natsuo instructed him to light the candle and place it on the cake, but Izuku defiantly refused. His friends debated the appropriateness of his language, with Ida arguing that cursing was wrong, while Mitsuki defended Izuku's frustration given the circumstances. Determined to find a way through, Izuku noticed a wall he could break down. Behind it he discovered a winding key, but gas began to spill across the floor. Nizu explained the challenge ahead, detailing how Izuku needed to disable the sprinklers to complete the task without getting soaked. He also needed to find codes hidden in a picture frame to unlock a box containing a dummy finger, crucial for his next move. As Izuku searched for the dummy finger, he spotted something in the toilet and, despite the filth, retrieved a telescope. His friends expressed their support, understanding the lengths he would go to survive. Cleaning the telescope under the sprinklers, he used it to reveal the codes needed for the box. After successfully opening it and obtaining the dummy finger, he placed it onto the skeletal clown's hand, ready for the next phase of Natsuo's game. As he opened the door on the other side of the glass pane, Izuku was greeted by a flurry of gray balloons. He wondered if he should pop them all, and without hesitation he began to burst them one by one, much to the amusement of his friends. Mitsuki laughed at Izuku's antics, questioning whether he really needed to do that. Kirishima joked that Izuku might be searching for a hidden gold coin, prompting laughter from the group. Once the balloons were all popped, Izuku discovered another door with a lock that required a word code. He also noticed a green balloon on the ground and hurried towards a gas leak in the kitchen. Suddenly, the balloon inflated with spikes and burst in his face, causing a quill pen to jab him in the stomach and a large needle to prick his hand as he instinctively shielded himself from the explosion. His friends shouted his name in concern, while Garu remarked on the pain he felt. Ida expressed confusion over how the quill pen could have been hidden inside the uninflated balloon, questioning the laws of physics. Mineta simply shrugged it off, attributing it to magic. Izuku, feeling a surge of anger, muttered about wanting to confront whoever was behind this. He placed the quill pen, now stained with his blood, into the hand of a clown figure and wound the key on its body. As he did so, the clown grasped his injured arm and wrote the word, "loser," on his forearm. Izuku cried out in pain, seeing the word etched into his skin. He quickly made his way to the locked room, successfully inputting the code. Inside, he found a valve gate for the sprinklers and attached it to the pipe leading to the system. After turning off the valve, he lit a candle from the stove. Darkness enveloped the room, with only the flickering candlelight illuminating the cake before him. Suddenly, a birthday song filled the air. Izuku, frustrated, placed the candle on the cake, which promptly exploded. His friends shouted his name as the cake erupted in front of him. The gas that had spilled on the floor ignited, creating a large fire throughout the room. Izuku dashed away from the flames and quickly activated the sprinklers, successfully extinguishing the blaze. Natsuo's voice echoed through a recorder, expressing his disbelief that Izuku was still alive. Izuku roared in response, vowing to confront him. Shoto coldly remarked that he was curious to see how Izuku would handle Natsuo in this alternate reality. Fuyumi encouraged Natsuo to fight back like a man. Afterward, as Mineta reverted to his usual self, the group discussed what might have happened if Izuku had chosen Mina over Momo. Mirio asked Garu about the potential story flow in that scenario. Garu explained that if Izuku had cured Mina instead of Momo, they would have left Momo behind in the swamp. However, Mina would be petrified by Evelyn's powers during their encounter, similar to what happened to Rei in her fight with Izuku. This would lead to a bittersweet ending, as the Umbrella Corporation would no longer find Momo's body, believing she had turned to stone. Everyone felt a mix of happiness and sadness at the thought of the alternate multiverse ending. Mina inquired about her fate after Izuku's rescue. Momoko explained that All Might, who was actually Joe Baker in this scenario, saved her from Evelyn's attack. He faced another monster impersonating Endeavor while trying to find a cure for her petrification. Zero expressed relief that All Might in this multiverse had not been infected by Evelyn, as he had distanced himself from Endeavor due to past grievances. Angel added that despite their differences, All Might still cared for Endeavor as family. Uraraka asked what multiverse they would explore next. Momoko informed them that they would first reveal the latest events in their own world, particularly concerning Izuku. Everyone, including the children who had returned from the playground, eagerly anticipated seeing the real Izuku. As they prepared to watch, Izuku was seen walking alone along Dagoba Beach with Inasa Yarashi and Kami Atsushimi. Hagakure recognized the two students from Shiketsu High and questioned why they were with Izuku. Sato wondered about the fate of the pro-heroes, their friends and family, as Izuku expressed his longing for them, shedding tears while Kami comforted him. The girls in the room exchanged glances filled with determination, their expressions suggesting a fierce protectiveness over Izuku. Mineta rushed away from the girls, his expression filled with horror as he asked if they were okay. Uraraka, visibly upset, questioned why Deku allowed a girl to hug him, while Momo added that she had no right to do that. Nijire whined about the unfairness of the situation, and Hagakure declared she wouldn't forgive the girl. Garu explained that Izuku had contacted them to help investigate the sudden disappearance of the girls. The other girls, except for RG, Eri, and the parents, voiced their frustrations about the situation. Shoto inquired if they needed to see anything beyond the sweet moments shared between Deku and the girl, to which Angel suggested they wait for a surprise. Inasa then alerted the group that they had company as Twice, Dabi, and Toga appeared on the Dagoba Beach, eyeing the three students. Class 1A reacted in shock at the sight of the villains. Aizawa noted the impending fight, and Momoko mentioned that they should witness the new power Izuku had gained. Toga gleefully recognized Izuku, recalling him as her previous target. Dabi taunted the group, igniting his hand with blue flames. Izuku's eyes crackled with green lightning as he activated his power, disappearing from the villain's sight. He reappeared in front of them, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying. Koda exclaimed at the speed of Izuku's movement, while All Might noted the change in his eyes. 13 speculated that it was a new power. Dabi, enraged, slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing his quirk. Inasa attempted to use his whirlwind quirk but was halted by Izuku's warning to avoid collateral damage to the nearby houses. Twice charged at Izuku, but Kami intervened, using her quirk to create illusions that blocked his attack. As Toga rushed at Inasa, aiming to draw blood, he countered with a whirlwind bomb that sent her sprawling. Gran Torino remarked on the talent of the Shiketsu students, while Momoko expressed concern for Kami being targeted by Toga. Mineta was shocked to learn that Kami had been a victim of Toga as well. The group gasped at the realization that they would face a villain during the provisional licensure exams. Aizawa questioned Toga's motives, and Garu revealed that she aimed to obtain Izuku's blood. Uraraka voiced her concerns about the danger Toga posed, and Nizu cautioned the students to verify the identities of anyone they spoke to, especially Midoriya. The students acknowledged the warning. Dabi stood, scattering flames across the beach as Izuku took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Dabi mocked him, but Izuku's eyes glowed white as he formed a massive green lightning ball in his hand, drawing in everything around it. Kaminari expressed shock at the sight, while All Might beamed with pride. Shoto struggled to comprehend the new power before him, and Monoma noted Izuku's continuous growth. Katsuki, frustrated and jealous, questioned how Izuku kept gaining new abilities. Angel explained that they wanted everyone to witness how a quirkless hero had transformed into someone powerful through training and emotion. She warned Katsuki of the consequences of underestimating Izuku's strength. Izuku called out his attack, forming his finger like a gun and unleashing the lightning ball toward Dabi, who trembled at the sight. Ida and Setsuna were astonished by the new technique, while Gran Torino praised Izuku's potential. As the lightning ball sped toward Dabi, he attempted to create a firewall, only to have it consumed by the energy. Dabi was left bewildered as Izuku appeared before him, his appearance transformed with white and green hues. Nizu marveled at Izuku's ability to adapt and learn so quickly. Izuku unleashed another powerful attack, sending Dabi flying with a kick that left him injured but allowed him to escape. Kami and Inesa lost track of Twice and Toga while focused on Izuku's display of strength. Kami expressed disappointment at their failure to capture the villains, but Izuku reassured them that he had injured one of their allies. Just then, reporters rushed to the beach, and one asked Izuku about the recent events, dubbing him the new symbol of peace and hope. The revelation stunned everyone, leaving them in disbelief at Izuku's newfound status. All Might expressed both amazement and shock at the situation. Endeavor, filled with frustration, questioned how someone could rise to the number 1 position so quickly. Garu explained that the young hero had managed to stop 456 crimes and 155 accidents in just 2 days while the others were absent. Shoto pondered the implications, realizing that this meant Izuku had become the new number 1 hero. Uraraka cheered, excited for Deku's achievement, while Momo reflected on how he had finally fulfilled his childhood dream. Inko, filled with joy, celebrated her son's success, but Katsuki, in a fit of anger, vowed to confront Deku upon his return. Aizawa raised a concern about the potential loss of everything Deku had gained, including the title of Symbol of Peace and Hope. Momoko posed a choice to the group: stay and take on hero work in their world or allow Izuku to lead Japan as the youngest symbol of peace for a while. Mina quickly declared their decision to stay, while Recovery Girl emphasized the importance of ensuring Deku's safety. Best Jeanist encouraged them to let him experience his dreams, and Mineta expressed curiosity about seeing different versions of Deku and how he interacted with women. With everyone in agreement, Angel announced they would continue to the next multiverse. The title Love vs. Pride appeared on the screen, prompting Tokoyami to inquire about the meaning behind it. Garu explained that they were about to witness a scene from the first multiverse, where the 7 deadly sins were fighting to protect Leoness from the invading 10 commandments. Tokoyami pressed for clarification on the title, and Garu revealed that Izuku would face the second strongest commandment, making it a significant matchup. Mineta asked who would represent the commandment of love, and Momoko confirmed it was Monoma, who smirked at Katsuki, seeing himself as the second strongest demon. On the battlefield of Leoness, 8 warriors found themselves immobilized, unable to move. Shoji expressed confusion about their predicament, while Nijire sensed something was amiss. Kaminari lamented his inability to use magic, and Shoji noted the changes in his own appearance. Momoko explained that in this multiverse, Kaminari and Shoto were brothers, with Kaminari now able to create cyclones instead of using electric voltage, while Shoto wielded the power of lightning instead of flames. Shoto, filled with determination, vowed to avenge All Might's death, but Iase urged him to reconsider. All Might, hearing of his demise in this multiverse, felt a pang of sorrow. Tsuyu questioned how All Might had died, and Garu recounted that he had fought the 10 Commandments alone, nearly achieving victory before Monoma intervened and ended his life. Monoma was taken aback to learn he had played such a role, feeling a mix of pride and disregard for his position. Mina inquired about the other members of the 7 deadly sins, and Momoko explained they had been trapped by the 10 Commandments and unable to assist All Might. All Might accepted his fate, acknowledging that he had fought valiantly before his demise. Monoma proclaimed himself as the one granted the commandment of love, which shocked everyone. He reveled in the belief that he was invincible, but Sato teased that there might be someone who could counter his power. Monoma, filled with arrogance, dismissed the notion, while others speculated about the potential of such a commandment against villains. Katsuki, frustrated by his inability to move, confronted Monoma about his actions. As Monoma taunted the immobilized warriors, a powerful figure approached him, Izuku, the lion's sin of pride, who was the only one able to move under Monoma's commandment. Monoma, bewildered, questioned why his commandment didn't affect Izuku, who coldly stated that he felt pity for those weaker than him. Monoma realized that this understanding of weakness allowed Izuku to resist his commandment, highlighting the complexity of their battle. Tetsu expressed his hope for his friend's multiverse. Mirio noted that, according to the first multiverse, Izuku was the strongest of the 7 deadly sins. Koda cheered for Izuku to defeat his opponent. Endeavor quietly marveled at the monster's ability to move under his command. Izuku introduced himself as the lion's sin of pride, facing Monoma directly. The scene shifted to Aizawa, who had taken on the persona of Fraudrin, and the younger version of All for One, known as Zeldris, observing the people they controlled. All for One questioned Aizawa's effectiveness against mere humans, while Aizawa realized he was now one of the 10 Commandments, allied with a formidable villain. All Might expressed his anger at the revelation of another commandment. Angel explained that the strongest member of the 10 Commandments wielded the commandment of piety, which turned those who turned their backs into obedient slaves. Midnight added that this commandment was indeed frightening. Mineta, caught up in his thoughts, was reprimanded by Momo for his inappropriate comments. All Might roared in frustration, while Aizawa tried to explain that there was something extraordinary among the humans, but he was interrupted by a tremor. Aizawa was shocked by the unusual presence emanating from the castle, and All for One confirmed it was coming from there. The scene returned to Izuku and Monoma, who were locked in a tense standoff. Kaminari questioned why only Monoma seemed to be able to move, and Shoto clarified that Monoma was indeed the strongest of the 7 deadly sins. Nijire excitedly pointed out that even those from that multiverse recognized Izuku's strength. Mirio teasingly suggested that Nijire might have feelings for Midoriya, prompting her to blush. Monoma, recognizing Izuku as the one who had defeated Galen, expressed his expectation of hatred from Izuku, who replied that Monoma would not enjoy their fight if he succumbed to his own commandment. Monoma smiled, acknowledging Izuku's kindness, but then quickly struck him with an uppercut, causing Izuku to stagger back. Monoma followed up with a powerful punch that sent Izuku crashing to the ground. Monoma, feeling confident, kicked Izuku in the gut, sending him upward before delivering another punch that knocked Izuku down again. Kendo intervened, smacking Monoma on the neck and telling him to be quiet, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Shoto remarked on Monoma's struggle against the commandments, while Monoma approached the unconscious Izuku, smiling until a sudden burst of sunlight distracted him. Izuku managed to punch Monoma, but the attack was blocked. Monoma acknowledged the near miss, but soon fell to his knees in pain from Izuku's unexpected strength. Izuku mockingly questioned the source of Monoma's pain, leaving All Might amazed at the power of Izuku's punch. As the scene shifted, the characters discussed a multiverse where even the Izuku of the 7 deadly sins could not stand against a certain opponent. Vlad King inquired about this multiverse, and Angel explained that it was a battleground for 8 universes competing in a tournament for the Super Dragon Ball. Inko asked why the universes were fighting, and Garu revealed that Izuku had sought stronger opponents, leading to his friendships with powerful figures across the 12 universes. The group gasped, realizing that Izuku was the catalyst for the conflicts in that multiverse. Eri innocently asked about the Super Dragon Ball, prompting giggles from others. Angel clarified that these magical orbs could grant any wish, even the most impossible ones. Momoko asked what wishes they would make if they participated in the tournament, leading to various humorous and heartfelt responses from the group. Garu then announced the beginning of the Multiverse saga, and the scene depicted 6 individuals conversing as a portal opened, revealing the Grand Priest. Kirishima asked about his role, and Momoko explained that he was the second strongest being. The audience reacted with shock as the Grand Priest, Night Eye, appeared before Izuku, Aizawa, Midnight, Ojiro, Gran Torino, and Minoma. Night Eye greeted everyone, and while the Kaioshin and Aizawa bowed, Izuku and Midnight remained standing. Tetsu expressed surprise at their quick respect for the Grand Priest, and All Might confirmed that Night Eye was one of his allies. Mirio expressed his eagerness to invite Midoriya to join them soon. All Might pondered the implications of the second strongest in the multiverse, hoping that his counterpart would foster a good relationship in that world. Midnight playfully teased Aizawa about his new appearance, likening him to a rabbit, which only fueled Aizawa's frustration as laughter erupted around him. Garu explained Aizawa's role in this multiverse, revealing that he was the god of destruction of Universe 7, with Midnight as his teacher and the 3 Kais Ojiro, Gran Torino, and Minoma serving as the sacred Kais. He emphasized the immense respect Aizawa held for the Grand Priest, whose powers were beyond measure and comparable to Zeno's. Hagakure inquired about Zeno, to which Garu confirmed that they would soon meet him. The 3 Kaioshin bowed deeply to the Grand Priest, Daishinkan-sama, as Night Eye welcomed Izuku, stating he would announce Zeno's wishes at Izuku's request. Izuku was eager to hear the news, while Midnight commented on his impressive appearance, which drew mixed reactions from the group. Momo found herself unable to resist admiring Izuku's toned physique, though she quickly dismissed any implications when questioned by Momoko. Night Eye informed them that the Tournament of Power would take place in the world of Void, where 10 warriors from each universe would compete. Aizawa expressed his concern about the number of participants, while Kaminari eagerly anticipated the lineup. Shiro joked about Izuku's potential partner, prompting an angry outburst from Katsuki. Izuku sought clarification on the world of Void, learning it was a realm devoid of time and space, a place where they could fight freely. Night Eye explained that the Super Dragon Ball would be at stake, already collected for the tournament. The scene shifted to present Mike, who announced that he had gathered one of the Super Dragon Ball, prompting Aizawa's irritation at his brother's antics. Mina noted that present Mike also resembled a rabbit in this multiverse. Garu clarified their connection as brothers and fellow gods of destruction, with present Mike residing in universe curious about the stakes. Ojiro asked what the winning universe would receive, only to be met with Night Eye's unsettling response, nothing. The group reacted in disbelief, with Izuku questioning the absence of a prize. Mitsuki expressed her anger at the contradiction, while Garu coldly urged her to analyze Night Eye's true meaning. Night Eye reluctantly revealed Zeno's decree: all defeated universes would be erased. A stunned silence fell over the Kais as they processed the gravity of the situation. Aizawa nervously sought confirmation, while Kamui Woods echoed the shock of the revelation. All Might and Shoto protested the injustice of such a fate for innocent lives. Midnight voiced her outrage over the potential loss of lives, while Nizu explained that the tournament was designed to force every universe to select their strongest warriors to fight for survival and the Super Dragon Ball. Mineta lamented the plight of weaker universes, while Kirishima encouraged serious training. Izuku was horrified by the implications of Zeno's decision, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone, except Night Eye and Midnight, trembled at the thought of losing their universes. Night Eye then turned to Izuku, stating that Zeno had a request for him, which caused Aizawa to gulp in fear. The group couldn't help but laugh at Aizawa's reaction. Mina speculated about Night Eye and Zeno's sensitivity, questioning if any careless words could lead to immediate erasure. Garu reassured them that the Grand Priest and Zeno had warm personalities, but their darker sides were unknown to most. Aizawa and the Kais were always cautious in their interactions with them. Night Eye explained that Izuku and the others from Universe 7 would face challengers from other universes in front of Xeno. He mentioned that the future Xeno had not witnessed the previous tournament, prompting a shift in focus to the two omnipotent beings discussing the nature of the Tournament of Power. The group cooed at the adorableness of the Xenos, realizing that their cuteness masked their true power as conquerors of the 12 universes. If humans or lower-level species interacted with them, they would be aware of their immense power and likely feel intimidated, avoiding any engagement. This allowed them to maintain a friendly and endearing facade, concealing their true identities as conquerors of the multiverse, enabling them to enjoy friendships with lesser beings like humans, Kaminari explained. Everyone was taken aback by Kaminari's insight. Even Momoko, Garu, and Angel gasped at the unexpected wisdom from the usually reckless user of the electrovoltage quirk. Mineta struggled to find words, while Katsuki erupted in frustration, declaring that he didn't care about the fear others felt as long as he could prove himself strong in the multiverse. Just then he sensed a menacing aura behind him. Mitsuki, clearly annoyed, prepared to deliver a hefty smack to Katsuki, reminiscent of a powerful punch from a well-known hero. Mitsuki's hand connected with Katsuki's head, causing him to slump into an unexpected slumber. Mitsuki expressed her disappointment, exclaiming that the kid clearly lacked manners, while everyone around them sweat-dropped at the scene. Xeno eagerly requested a demonstration, prompting Night Eye to explain that to raise Xeno-sama's expectations for the upcoming Tournament of Power, they intended to hold a preliminary event called a Zen exhibition match. Ojiro inquired about the details, and Izuku, filled with determination, volunteered to participate, asking who his opponent would be. Night Eye informed him that he would face the warriors of Universe 9 and then departed through a portal to finalize preparations for the tournament. All Might wondered about the strength of Universe 9, and Garu humorously compared their warriors to Katsuki's family, noting their animalistic traits. Mitsuki sought clarification, and Angel elaborated that the Universe 9 warriors resembled animals with human-like behavior. Death Arms sighed, realizing they would be up against a group of formidable opponents. Aizawa, relieved to have faced a stronger being, observed Izuku deep in thought about assembling a team for the match. Ojiro speculated about the choice of Universe 9, while Monoma pointed out that even if they speculated, they wouldn't find answers at that moment. Izuku pondered who would join him in the fight, prompting Aizawa to scold him for being so carefree about the situation. Aizawa expressed his frustration, reminding Izuku of the consequences of his focus on finding stronger opponents. Kirishima chimed in, relieved that their current situation hadn't escalated further, while Nijire voiced her unwavering confidence in Izuku's ability to win. Ojiro expressed his concern about the potential erasure of Universe 7, leading Izuku to suggest asking Xeno to reconsider. Midnight cautioned against that, warning that Xeno-sama and Night-sama had made their decision, and any anger could lead to dire consequences. Mirio remarked on the frightening prospect of being erased, while Gran Torino criticized All Might for the decision that had been made. Momoko defended All Might, explaining that he had not anticipated such a decision from the omnipotent beings and had no choice but to accept their proposal. Izuku, scratching his head, felt overwhelmed by the situation and sought guidance on what to do next. Aizawa reminded him that it was too late to grasp the danger they were in and that losing could result in the erasure of Universe 7, especially him. Realizing the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, Izuku resolved to win, no matter the opponent. His friends rallied behind him, cheering him on as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Gran Torino emphasized the need to find 3 fighters for the Zen exhibition match and 10 for the Tournament of Power. Izuku confidently declared himself as one of the fighters, prompting Aizawa to insist he find 2 more. Time passed, and Izuku successfully gathered 2 additional warriors from Universe 7 to represent them in the Zen exhibition match. Koda, one of the fighters, asked his father if he was ready for the match, while Pixie Bob expressed excitement at Koda's participation. Koda questioned his role, and Garu explained that as Izuku's son, he was also a Scion, though he had yet to achieve the Golden Super Saiyan transformation. Meanwhile, The girls were curious about Izuku's wife in this multiverse. Uraraka and others chimed in, each hoping to be the chosen one, while Angel playfully nudged Momoko to reveal the identity of Izuku's wife. Momoko announced that Nijire was the one, leaving her in shock and blushing at the unexpected news. Mirio congratulated Nijire, while Uraraka and others expressed their disappointment at not being chosen. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and anticipation as they prepared for the upcoming battles. Mineta expressed his disappointment, questioning how it could be possible. Angel responded, explaining that it was due to his attractive physique and his endearing yet anxious personality. Garu chimed in, emphasizing that his willingness to save others with a smile and without hesitation was also noteworthy. Izuku turned to Sato, who was happily devouring a cake, and asked if he was ready for the tournament. Sato confirmed his readiness with enthusiasm. He then wondered why he appeared different, noting his pink skin. Mina excitedly pointed out the uniqueness of his appearance. 13 inquired if Sato was an alien. Gert clarified that Sato had once been a formidable villain for Izuku but had transformed into a friendly character thanks to Mr. Satan's influence. Present Mike remarked on the positive change in Sato's character. Shoji asked who Mr. Satan was in their multiverse, to which Momoko replied with the name Kamui Woods. Kamui Woods smiled, acknowledging that his counterpart was the reason for Sato's transformation. Garu humorously added that Kamui in that multiverse was quite foolish, prompting laughter from everyone as Kamui Woods shook his head in response. Meanwhile, the three warriors from Universe 7 gathered in the realm of the Kais. Midnight contacted Night Eye to confirm they were ready. They arrived at an arena near Zeno's palace, where the Kaioshin of the 12 universes were assembled. One Kaioshin remarked on Universe 7's appearance, dismissing them as scumbags, while another expressed confidence in the Pride Troopers from Universe Kaminari's side, noting that the gods had yet to witness the true powers of Midoriya, Koda, or Sato. Garu reassured them that Night Eye would address the treatment of Universe 7 later. Izuku remained focused, undeterred by the murmurs, as the exhibition match was about to begin. Night Eye, the Grand Priest, arrived to make an announcement on behalf of Zeno-sama. He conveyed Zeno's appreciation for the potential of beings from the lowest mortal ranks to engage in a remarkable fight. Ojiro and Gran Torino expressed confusion over the terms mortal and level. Nizu speculated that Universe 7 had the lowest mortal rank. Gang Orca inquired about the significance of the mortal level, to which Garu cryptically replied that they would soon find out. Night Eye explained that Zeno had evaluated and ranked all 12 universes accordingly. He revealed that Universe 7's average mortal level was 3.18, placing it second from the bottom, which prompted concern among the group.